Chapter 2972. Although the auction held by the solitary nation's royal family was called the royal auction, it was not held in the royal palace. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. After all, there would be all kinds of people participating in the auction. Naturally, the imperial family of the solitary nation would not allow all of them to enter the imperial palace. The imperial auction was held in an auction venue that was 10,000 meters away from the imperial palace of the solitary nation. The auction venue belonged to the imperial family of the solitary nation. It was usually rented to sects and clans to hold auctions. In the solitary nation, the imperial family would hold an imperial auction every once in a while. It had become a tradition in the solitary nation. The threshold to enter the imperial auction was usually the highest among all the auctions in the solitary nation. Those who could not prove their identity or those with ordinary identities would have to spend a large amount of celestial crystals to enter the auction venue. Duan Ling Tian, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was an honored guest of the imperial family of the solitary nation. Naturally, they were arranged to enter one of the best rooms in the auction venue. Not only that, but there was also a banner with the word supporting Fall Nation written on it outside the window of the private room that was next to the auction venue. It was obvious the flag was meant to inform the people outside of the room about the identity of the people in the room. I'm afraid this flag is meant for the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Duan Ling Tian walked up to the window of the room. With just a glance, he saw that there were two room windows nearby that were diagonally facing him. There was also a flag hanging above them. One of the flags had the words East Ming Nation written on it while the other one had the words Moran Nation written on it. At the same time, the people who entered the auction venue also noticed the flags hanging outside the windows of the three rooms upstairs. The people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are all here? Even the flags are hanging outside. It seems like the people from the three nations are here for the same thing. It seems like I made the right choice to come to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. It's a good thing I didn't leave. Initially, I just wanted to stay and watch the show. I didn't expect to see a treasure being auctioned. It must be something extraordinary if it can attract the people from the three nations. I'm really looking forward to it. Most of the people from Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces who had gathered in the capital of the solitary nation because of the appearance of the royal grade celestial sword. These people had decided to stay in the capital of the solitary nation even after the royal grade celestial sword had been decided to go to the imperial auction today. Originally, they just wanted to join in the fun. Who would have thought that a treasure would appear in the imperial auction held by the solitary nation's imperial family? Moreover, it was a treasure that even the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were interested in. Furthermore, judging from the flags hanging from the windows of the three private rooms, the people inside were all sent by the emperors of the three countries. In other words, the treasures that appeared in the solitary nation's royal auction this time could even tempt the emperors of the three nations. The breathing of the people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces quickened. This was especially true for the people from the Grade 8 forces. They were already rubbing their hands together, preparing to bid for that item with all their might. As for the people from the Grade 9 forces, they were well aware of their own limitations, but they were also looking forward to the excitement of the auction. Don't tell me you don't know that the people from the three nations are here for the golden nematode that's required to refine the profound golden pill? Just as the group of people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were discussing among themselves, some of the locals of the solitary nation could not help but remind them of the situation. Profound golden pill? Golden nematode? The people from the Grade 9 and Grade 8 forces were disappointed when they heard the people from the solitary nation's royal grade celestial sword. Although the golden nematode was difficult to obtain, it was not a rare treasure. Even if they obtained the golden nematode and gathered all the other ingredients needed to refine the profound golden pill, they might not be able to find someone to successfully refine it. Unless they could hire a celestial alchemist at the king grade or above to refine the pill. Moreover, even a Grade 7 force might not have a king grade celestial alchemist, let alone a celestial alchemist. Moreover, the success rate of a Duke-grade celestial alchemist refining the profound golden pill was less than 1%. After all, out of 100 Duke-grade celestial alchemists, there might not even be one Duke-grade celestial alchemist who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. As for prominent celestial alchemists, there might not even be one in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists who could successfully refine the profound golden pill. For this reason, the golden nematode was useless to most people even if they obtained it. Little Tian, are you really confident you'll be able to refine 2 profound golden pills with the help of 2 golden nematodes? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. Uncle Huang, I'm not a boastful person. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian's words were, without a doubt, a reply to Huang Yuanfei. He was not boasting, he was truly confident. All right. I believe you. Duan Lingtian nodded. After a while, the auction hall was filled with people. One could see the bustling crowd through the windows of the private rooms. Not long after, the auction officially began. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the imperial auction of the solitary nation. A skinny, gray-clad old man walked up to the innermost stage of the auction hall. He glanced at the auction hall indifferently as he spoke. This old man is not simple. When the old man walked up to the auction stage, Duan Lingtian had a feeling the old man was not simple. He must be a celestial king. Father, this old man is not simple. At this moment, Huang Jialong could tell the old man was not simple. Moreover, the old man was not as enthusiastic as the other auctioneers. He stood there with a calm expression on his face as though he was saying, "It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not." Of course, he's not simple. He's a one basic celestial king who serves the emperor of the solitary nation. Huang Yuanfei said. As the emperor of the solitary nation, it was only natural that he had many celestial kings by his side. After all, not every celestial king was willing to serve the emperor of a grade 8 nation. A one basic celestial king? Huang Jialong sucked in a cold breath. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm. He had already sensed the old man's presence earlier. After all, he had used the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to boost his strength for a short period of time. Therefore, he was very familiar with the aura of a celestial king. In today's auction, I hope that everyone will be able to get what they want. The gray-clad old man stood on the auction stage and said indifferently, "Next up is the first item of the solitary nation's imperial auction." As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a celestial talisman that shone with a faint purple light appeared in his hand. This is a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial king who has comprehended the law of thunder's thunder arrow profundity. It's called the arrow explosion talisman. Once this arrow explosion talisman is crushed, it'll release tens of thousands of lightning arrows that will kill anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters. The old man explained as he took out the celestial talisman. Apart from powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials, ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials won't be able to survive within a radius of 100 meters. Even if it's a one basic celestial duke or a two-form celestial duke, the arrow explosion talisman will be able to injure them as long as they're within a short distance. After the old man finished speaking, he swept his gaze across the auction hall before he continued to say, "The starting bid for this arrow explosion talisman is 3,000 prominent celestial crystals." If it was an ordinary auction host, he would have bragged about the value of the arrow explosion talisman. After the old man said what he needed to say, he didn't say anything else. 3,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone made a bid. It was an old man dressed in embroidered robes. "I can buy this arrow explosion talisman for my grandson to protect himself." Clearly, the arrow explosion talisman was a great defensive weapon for those below a celestial duke. There's such a celestial talisman? Duan Lingtian was shocked. It's possible to inscribe such a powerful offensive celestial talisman through the use of the law of thunder? Duan Lingtian knew there were offensive celestial talismans in the past. However, the offensive celestial talismans he knew were of little value. In terms of power, they were nothing compared to the arrow explosion talisman before him. Once the arrow explosion talisman was crushed, anyone below a celestial duke within a radius of 10 meters would die. How terrifying was this celestial talisman? This arrow explosion talisman is considered a low-end law celestial talisman. A powerful law celestial talisman can kill a celestial duke or even a celestial king. Huang Yuanfei said. A law celestial talisman? When Duanling Tian learned the offensive celestial talisman was called a law celestial talisman, he was dumbfounded. A law celestial talisman can kill celestial dukes and celestial kings? Yes. Huang Yuanfei nodded. Although a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial duke is precious, it's not difficult to obtain it. As for a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king, it's not easy to obtain it. This is because even a celestial emperor would have to spend a lot of time and effort to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. As for a celestial lord, it's basically impossible for him to inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king. After all, there's a limit to how much energy he can infuse into a law celestial talisman. After listening to Huang Yuanfei's words, Duanling Tian gained a deeper understanding of the power of a law celestial talisman. A celestial emperor can inscribe a law celestial talisman that can kill a celestial king? Chapter 2973. How powerful was a celestial king? Although Duanling Tian had temporarily gained strength comparable to a celestial king through the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, he could still sense the strength of a celestial king's celestial origin energy and soul. How could such a powerhouse be killed by a mere celestial talisman? Although celestial emperors can inscribe celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings, it's extremely difficult to inscribe celestial talismans. Moreover, the inscriber has to be a powerful celestial emperor as well. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Huang Yuanfei added, based on what I've heard, most of the celestial talismans that can kill celestial kings are made by titled celestial emperors. Titled celestial emperors. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as his eyes widened slightly. Titled celestial emperors were powerful celestial emperors who had passed the test of the title temple. They were the cream of the crop among celestial emperors. Duanling Tian had heard about this when he was still in the borderlands. However, the strongest person in the Southern Heaven Territory seemed to be the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory. Although the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord was a titled Celestial Lord, titled Celestial Lords were considered the cream of the crop among Celestial Lords. Even the weakest Celestial Emperor was stronger than a titled Celestial Lord. There were no Celestial Emperors in the Southern Heaven Territory, let alone the cream of the crop among titled Celestial Emperors. Moreover, it's said that not all celestial kings can be killed by the celestial talismans inscribed by titled celestial emperors. Those celestial kings who can be killed are usually weaker celestial kings who have not comprehended the profundities of a law. Upon hearing Huang Yuanfei's words, Duanling Tian finally understood what was going on. If that was the case, he could accept it. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous. After all, how could a celestial king be killed by a celestial talisman? 4,300 prominent celestial crystals, 4,500 prominent celestial crystals. While Duanling Tian and Huang Yuanfei were conversing, the price of the law celestial talisman, the arrow explosion talisman, continued to rise. In just a blink of an eye, the price had risen to 4,800 prominent celestial crystals. Based on the power of this arrow explosion talisman, it seems like it was inscribed by a powerful celestial king. Based on the effect of this arrow explosion talisman and the fact that it's a one-time use item, it'll be difficult for the price to exceed 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the next moment, as if to prove Huang Yuanfei's words, after the price of the arrow explosion talisman was raised to 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, no one else increased the price. Although the arrow explosion talisman is not bad and can be given to the younger generation to protect themselves, it can only be used once. In the Thousand Lands, 5,000 superior celestial crystals is the maximum price for a talisman of this level. If you still want to raise the price at this time, then your head must be kicked by a donkey. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This arrow explosion talisman has sold for the price it deserves. Similar whispers could be heard throughout the auction hall. 5,000 high-grade immortal crystals, going once. 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going twice. On the auction stage, the gray-clad old man said indifferently, 5,000 high-grade celestial crystals, going thrice. Sold. As soon as the gray-clad old man finished speaking, he raised his hand. The celestial talisman in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as it shot toward the person who had bid for the arrow explosion talisman. In just a blink of an eye, the arrow explosion talisman arrived in front of the middle-aged man who had bid for the arrow explosion talisman. Swoosh! As soon as the middle-aged man received the arrow explosion talisman, he took out 5,000 prominent celestial crystals and placed them in a spatial ring. Then, he used his celestial origin energy to guide the spatial ring to the old man on the auction stage. This scene could be said to be a perfect example of one hand for the money, one hand for the goods. The second item is a mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill. The starting price for this Origin Explosion Pill is 5,000 prominent celestial crystals. On the auction stage, the old man took out a pill bottle. He took out a pill from the pill bottle and showed it to the crowd before putting it back on the table. An Origin Explosion Pill? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The Origin Explosion Pill was a common celestial pill in the Devata realms. However, it could only be refined by a supreme celestial alchemist. The Origin Explosion Pill was divided into three types: the Supreme Origin Explosion Pill, the King Origin Explosion Pill, and the Royal Origin Explosion Pill. The three types of Origin Explosion Pills were further divided into three grades: primitive, mediocre, and superior. The superior grade was the best while the inferior grade was the worst. A mediocre Duke-grade celestial pill, the Origin Explosion Pill, can elevate a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy by 2 levels in just 15 minutes. Naturally, if a 9th-grade celestial Duke consumes it, his celestial origin energy will only be elevated to the peak of a celestial Duke's celestial origin energy for 15 minutes. A 10-direction celestial Duke would only be able to elevate his celestial origin energy after consuming it. As a celestial alchemist, Duan Lingtian knew a thing or two about the Origin Explosion Pill. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, the price of the Origin Explosion Pill had already risen to 8,000 prominent celestial crystals. After all, the Origin Explosion Pill could turn the tables in a battle between celestial dukes. In the end, the Origin Explosion Pill was sold for 13,000 prominent celestial crystals. Following that, the gray-clad old man brought out many other items. However, most of them were celestial talismans, pills, and the like. Although the prices of the items increased, none of them caught Duan Lingtian's attention. The 9th item is a pair of golden nematodes, and they'll be auctioned together. The starting bid for the 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 high-grade immortal crystals. The gray-clad old man announced. However, no one made a bid for the 2 golden nematodes for a few breaths after he finished speaking. Instead, some people began to complain. The starting bid for these 2 golden nematodes is 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. As far as I know, the price of these golden nematodes in the black market is only 15,000 prominent celestial crystals. However, the Solitary Nation's royal auction actually set the starting price at this price. It's because the imperial family of the Solitary Nation knows that the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation are after the golden nematodes. The rarer an item is, the more valuable it is. Based on the wealth of the 3 nations, the price of these 2 golden nematodes is definitely higher than the black market price. That's right. Although the black market price of these golden nematodes is higher than the black market price, it's often priceless. As everyone discussed among themselves, an indifferent voice rang from the direction where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was none other than Huang Yuan Fei who had joined the bidding. Father, you're bidding so soon. This isn't your style. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised. This was not his first time attending an auction with his father. However, even if his father wanted something, he would not be the first to bid. Huang Jialong was dumbfounded by what he saw next. Apart from Huang Jialong, everyone else in the auction hall was shocked as well. I thought the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation want the golden nematodes as well. What? What's going on? Duan Ling Tian was stunned as well. This was because after Huang Yuan Fei bid 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation did not bid at all. The people in the auction hall who had been anticipating the people from the three nations to compete for the golden nematodes were in disbelief. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going twice. The grey-clad old man who had been calm all this while began to lose his composure. His voice was a lot louder when he said, going twice. He glanced at the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation's rooms, only to discover that there was still no movement from them. In the end, the grey-clad old man had no choice but to bid again, 30,000 prominent celestial crystals, going thrice. As soon as the grey-clad old man finished speaking, it meant the two golden nematodes in his hands belonged to Huang Yuan Fei from the supporting Fall Nation. What's going on? Didn't the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation come for the golden nematodes as well? I wonder. Are the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation asleep? I wonder what the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation are thinking. What? What are they doing? While the auction hall was in an uproar, the private rooms where the people from the Moran Kingdom and the East Ming Kingdom were in were not calm either. In the room where the people from the Moran Nation were seated, Uncle Yen, why aren't you bidding for the golden nematodes? Moreover, you told me not to bid. What's going on? The seventh prince of the Moran Nation said with a frown on his face as he looked at the blue-clad middle-aged man in front of him. Although the Moran Nation might not be able to refine the golden nematodes into the profound golden pill even if they managed to obtain the golden nematodes, there was still a chance. Nevertheless, there was still a glimmer of hope. However, now that they had lost the two golden nematodes, there was no hope at all. The blue-clad middle-aged man was a one-basic celestial king who served the emperor of the Moran Nation. For this reason, the seventh prince of the Moran Nation could only suppress his anger. Earlier, I received a voice transmission from Huang Yuan Fei from Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, so I've decided to give up on the golden nematodes. Facing the seventh prince's question and facing the other people's doubtful gazes, the blue-robed middle-aged man unhurriedly picked up the teacup on the table, and continued to leisurely drink his tea. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the East Ming Nation were seated. Elder Hu? Why did you give up? Moreover, you didn't allow me to bid. Aren't you holding Brother Jueyun back? How are you going to explain this to my father if you don't bring the golden nematodes back? A young man dressed in a silver robe said with a frown on his face as he looked at the old man who was the leader of the group of people from the East Ming Nation who had come to the capital of the solitary nation. Second prince, although you're a prince, you're not as calm as little brother Ling. The old man glanced at the silver-clad young man before he shifted his gaze to the gray-clad young man. Chapter 2974. Brother Jueyun, aren't you worried? The second prince of the East Ming Nation smiled bitterly when he saw how calm Ling Jueyun was. It was as if he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. I trust Elder Hu. Ling Jueyun looked at the old man who was the leader of the group from the East Ming Nation before he shifted his gaze away. The old man looked at Ling Jueyun approvingly and nodded in satisfaction. Little brother Ling, I won't let you down. Based on your words, I'll do my best to obtain the profound golden pill for you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, his eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. In the private room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, the gazes of Duan Ling Tian, Huang Jialong, and Elder Mo descended upon Huang Yuanfei. Although the current situation was a little strange, they unanimously felt that Huang Yuanfei must have done something in secret. Father. What did you do? Huang Jialong looked at his father in shock. It was as though this was the first time he had met his father. Duan Lingtian and Elder Mo did not ask any questions, but their eyes were filled with confusion as they looked at Huang Yuanfei. It's nothing. I just sent a voice transmission to the leaders of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation and told them that if they give me the golden nematodes, I'll take out a profound golden pill for them to bid on. Huang Yuanfei replied nonchalantly to the confusion on the faces of the three men from the Duan Lingtian Nation. I told them that I can ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills with 2 golden nematodes. However, I'll take one for myself and the other for them to bid on. After Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian again. The most important person in this matter was Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian failed to refine 2 profound golden pills or only 1 profound golden pill, he would be labeled as a liar. Moreover, he would offend the 2 powerhouses from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. The 2 powerhouses were both one basic celestial kings. Huang Jialong was stunned, and so was Elder Mo. They did not expect Huang Yuanfei would lie to the leaders of the 2 nations and say he could ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Naturally, the king-grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, there was no king-grade celestial alchemist here. Duan Lingtian was grade celestial alchemist would be able to refine the profound golden pill. At this moment, both of their gazes landed on Duan Lingtian at the same time. The people from the 2 nations should only be able to ask a duke-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill. Otherwise, the Emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Emperor of the Moran Nation would have taken one of the golden nematodes away before His Majesty even asked the Emperor of the Solitary Nation. It's precisely because they can't ask a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill that they want both of the golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. Huang Yuanfei continued to say, for this reason, when they found out I was able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine a profound golden pill and offered a profound golden pill to them, they were willing to let me have the 2 golden nematodes. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression on his face. He knew clearly in his heart that his father was able to make such a decision completely because he trusted this brother Duan. If Duan Lingtian failed to refine the profound golden pill, his father would become enemies with the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. At this moment, old Mo looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian looked at Huang Yuanfei solemnly and said, I won't let you down. He did not expect Huang Yuanfei to trust him so much. Huang Yuanfei was willing to risk offending the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. If Huang Yuanfei failed to refine the profound golden pill, not only would he offend the 2 celestial kings, but he would also offend the Emperor of the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. Little Tian, when do you plan to refine the profound golden pill? Huang Yuanfei asked as he handed the 2 golden nematodes to Duan Lingtian. When Huang Yuanfei won the bid for the golden nematodes, the old man on the stage had sent them to the private room. Huang Yuanfei had also given him 30,000 prominent celestial crystals. Let's wait until the auction ends. Duan Lingtian took the jade box that contained the 2 golden nematodes as he replied to Huang Yuanfei. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he looked at Huang Yuanfei and said, Uncle Huang, you can tell the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to come to the palace we're staying in to bid for the profound golden pill in 10 days. All right. Huang Yuanfei was touched by Duan Lingtian's confidence. He immediately sent a voice transmission to the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. 10 days? All right. City Governor Huang, I'll bring my men to visit the palace you're staying in 10 days. The celestial kings from the Moran Nation quickly responded. City Governor Huang, will you be able to meet the king-grade celestial alchemist? The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were clearly interested in the king-grade celestial alchemist. Old Hu, I'm afraid that won't be possible. The celestial alchemist doesn't like to meet outsiders. Huang Yuanfei replied through voice transmission. Naturally, he could not tell the celestial kings from the East Ming nation that he could not hire a king-grade celestial alchemist and that the person who refined the profound golden pill was a prominent celestial alchemist. In the past, if someone had told him that a prominent celestial alchemist was confident he could refine the profound golden pill, he would not have believed them. However, based on Duan Lingtian's confidence and steadiness, Huang Yuanfei trusted Duan Lingtian. Although it was risky, Huang Yuanfei still trusted him. Nevertheless, he still chose to trust Duan Lingtian. He had a feeling this purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old had something that ordinary people could not understand. For example, when Duan Lingtian was only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial and did not use any profundities, he had defeated his son, Huang Jialong, with just one move. In the past, he did not even dare to think about this. Therefore, he had no way of questioning this purple-clothed young man whom he could not see through it all. What a pity. The celestial kings from the East Ming nation were not disappointed when they heard Huang Yuanfei's words. It was obvious they had expected this outcome. The imperial family's auction continued amidst the confusion in the auction hall. Soon after, the people in the auction hall shifted their attention to the next item. They no longer cared about why the East Ming nation and the Moran nation did not compete with the supporting Fall nation for the 2 golden nematodes. These are the golden nematodes. Duan Lingtian opened the jade box, and 2 worms that were as long as an adult's index finger lay in the jade box. The worms were golden in color and as thin as a thread. Although they were lifeless, they gave off a sharp aura. It was as if these golden thread-like worms could easily cut through anything. In fact, a living golden nematode could indeed cut through many things with a swing of its body. It was said that it could even cut a primitive celestial weapon in half with a swing of its body. Mediocre celestial pills could be cut in half with just a few swings of its body. After Duan Lingtian learned that the golden nematode was one of the 2 main medicinal ingredients required to refine the profound golden pill, he went to learn more about it. The golden nematode was a type of celestial beast. However, it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It lived on instinct like a wild beast. While Duan Lingtian was flipping through the golden nematodes, the auction house was bustling with noise and excitement as the sounds of bidding rose and fell. However, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the following items. He did not see anything that piqued his interest. Although Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the items, he did see a few items that piqued his interest. However, he did not manage to buy anything in the end. Based on his expression, it was clear he did not care about the items. It was clear he was only slightly interested in the items. As time passed, the imperial family's auction gradually came to an end. Next up is the last item in the imperial family's auction of the solitary nation. This item is a little special. It was entrusted to us by a senior sectless cultivator who's a 4-phenomenon celestial king. The old man on the stage spoke again. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the entire auction hall fell silent again. However, it did not take long before the crowd burst into an uproar again. Heavens! A 4-phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? A 4-phenomenon celestial king's item is definitely something extraordinary. What is it? A king-grade celestial pill? Or is it a special treasure? I can't wait to see what's going on. A 4-phenomenon celestial king's treasure must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, the people from the supporting Fall nation, the East Ming nation, and the Moran nation were in an uproar as well. A 4-phenomenon celestial king entrusted the item to be auctioned? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Although he did not know what the 4-phenomenon celestial king had entrusted the item to be auctioned, he knew it would be extraordinary. However, the items that the 4-phenomenon celestial kings put up for auction were definitely not ordinary. After all, the strongest person in the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation was only a 3-talent celestial king. Even the emperors of the 3 nations would have to treat a sectless cultivator who was a 4-phenomenon celestial king with respect. Soon after, under everyone's watchful eyes, the grey-clad old man on the stage took out a long jade box. The jade box was 3 feet long, 1 foot wide, and half a foot tall. What's that? When the grey-clothed old man raised his hand and slowly opened the jade box, the gazes of everyone present landed on the jade box one after another. They stared at the jade box without blinking. Chapter 2975. A 4-phenomenon celestial king was considered one of the strongest powerhouses in the Thousand Nations territory. How could the items that such an existence would take out to auction be ordinary? For this reason, everyone was filled with anticipation when they heard the old man say that the item was auctioned off by a 4-phenomenon celestial king. What did the rogue cultivator who was a 4-phenomenon celestial king put up for auction in the solitary nation? I didn't expect to see a 4-phenomenon celestial king auctioning off a treasure here. Fortunately, I didn't leave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to witness such a grand occasion. That's right. I wonder what kind of treasure it is. If it's possible, I'll bid for it at all costs. A 4-phenomenon celestial king auctioned off a treasure that's auctioned off by a 4-phenomenon celestial king can't be ordinary. The jade box is about to be opened. A group of people stared at the jade box in the old man's hand that was slowly opening. Meanwhile, in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation were seated, Duan Lingtian was also looking at the jade box that was slowly opening in the old man's hand. Crack. The jade box was completely opened. At the same time, the item in the jade box was revealed to everyone. A strangely shaped tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. Although it was a branch that had been separated, it was emerald green. Even the leaves on it were very lush and did not give off the feeling of wilting at all. Logically speaking, if a tree branch was detached from the tree, it would lose its nutrients and would gradually wither away. However, that tree branch was quietly lying in the jade box. It did not show any signs of decay. Not only that, but it also showed no signs of withering. At this moment, anyone who extended their divine consciousness to touch the tree branch would be able to sense the vitality in it. This is, heavens! Why is there such a thing here? Why is there such a thing here? Just when Duan Ling Tian's gaze was attracted by the branch in the jade box, 3 voices resounded in his body at almost the same time, and the voices were filled with disbelief. These 3 voices belonged to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Do all of you recognize this tree branch? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. At the same time, the atmosphere in the room where the people from the supporting Fall Nation, the East Ming Nation, and the Moran Nation were seated was tense. What's this? Why does it have such a strong vitality? Not only did this tree branch not wither away, but it also has such a strong vitality. It's not an ordinary tree branch. Who knows what tree it is? Maybe it's some kind of rare material. This thing doesn't look ordinary. Although none of the people present could recognize what the branch in the old man's hand on the auction stage was, they could clearly feel that the branch was not simple. Most of the people who knew it. What's this? Yes. What's this thing? Many curious gazes fell on the old man on the auction stage. Many people couldn't help but ask the old man. Facing the curious gazes, the old man said calmly, "What is this?" "I don't know." Phenomenons of the phenomenons heaveness. Everyone was stunned. I'm not the only one who doesn't know what it is. Even the 4-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is. The old man continued to speak. What? Even the 4-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it doesn't know what it is? How? How are we supposed to bid for it? I don't even know what this is. Although this thing doesn't look simple, it doesn't seem to have much value before we know how to use it, right? Many people in the auction hall frowned when they learned that even the four-phenomenon celestial king who auctioned it did not know what it was. Although I don't know what it is, it contains a strong vitality. The old man took the tree branch out of the jade box and showed it to everyone. At the same time, he raised his other hand and slashed it at the tree branch. Buzz! The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. Spurt! A faint sound rang in the air as a deep cut appeared on the tree branch. At the same time, the branch swayed as though it would break at any moment. The crowd was puzzled by the old man's actions when a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. He saw that the broken part of the tree trunk, where the branches were almost cut off, had strands of light green light wriggling, but the broken part was recovering at a very exaggerated speed. About 10 breaths later, the tree trunk that was almost broken completely returned to its original state, as if it had never been damaged. This, unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This is too inconceivable. It was clearly about to break, but in just a few breaths of time, it returned to its original state. This tree branch is definitely not simple. Even if I don't know what this tree branch is made of, I'll do my best to bid for it. It's because of its terrifying recovery ability. In the vast auction venue, the sound of people sucking in cold breaths of air rose and fell like rolling waves, frequent to the extreme. The starting bid for this nameless tree branch is 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. The old man said loudly on the auction stage. After he finished speaking, he quickly added, every bid must be at least 10,000 prominent celestial crystals. Moreover, the imperial family of the solitary nation is also interested in this tree branch. Therefore, I'll bid for it as well. The old man added. As soon as he said this, it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Even the imperial family of the solitary nation was interested in this nameless tree branch. It seems like the four-phenomenon celestial kings are really auctioning this tree branch. Otherwise, the imperial family of the solitary nation would have already bid for it. Even so, it's possible that the imperial family of the solitary nation is deliberately raising the price of this nameless tree branch. We have to be careful. No matter what, this nameless tree branch is really tempting. I'm afraid the final bid won't be lower than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's equivalent to the price of 2 king-grade celestial weapons. In the auction hall, the sounds of discussion and whispers continued without end. 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. At the same time, a voice rang from the private room where the people from the Moran nation were seated. The person who made the bid was none other than the leader of the group from the Moran nation. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a blue robe and had a dignified expression on his face. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as the person from the Moran nation made the bid, the old man on the auction stage said, doubling the price of the nameless tree branch. Wow! An uproar broke out instantly. Not only was the old man the second person to bid for the nameless tree branch, but he had also doubled the price of the nameless tree branch. After the old man finished speaking, he added, this is the price that the imperial family of the solitary nation has set. If someone bids more than 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, the imperial family of the solitary nation will no longer bid for it. As soon as the old man finished speaking, no one made a bid for the nameless tree branch. The imperial family of the solitary nation has set the price at 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It seems like the imperial family of the solitary nation doesn't think much of the nameless tree branch. Well, it's normal. Even the four-phenomenon celestial kings couldn't find any clues about the nameless tree branch. Therefore, the imperial family of the solitary nation has no use for it. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals for a collector's item. That's too extravagant. That's right. It's equivalent to exchanging 2 king-grade celestial weapons for a collector's item. It's impossible for ordinary people to have such boldness. The people from the Moran nation remained silent for a long time. It was clear that they had given up on bidding for the nameless tree branch. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, going once. The old man on the auction stage began to count down 210,000 prominent celestial crystals. An old voice rang from the private room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated. It was none other than the old man from the East Ming nation, 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. Huang Yuan Fei, who was in the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated, joined the bid as well. Father, do you know what the nameless tree branch is? Huang Jialong didn't expect his father to participate in the auction and was stunned for a moment. No, I don't. Huang Yuanfei shook his head in response to Huang Jialong's question. I just think it's not as simple as it looks, so I'm just casually bidding for it. If someone else raises the price again, I won't buy it anymore. Casually bidding for it? Huang Jialong was speechless. He did not expect his father to be even more willful than him. Old Mo, do you know what the nameless tree branch is? Huang Yuanfei asked the old man next to him who was frowning. I don't know. The old man shook his head. 260,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the auction hall, a middle-aged man raised his bid, surpassing Huang Yuanfei's bid in one fell swoop. The middle-aged man instantly became the center of attention. Isn't he Gu Zheng, the vice-sect leader of the Great 8,000 Hands sect? It's him. I didn't expect him to be here as well. It seems like Gu Zheng is interested in the nameless tree branch as well. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, not only were the 1,000 celestial kingdoms in the 1,000 nations territory Grade 8 forces, but there were also some sects and clans that were Grade 8 forces as well. However, most of the Grade 8 sects and clans were not as strong as Grade 8 celestial kingdoms. Even so, they were still stronger than Grade 9 forces, 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the vice-sect leader of the 1,000 Hands sect, Gu Zheng, an indifferent voice sounded out from the private room and shifted everyone's attention. It's the people from the supporting Fall nation again? The voice came from the private room where the people from the supporting Fall nation were seated. Chapter 2976. Boy, you must get it. Whatever it takes. If you miss this opportunity, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. The profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth urged Duan Lingtian to bid for the nameless tree branch. Under such circumstances, although Duan Lingtian did not know what the nameless tree branch was, he still hastily raised the price. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he heard Duan Lingtian's bid. All the celestial crystals in his possession amounted to about 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. Apart from celestial crystals, he also had king-grade celestial weapons that he could sell in exchange for celestial crystals. Before he came here, Huang Jialong had told him that he could use some items as collateral in exchange for celestial crystals. For example, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be used as collateral for 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. In the profound Nether Mansion's 1,000 nations territory, a complete king-grade celestial weapon could be sold for at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals or even more. Not only are my king-grade celestial weapons complete, but they're also not the worst king-grade celestial weapons. I'll lose a lot of money if I use them as collateral. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Then, he thought about the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth's reaction. However, it's worth it if I can get the nameless tree branch. Although they had not told him what the nameless tree branch was, it was clear that they had not told him what it was. Based on their reaction, it was clear the nameless tree branch was not ordinary. Could this nameless tree branch be one of the 5 divine elements, the clear heaven's divine wood? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The 5 divine elements corresponded to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 divine elements were the profound divine metal, the clear heaven's divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine flame, and the chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the chaos divine flame. Brother Duan? Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian, dumbfounded. when he saw Duan Ling Tian joining in the bidding and bidding 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo, their gazes also landed on Duan Ling Tian. "Little Tian, do you know what that is?" Huang Yuanfei asked tentatively. "I don't know." Faced with Huang Yuanfei's question, Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I just feel that this thing isn't simple. If I miss it, I might regret it. This thing is indeed not simple. In my life, this is the first time I've seen such a strange phenomenon." Huang Yuanfei said. "If this thing is a medicinal ingredient used to refine celestial pills, the celestial pills refined with this would definitely be extraordinary." At this moment, Huang Jialong regained his senses. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Brother Duan, are you suspecting that this nameless tree branch is some kind of alchemy material?" However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was staring at the nameless tree branch in the old man's hand. It was as though he did not hear Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was not the only one who thought Duan Ling Tian was silent. Even Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo thought Duan Ling Tian had acquiesced to Huang Jialong's words. "That's not the clear heavens divine wood. If it's just the clear heavens divine wood, the three of us wouldn't have lost our composure." When the chaos divine flame heard Duan Ling Tian asking if the tree branch was the clear heavens divine wood from the 5 divine elements, the chaos divine flame immediately denied it. "If it's not the clear heavens divine wood, then what is it?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "It's the divine tree of life," the profound divine metal said. "The divine tree of life? What's that?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. "Lad, you don't need to know what the divine tree of life is. All you need to know is that if you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life, one of the top laws in the world," the chaos divine flame said. The chaos divine earth continued to speak. Its childish voice was filled with sincerity as though it was worshipping Buddha. "The law of life isn't something that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. The strongest law that can be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered a second-tier law. The law of life, on the other hand, is one of the top laws in the world." The chaos divine earth added. "As one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, the nameless tree branch won't only allow you to comprehend the law of life. It has many other uses as well. It'll be very beneficial to you in the future." The profound divine metal paused for a moment before it continued to say, "Naturally, it'll be of great help to us as well." A hint of eagerness could be heard in the profound divine metal's voice when it finished speaking. "Lad, as long as you obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life, I won't just tell you what I can help you with. If you need help, I'll help you unconditionally," the chaos divine earth said again. Its childish voice was filled with eagerness. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the chaos divine earth's words. It seemed like the main branches from the divine tree of life were of great help to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, and the profound divine metal. Otherwise, they would not have urged him to obtain one of the main branches from the divine tree of life so eagerly. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals. Gu Zheng, the vice sect leader of the Thousand Hands sect, raised the price again after Duan Ling Tian had placed his bid. This time, his bid was even higher than Duan Ling Tian's. Before the crowd could react, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang again. Duan Ling Tian said, 350,000 prominent celestial crystals. He added another 40,000 prominent celestial crystals as soon as he opened his mouth. Gu Zheng frowned upon hearing this. He did not expect someone from the supporting Fall Nation's private room would bid for the nameless branch in such a manner. This time, Gu Zheng stopped bidding after Duan Ling Tian made his bid. To him, the reason why he participated in the auction was because he was curious about the nameless tree branch and wanted to collect it for himself. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit of what he could afford. I don't think the bidder from the supporting Fall Nation's private room is Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, right? Based on the voice, it seems to be a young man. As far as I know, there are only 2 young people from the supporting Fall Nation who came this time. One of them is Huang Yuan Fei's son, Huang Jialong. The other one is Duan Lingtian, a genius sectless cultivator who recently appeared in the supporting Fall Nation's Southern Heaven combat. This voice must belong to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many people guessed that the bidder was Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? Could it be that he knows the divine tree of life? In the private room where the people from the East Ming nation were seated, a gray-clad young man with a cold expression on his face had a subtle glint in his eyes. The gray-clad young man was none other than Ling Jueyan, the genius sectless cultivator who rose to fame during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming nation. As soon as the old man on the stage opened the jade box, Ling Jueyan recognized it as one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. The main branch of the divine tree of life was a precious treasure to ordinary people. Ordinary people would be able to comprehend the law of life if they obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life. However, it was useless to Duan Lingtian. This was because the law of life and his clan's law of life restrained each other. Moreover, his bloodline prevented him from comprehending the law of life for the rest of his life. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going once. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going twice. After Duan Lingtian made his bid, no one else made a bid. At this moment, the old man on the stage began to count down. I wonder if Duan Lingtian really recognized the main branch of the divine tree of life or if he's just trying to keep it. If it's the former, then this Duan Lingtian is not a simple person. After all, even in the small Southern Heaven territory, including the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, I don't think anyone can recognize the main branch of the divine tree of life. If it's the latter, then this Duan Lingtian can only be considered lucky. Ling Jueyan thought to himself as he stood by the window of the private room when he saw the main branch of the divine tree of life was about to be obtained by Duan Lingtian. He had no intention of telling the people from the East Ming nation that the main branch of the divine tree of life was the culprit. This was because he knew the people from the East Ming nation would not understand or believe him even if he told them about it. Moreover, there was a risk of exposing his identity. For this reason, he did not say anything to the people from the East Ming nation. 350,000 prominent celestial crystals going thrice. At this moment, the old man on the stage announced the winner of the divine tree of life. With this, Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the divine tree of life. Brother Duan, you don't have enough celestial crystals, right? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian in the private room. I have about 25 million mediocre celestial crystals, which is equivalent to 250,000 prominent celestial crystals. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial crystals, I'll just take out a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian smiled. Although he did not have enough celestial crystals, he would have enough if he took out a king-grade celestial weapon. Little Tian, there's no need to pawn a king-grade celestial weapon. Huang Yuan Fei stopped Duan Lingtian and said, I'll lend you 100,000 prominent celestial crystals first. You can return the remaining prominent celestial crystals to me after you sell the profound golden pills. In that case, thank you, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Huang Yuan Fei was doing this for his own good. If he pawned a king-grade celestial weapon, he would definitely suffer a loss. Huang Yuan Fei clearly did not want him to suffer a loss. Therefore, he did not refuse. Moreover, he was confident he could refine 2 profound golden pills with the 2 golden nematodes. As long as he sold 1 profound golden pill, it would not be difficult for him to earn 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. When Huang Jialong saw Duan Lingtian giving away the spatial ring that contained enough celestial crystals and putting the divine tree of life away, he could not help but exclaim, Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. I really have to hand it to you, Brother Duan. Chapter 2977. Duan Lingtian did not have many prominent celestial crystals in his possession. In fact, he had almost used up all his prominent celestial crystals when he was buying origin stones in West Lane City of the Solitary Nation. Naturally, he did not have many prominent celestial crystals, but he had a lot of mediocre celestial crystals. He had killed a 9 palaces celestial duke and a 1 basic celestial king from the blissful sect and a 10 directions celestial duke from the profound heaven celestial sect in the borderlands. The wealth that the 3 of them had brought to him was shocking in the borderlands. The 3 of them had given him more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals. As such, the number of intermediate immortal crystals he had in his possession was shocking. He had more than 25 million intermediate immortal crystals, 100,000 prominent celestial crystals and 25 million mediocre celestial crystals. Is this sectless genius from the supporting Fall Nation taking advantage of this opportunity to take out all his mediocre celestial crystals? The grey-clad old man on the auction stage was shocked and he saw the number of mediocre celestial crystals in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a genius. Not many people in the Southern Heaven Territory possessed more than 20 million mediocre celestial crystals, let alone the solitary nation. After all, mediocre celestial crystals were of a low grade. Naturally, this was the grey-clad old man's opinion. At this moment, the grey-clad old man did not know that there was another area at the edge of the Southern Heaven Territory outside the formation barrier. It was called the Borderlands. There were only primitive celestial crystal veins in the Borderlands. The most they could produce was mediocre celestial crystals. Although there were some prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, most of them came from the central area. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had plundered some wealth in the Borderlands, there were only a few thousand prominent celestial crystals. Most of them were mediocre celestial crystals. Naturally, there were also many primitive celestial crystals. Brother Duan, I really have to hand it to you, where did you get the 25 million mid-grade immortal crystals? While Huang Jialong looked at Duan Lingtian in shock, Huang Yuanfei and Elder Mo also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. I obtained these mediocre celestial crystals when I was in the Borderlands. It's rare to see prominent celestial crystals in the Borderlands, Duan Lingtian said. The imperial auction held by the solitary nation's imperial family came to an end after Duan Lingtian obtained the main branch from the divine tree of life. Of course, outsiders did not know that it was the main branch of the divine tree of life. Even if someone said that it was the main branch of the divine tree of life, they didn't know what it was, let alone its true value. Not many people in the spirit overarching heaven knew about the divine tree of life, let alone the Southern Heaven Territory. After the auction ended, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin, Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Elder Mo back to the solitary nation's imperial palace. Along the way, He Feng, the commander of the solitary nation's imperial guards, caught up with them. As soon as he caught up with them, he immediately asked Huang Yuanfei. As soon as he caught up with them, he asked, City Governor Huang, how did you do it? The people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation aren't ordinary people. It's unbelievable that they gave up on bidding for the golden nematodes. A hint of curiosity could be seen in He Feng's eyes as soon as he finished speaking. Commander He, are you the one who's curious? Or is that person the one who's curious? Huang Yuanfei asked as he looked at He Feng. Huang Yuanfei emphasized the words that person. His Majesty is indeed curious. That's why he sent me a message. However, I'm curious as well. After all, the people from the Moran Nation and the East Ming Nation came for the 2 golden nematodes, but they gave up on bidding at the crucial moment. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you must have done something, City Governor Huang, He Feng said. Huang Yuanfei nodded. It's nothing. In response to He Feng's question, Huang Yuanfei said indifferently, I told them that as long as I obtain the 2 golden nematodes, I'll be able to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine 2 profound golden pills. I'll keep 1 profound golden pill for myself. As for the other profound golden pill, I'll let them bid for it. For this reason, they gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It was clear Huang Yuanfei did not intend to hide this matter. Naturally, he knew he would not be able to hide it even if he wanted to. 10 days later, one of the people from the East Ming nation and the Moran nation would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill. Under such circumstances, they would not continue to hide this matter. A king-grade celestial alchemist? He Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard Huang Yuanfei's words. He did not expect to receive such an answer. Although the emperors of the solitary nation could hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill, they would have to pay a high price. The emperors of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation wanted to obtain the 2 golden nematodes because they did not want to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. They only wanted supreme celestial alchemists who were confident in refining the profound golden pill. For this reason, the higher the number of golden nematodes, the higher the success rate. The emperor of the supporting Fall nation is really bold. He Feng exclaimed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He Feng thought the emperor of the supporting Fall nation was willing to pay a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist to help Duan Lingtian become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial before the southern heaven ancient realm opened. The emperor of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation could not compare to him. However, it did not cross He Feng's mind that the person who wanted the 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill was not a king-grade celestial alchemist, but Duan Lingtian himself. After He Feng and Duan Lingtian returned to the solitary nation's imperial palace, they bade farewell to each other and left. After that, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the palace that the imperial palace of the solitary nation had arranged for them. Little Tian, if there's anything you need to refine the profound golden pill, just let me know. I'll do my best to help you. Huang Yuanfei said to Duan Lingtian after they returned to the imperial palace. Although he was confident in Duan Lingtian, he still felt pressured when he thought about how he would offend the celestial kings of the East Ming nation and the Moran nation if he could not produce the profound golden pill in 10 days. Don't worry, Uncle Huang. I won't let you down. After informing Huang Yuanfei, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and began to refine the profound golden pill. He was the only one who knew he was not an ordinary prominent celestial alchemist. Ordinary prominent celestial alchemists relied on prominent celestial fires to refine pills, but Duan Lingtian relied on his chaos divine flame to refine pills. Although the third form of the chaos divine flame was comparable to a prominent celestial fire, it was not something a prominent celestial fire could compare to. In fact, in many aspects, even a high-grade celestial fire could not compare to a prominent celestial fire. Hee hee. Little boy, didn't you say you'll help this brat as long as he obtains the main branch from the divine tree of life? The profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. Based on its words, it was clear it was talking to the chaos divine earth. Although it won't be difficult for him to refine the profound golden pill with Old Hua's help and his innate talent in alchemy, he still can't guarantee a 100% success rate. If you make a move, I'm sure you can guarantee a 100% success rate. Duan Lingtian nodded. When Duan Lingtian heard the profound divine metal's words, he had already guessed the chaos divine earth would be able to help him refine the profound golden pill. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the profound divine metal's words. As long as the chaos divine earth helped him, it would be able to refine the profound golden pill? Although the chaos divine earth was confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill, it was only 80 to 90% confident it would be able to refine the profound golden pill. However, after listening to the profound divine metal's words, it was clear the chaos divine earth would be able to refine the profound golden pill. When Duan Lingtian thought about the pressure Huang Yuanfei would have to endure, he took a deep breath and prepared to ask the chaos divine earth for help. There's no need for you to remind me. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, the chaos divine earth's voice rang in the air. Of course, I remember what I said. After snorting at the profound divine metal, the chaos divine earth turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Brat, take out your pill cauldron." Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Lingtian took out his pill cauldron even though he did not know what the chaos divine earth wanted. As soon as the prominent celestial pill cauldron was taken out, Duan Lingtian could feel the chaos divine earth in his right arm glowing with a yellow light. A moment later, a khaki-colored energy shot out from his hand and entered the upper-grade celestial artifact pill cauldron. Swoosh! The pill cauldron shook, and Duan Lingtian saw a layer of yellow light on the surface of the pill cauldron. The Chaos Divine Earth can be fused with a celestial alchemist's pill cauldron to increase the success rate of refining pills. With the Chaos Divine Earth and my help, you'll be able to successfully refine the profound golden pill. The Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in the air. Let's begin. The Chaos Divine Flame reminded Duan Lingtian when it realized he was still in a daze. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Lingtian began to refine the profound golden pill. The profound golden pill was one of the most difficult prominent celestial pills to refine. The steps to refine it were extremely complicated. However, Duan Lingtian was able to refine it with ease. After all, Duan Lingtian's alchemy skills had surpassed most Duke-grade celestial alchemists and was almost on par with King-grade celestial alchemists. While Duan Lingtian was refining the profound golden pill, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation learned about the profound golden pill from their leader. The reason they did not bid for the 2 golden nematodes during the imperial family's auction was because the supporting Fall Nation invited a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill? The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is really bold. I don't think the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation is that bold. I suspect the king-grade celestial alchemist from the Flying Tiger clan is willing to help Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2978. The Flying Tiger Clan? To be more precise, it's the Flying Tiger clan's branch in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Now that you mention it, I remember that the vice-clan leader of the Flying Tiger clan came to the capital of the Solitary Nation 2 days ago for a royal-grade celestial weapon. I'm afraid you're unaware that Duan Lingtian obtained the royal-grade celestial weapon from a sword-shaped origin stone. He gave the royal-grade celestial weapon to Bai Gang, a copper flying tiger from the Flying Tiger clan's branch. Bai Gang is one of the people who accompanied the leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation. It makes sense now that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon for the Flying Tiger clan's branch. It's enough for them to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him. Although the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation were in their respective palaces, their speculations were the same. The leader of the group from the supporting Fall Nation promised me that he'll offer a profound golden pill to us and the Moran Nation in 10 days. The old man said to the people from the East Ming Nation. The profound golden pill. Ling Jueyan's expression changed slightly when he heard the old man's words. Previously, he had only wanted 2 golden nematodes to refine the profound golden pill. However, since no king-grade celestial alchemist was willing to refine the profound golden pill, Ling Jueyan was only slightly hopeful that the 2 golden nematodes would be able to refine the profound golden pill. But now, with the refined profound golden pill, the little bit of expectation in his heart disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of anticipation. Elder Hu, I'm determined to obtain the profound golden pill. Ling Jueyan said to the old man through voice transmission, I roughly know the upper limit of the celestial crystals that His Majesty has set for the 2 golden nematodes. If you can help me obtain the profound golden pill, not only will I return your personal celestial crystals, but I'll also owe you a favor. Ling Jueyan's words revealed his determination to obtain the profound golden pill. Little brother Ling, with your words, I will definitely do my best. The old man replied with a voice transmission. His eyes were filled with determination. He had high hopes for Ling Jueyan. In fact, during their journey from the East Ming Kingdom to the Solitary Kingdom, he vaguely felt that Ling Jueyan was not a rogue cultivator, but someone from a big family. Although his words and actions were filled with indifference, there was also an air of nobility that made him feel ashamed many times. Therefore, he believed that as long as he helped Ling Jueyan, he would definitely be rewarded in the future. It was only a matter of time. No wonder Elder Hu gave up on bidding for the 2 golden nematodes. It turns out that the people from the supporting Fall Nation made such a promise. Hearing the old man's words, the second prince of the East Ming Kingdom, and the other people of the East Ming Kingdom were enlightened. It turned out that the person from the supporting Fall Nation had promised to offer a profound golden pill to the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Meanwhile, the group of people from the Moran Nation also learned from the middle-aged man that the person from the supporting Fall Nation was going to offer a profound golden pill to them and the people from the East Ming Nation. A profound golden pill, a profound golden pill. The seventh prince of the Moran Nation looked at the middle-aged man eagerly and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Yen, I know Father gave you an upper limit on the number of celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. However, our goal is not the golden nematodes, but the profound golden pill. Therefore, I hope you can ignore the upper limit. If it's necessary, Uncle Yen, you can pay me some celestial crystals first. I'll ask Father to return the celestial crystals to you when we return to the nation." The seventh prince of the Moran Nation was extremely excited when he learned he had a chance to obtain the profound golden pill. As long as he obtained the profound golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. At that time, he was confident he would become the strongest person below celestial dukes in the Moran Nation. Although he was not as talented as Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall Nation and Ling Juan from the East Ming Nation, it was still enough for him to perform better in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I know what to do," the middle-aged man replied indifferently. In the palace of the Solitary Nation, there was a palace in the middle of the palace. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation had just finished listening to He Feng's words. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation wants a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for Duan Lingtian. As soon as He Feng finished speaking, the Emperor of the Solitary Nation shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I know the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation very well. He's not that bold." The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said confidently. As the Emperor of the Solitary Nation, which was adjacent to the supporting Fall Nation, he knew the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation very well. The price of hiring a king-grade celestial alchemist was too high. The Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation was the kind of person who would not act unless he was certain Duan Lingtian would bring him great benefits. Otherwise, he would not pay such a high price to hire a king-grade celestial alchemist. If the Emperor of the supporting Fall Nation didn't hire a king-grade celestial alchemist, could it be Huang Yuanfei? He doesn't have the ability to do that, right? He Feng frowned slightly. He doesn't have the ability to do that. The Emperor of the Solitary Nation said indifferently, however, don't forget about the people around him. For example, Bai Gang. Bai Gang? Upon hearing the Emperor of the Solitary Nation's words, He Feng's eyes widened as a thought appeared in his mind. "Your Highness, are you saying that Duan Lingtian obtained a royal-grade celestial weapon from the sword-shaped origin stone and asked the Flying Tiger clan to send a king-grade celestial alchemist to refine the profound golden pill for him? Apart from that, I can't think of any other possibilities," the Emperor of the Solitary Nation said. After listening to the Emperor of the Solitary Nation's words, He Feng was certain this was the truth. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye for people in the Devata realms. 10 days later, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes as a bright smile appeared on his face. "I've finally become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura had changed slightly. With just a thought, the celestial origin energy that appeared on his body was no longer the same as before. This was because Duan Lingtian had officially become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The profound golden pill's efficacy is really strong. With a wave of his hand, a pill bottle appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. It contained one of the 2 profound golden pills he had refined a few days ago. As for the other profound golden pill, he had consumed it a few days ago. He had only regained consciousness after he had completely digested its efficacy and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. "I'm sure Uncle Huang has been waiting for a long time." When Duan Lingtian walked out of his room, he immediately looked up and saw it was almost noon. It seemed like the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had arrived. "Brother Duan, you're finally out." Before Duan Ling Tian could look away, a relieved voice rang in his ears. He could tell it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, Duan Ling Tian finally saw Huang Jialong standing next to Lu Guanglin in the courtyard. Brother Duan, did you succeed? Huang Jialong asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face. Right now, his father and elder Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Kingdom and Moran Kingdom in the main hall of the temporary residence they were currently residing in. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation had come for the profound golden pill. Duan Ling Tian was worried because he did not know if the profound golden pill had been successfully refined. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and shook the pill bottle. Then, he tossed the pill bottle to Huang Jialong as though it was a piece of trash. Is this the profound golden pill? Huang Jialong took the pill bottle with a solemn expression on his face. He opened the bottle and saw the pill lying inside. The fragrance of the pill assailed his nostrils. Coupled with the unique glow on the pill, Huang Jialong could tell it was the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up when he confirmed the pill bottle was the profound golden pill. He knew Duan Ling Tian had succeeded. Brother Duan, did you only manage to refine one profound golden pill, or did you refine two? Huang Jialong asked. He heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed the pill bottle contained the profound golden pill. What do you think? Duan Ling Tian deliberately revealed the aura of his soul to Huang Jialong. Huang Jialong was aware of Duan Ling Tian's strength. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Huang Jialong's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his face. Congratulations, Brother Duan, I didn't expect you to be able to refine two profound golden pills. Huang Jialong sighed. To think that I didn't have high hopes for you. I even thought Father was blind to trust you so much. It seems like I'm not as good as Father after all. As Huang Jialong lamented, a hint of guilt appeared on his face. Congratulations, my lord. At this moment, Lu Guanglin also congratulated Duan Ling Tian. A hint of admiration could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Although he had confidence in his master, when he learned that his master had really refined two profound gold pills, he couldn't help but feel inexplicably shocked. The people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation should be here by now, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. They're in the main hall. Father and old Mo are entertaining them. Since you've come out of your closed-door cultivation, let's go together. I'd like to see how many celestial crystals the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation are willing to pay for the profound golden pill. Huang Jialong was anxious when he first arrived. However, when he returned, he no longer felt anxious. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Chapter 2979. It was quite a distance away from Duan Lingtian's residence to the main hall of the imperial residence. Along the way, Huang Jialong said guiltily, Brother Duan, I didn't believe you'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. You won't blame me, right? Clearly, he was very concerned about this matter. After all, to a certain extent, this was because he did not trust Duan Ling Tian. Why would I blame you? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. If I were you, I wouldn't believe I'd be able to refine the profound golden pill. After all, the profound golden pill is not an ordinary prominent celestial pill. However, I'm only a prominent celestial alchemist. After refining the profound golden pill, Duan Ling Tian finally realized how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. It was no wonder it was rumored that not even 1 in 10,000 prominent celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. In fact, not even 1 in 100 supreme celestial alchemists would be able to refine the profound golden pill. If I didn't have the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, I wouldn't even have a 10% chance of successfully refining the profound golden pill with my current level of mastery in the alchemy Tao. Before refining the profound golden pill, Duan Ling Tian had no idea how difficult it was to refine the profound golden pill. However, He now had a deeper understanding of the difficulty of refining the profound golden pill. If it were not for the help of the Chaos Divine Flame and the Chaos Divine Earth, he would not have been able to refine the profound golden pill. However, I didn't expect the Chaos Divine Earth to possess a cauldron and increase my success rate. Moreover, it seems like it can possess a defensive celestial artifact to increase its defensive ability. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had thought the Chaos Divine Earth would be able to help him. However, he was still pleasantly surprised when he learned about the Chaos Divine Earth's ability. In the main hall, Huang Yuanfei and Old Mo were entertaining the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. There were 3 people from the East Ming Nation. Only 2 people from the Moran Nation had come. Brother Duan, the old man in the lead, is a one basic celestial king from the East Ming Nation. His name is Hu Qing, Duan Ling Tian said. As for the 2 young men beside him, the silver-robed young man is the second prince of the East Ming Nation, while the gray-robed young man is the genius rogue cultivator, Ling Jueyan, who made a name for himself during the Southern Heaven combat in the East Ming Nation. Before entering the main hall, Huang Jialong had already introduced the people from the East Ming Kingdom and the Moran Kingdom to Duan Ling Tian. There are 2 people from the Moran Nation. One of them is a one basic celestial king of the Moran Nation. His name is Lian Jingxing, the other person is the 7th prince of the Moran Kingdom. By the time Huang Jialong finished his introduction to Duan Ling Tian, they had already crossed the threshold and entered the main hall. Father. Huang Jialong entered the hall and directly walked in front of Huang Yuanfei and handed over the pill bottle. Huang Yuanfei's eyes brightened when he saw Huang Jialong's action. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Although he was confident in Duan Ling Tian, he still felt pressured when facing the celestial kings from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. Uncle Huang. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian followed Huang Jialong to Huang Yuanfei's side. Little Tian, thank you for your hard work. Huang Yuanfei nodded and smiled at Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. At this moment, he had already learned from his son that Duan Ling Tian had successfully refined 2 profound golden pills. Moreover, he had already consumed one of them and successfully became a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Little Tian, allow me to introduce you. After Duan Ling Tian arrived, Huang Yuanfei introduced the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he also introduced Duan Ling Tian to the 5 people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation. So, this is the genius Seckless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation who participated in the Southern Heaven combat. You're indeed young and capable. Lian Jingxing, the celestial king from the Moran Nation, glanced at Duan Ling Tian before he turned to look at Ling Jueyan from the East Ming Nation. I wonder who's stronger between little brother Duan and little brother Ling? Lian Jingxing was clearly trying to drive a wedge between the 2 of them. Alas, his attempt to drive a wedge between them was futile. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan looked at each other and smiled at each other. It was as though they had just met for the first time. There was no hint of hostility in their eyes at all. Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he saw this. It seemed like Duan Ling Tian was acquainted with the genius Seckless cultivator from the East Ming Nation. However, what he did not know was that Duan Ling Tian and Ling Jueyan did not know each other at all. They had only met once yesterday morning, and there was nothing else between them. In fact, they did not even speak to each other at all. They know each other? Lian Jingxing's expression was slightly unsightly. He did not expect his attempt to drive a wedge between the 2 of them would end in this manner. City Governor Huang, you asked your son to retrieve the profound golden pill earlier. Now that he's back, he's passed this pill bottle to you. Is the profound golden pill in this bottle? Hu Qing, the celestial king from the East Ming Nation, asked solemnly as he looked at the pill bottle in Huang Yuanfei's hand. That's right. Huang Yuanfei nodded as he poured the pill out of the bottle. It was a pill that emitted a faint fragrance and was shrouded in a unique light. The profound golden pill. As soon as the pill appeared, the people from the East Ming Nation and the Moran Nation confirmed it. It was indeed a profound golden pill. Since the profound golden pill is here, let's not waste any more time. City Governor Huang, please state the starting price. Lien Jingxing urged as he looked at Huang Yuanfei. At this moment, Hu Qing also looked at Huang Yuanfei. There's no need for a starting price. Both of you, please state the price. Huang Yuanfei said with a smile. He was not worried that either of them would back out at the last minute since the profound golden pill was extremely important to both of them. In that case, I'll throw a brick to attract jade. 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Huang Yuanfei finished speaking, Lien Jingxing immediately made a bid. He offered 200,000 high-grade celestial crystals. This price was equivalent to the price of 2 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, this was the highest price the Emperor of the Moran nation could bid for the 2 golden nematodes. The Emperor of the Moran nation did not think it was worth it to bid any higher. 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. As soon as Lien Jingxing finished speaking, Hu Qing immediately made a bid and added 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was as though the prominent celestial crystals were just a pile of rocks in his eyes. Elder Hu, you're really bold. Lien Jingxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He gritted his teeth and continued to bid. 310,000 prominent celestial crystals, 400,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing's expression remained unchanged as he said indifferently. Lien Jingxing's expression changed immediately. The 7th prince of the Moran nation's expression changed as well. They did not expect Hu Qing from the East Ming nation would bid 400,000 prominent celestial crystals for the profound golden pill without batting an eyelid. After all, the profound golden pill had appeared in the profound Nether Mansion's Thousand Nations territory before. However, the price of the profound golden pill on the black market was, at most, 200,000 prominent celestial crystals. It was rare for the price to exceed 300,000 prominent celestial crystals. After a few breaths, Lien Jingxing remained silent. Huang Yuanfei looked at Lien Jingxing and asked, Mr. Lien, are you going to continue bidding? Uncle Lien. The 7th prince of the Moran nation cried out anxiously as he looked at Lien Jingxing, 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. Lien Jingxing took a deep breath and stared at Hu Qing intently before he said in a deep voice, Elder Hu, if you continue bidding, I'll give up on the profound golden pill. However, is it really worth it to spend 500,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy a profound golden pill for an outsider? Lien Jingxing asked with a hint in his voice. He had bought the profound golden pill for the 7th prince of the Moran nation. The 7th prince of the Moran nation was a direct descendant of the Moran nation's imperial family. However, Hu Qing was bidding for the profound golden pill for an outsider. For this reason, Lien Jingxing asked Hu Qing. I know whether it's worth it or not. However, I still have to thank Brother Lien for giving up the profound golden pill, Hu Qing said indifferently. 510,000 prominent celestial crystals. Hu Qing said calmly. Then, he bid again. Humph. Lien Jingxing's expression darkened when he heard Hu Qing's bid. He scoffed before he left with the 7th prince of the Moran nation. The 7th prince of the Moran nation's expression was unsightly when he left. However, he knew he would not be able to obtain the profound golden pill today. 500,000 prominent celestial crystals was the limit he could afford. He did not think it was worth it to spend more than that. Congratulations, Elder Hu. Huang Yuanfei raised his hand and returned the profound golden pill to Hu Qing when he saw the 7th prince of the Moran nation and the 7th prince of the Moran nation leaving. Hu Qing also took out 510,000 prominent celestial crystals and handed them to Huang Yuanfei. Farewell, City Lord Huang. After the transaction was completed, Hu Qing bade farewell to Huang Yuanfei before he left with Ling Jueyun and the 2nd prince of the East Ming nation. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the others were left in the spacious hall. Little Tian, you can keep this summer ring. Huang Yuanfei removed the ownership of the spatial ring Hu Qing had given him and passed it to Duan Ling Tian. I've counted the spatial ring. There's a total of 510,000 prominent celestial crystals inside. Not a single one more or less. Uncle Huang, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian did not reach out to take the spatial ring. Although I'm the one who refined the profound golden pill, you're the one who bought the golden nematode for me. The other profound spirit flower that I used was also given to me by you, Uncle Huang. Of these 510,000 high-grade immortal crystals, I'll take 200,000 at most. Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with determination when he spoke. He had his principles, and he knew how to repay kindness. However, Huang Yuanfei was equally determined. Little Tian, you're going overboard. If it weren't for you, who can guarantee that the materials wouldn't be wasted? How about this? I'll take 10,000 prominent celestial crystals, and you can keep the remaining 500,000. Chapter 2980. In the end, Duan Lingtian gave in to Huang Yuanfei's demands and accepted the 500,000 prominent celestial crystals. According to Huang Yuanfei's words, His Majesty gave me 30,000 prominent celestial crystals to bid for the 2 golden nematodes. His Majesty is willing to pay so much for you because he wants you to become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial so that you'll stand out in the southern heaven ancient realm and be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans. His Majesty will then be rewarded generously by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty. Just treat the 10,000 prominent celestial crystals as compensation for selling the profound spirit flower to you. You don't have to feel guilty, and you don't have to feel like you owe me a favor. These were Huang Yuanfei's exact words. However, despite Huang Yuanfei's words, Duan Lingtian was certain he owed Huang Yuanfei a favor. Duan Lingtian knew very well that Huang Yuanfei's words were not cheap. Let alone 500,000 prominent celestial crystals, even if it was only 100,000 or 200,000 prominent celestial crystals, it was still a huge sum to Huang Yuanfei. Now that we've settled our business in the solitary nation, it's time for us to return. Huang Yuanfei looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Little Tian, go back and get ready. We'll return to the supporting Fall Nation tomorrow morning. Yes, Uncle Huang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian brought Lu Guanglin along with him to meet up with Huang Yuanfei, Huang Jialong, and Old Mo. When they arrived, the group stood on Elder Mo's main body and was led by Elder Mo on the way. When they returned, it was the same. However, when they returned, there was one person missing. It was none other than Bai Gang, who had left the solitary nation a few days ago. Bai Gang did not return to the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he returned to the Flying Tiger clan with Bai Jinyu, the vice-patriarch of the Flying Tiger clan. During their journey, Duan Lingtian cultivated and comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with the King-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison method. Now that he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, his cultivation base had improved as well. One more step and they would become celestial monarchs. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, he had quickly comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. The gravitational space profundity was one of the profundities of the law of Earth. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, Duan Lingtian was gaining new insights every second. Whether it's Earth, the mundane realms, or the Devata realms where I'm currently in, there's a gravitational force. Earth's gravity, under the circumstances of not using any power, one's body will fall towards the Earth's core. It's a gravitational force that belongs to the direction of gravity. As for the gravitational space profundity of the Earth laws, it does not only allow one to comprehend a downward gravitational force. Instead, it allows one to comprehend a gravitational force in any direction. For example, when the gravitational space power Upanishad shrouded something, it could use the gravitational force to move it everywhere and not just in one direction. With the help of the chaos divine Earth, Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity through the Earth elemental profundity and the Black Rock Prison celestial method. During this time, he gained a deeper understanding of the gravitational space profundity. He knew the gravitational space profundity was one of the most powerful profundities in the law of Earth. Once I comprehend the gravitational space profundity, I'll be able to master the black rock prison celestial method. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he only needed to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage to master the black rock prison celestial method. This celestial method would only allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. If he wanted to improve his gravitational space profundity, he would have to obtain a royal grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. A royal grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity would allow him to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the initial stage. If he wanted to comprehend the gravitational space profundity to the mastery stage, he would have to obtain an emperor grade celestial method or divine ability that contained the gravitational space profundity. About 10 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the capital of the supporting Fall Nation. After greeting Huang Jialong, Huang Yuanfei, and Old Mo, Duan Lingtian and Lu Guanglin returned to their residence in the Origin Gathering Hall. As soon as they entered their room and closed the door, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, take out the main branch from the divine tree of life that you obtained from the solitary nation. HM. Although Duan Lingtian did not know why the profound divine metal had asked him to do so, he still took out the main branch from the divine tree of life. After so many days, the main branch from the divine tree of life was still as green as ever. Now, drip a drop of blood on it, the profound divine metal said. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to prick his finger, the chaos divine flame's voice rang in his mind. Although he has 99 heavenly veins and his innate talent is enough to gain the divine tree of life's approval, he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world. I'm afraid he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life, right? Upon hearing the chaos divine flame's words, Duan Lingtian realized the profound divine metal had asked him to do so to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Now that he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it'll be beneficial to him if he gains the approval of the divine tree of life. Moreover, he'll be able to sense the powerful life energy in the divine tree of life and increase his chances of comprehending the law of life. The profound divine metal said, I know he's not a celestial duke and hasn't established his own little world, so he's not strong enough to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. However, that's if he doesn't have our help. If we work together, we'll be able to deceive everyone and gain the approval of the divine tree of life. Although it'll consume a lot of our energy, it'll be worth it. Letting the divine tree of life recognize him as its master in advance can also help him refine and absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, increasing his cultivation speed. Although the divine crystal in his hand can also help him absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth to the greatest extent, it can't be refined. You should know the difference between the purified heaven and earth spirit energy and the unpurified heaven and earth spirit energy on his cultivation speed. After listening to the profound divine metal's words, the chaos divine flame fell silent for a moment before it said, You're right. We all hope he'll grow stronger as soon as possible. If that's the case, we'll work together to gain the approval of the divine tree of life. The chaos divine earth won't have to do anything. After all, we still have to help him comprehend the law of earth, the chaos divine flame said. That's right. That's why I don't want the chaos divine earth to do anything. The profound divine metal reminded Duan Lingtian, boy, don't waste time. Hurry up and drip your blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life. Although Duan Lingtian only understood half of the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame's conversation, he could tell they were doing it for his own good. For this reason, he did not hesitate to prick his finger and drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life. Drip. As soon as Duan Lingtian's blood landed on the main branch of the divine tree of life, green halos appeared on the main branch of the divine tree of life. The halos blocked Duan Lingtian's blood, making it difficult for Duan Lingtian's blood to enter the main branch of the divine tree of life. At this moment, swoosh. Swoosh. The two energies that were not unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian intertwined with each other and whistled out of his body. The gold and gray energies merged with each other and merged with Duan Ling Tian's blood. The vast energy seemed to be compressed and condensed at this moment. After all, the volume of a drop of blood was only so big. When the golden and gray energies merged with Duan Ling Tian's drop of blood, the drop of blood seemed to have become extremely heavy. Drip. Another soft sound rang out. That drop of blood directly broke through the layer of jade-green halo. The whole process was like a drop of water penetrating a stone. Drip. 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 There was a soft sound, which meant that a layer of green light had been pierced through. After a few times, the rings of green light around the tree of life were all pierced through. Drip. In the end, Duan Lingtian's blood fell on the sacred tree of life as he wished. To be precise, it fell on the main branch of the sacred tree of life. This was not the complete divine tree of life. It was only one of the main branches of the Lord of Life. The blood fell and fused with the main branch of the tree of life. In an instant, it was like water and milk, completely fusing into one. At that moment, Duan Ling Tian clearly sensed a mysterious connection between him and the main branch of the sacred tree of life. Through this connection, he could clearly sense the powerful life force contained within the main branch of the divine tree of life. This powerful life force gave him a majestic and boundless feeling. He had never felt such a powerful life force from anyone or anything. Whoosh! While Duan Ling Tian was still feeling the powerful life force of the main branch of the divine tree of life, the main branch of the divine tree of life turned into a ray of light and entered his body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian came back to his senses and looked inside himself. When he discovered the location of the main branch of the divine tree of life, he was scared out of his wits again. Heavens! What did he see? The main branch of the divine tree of life was like the roots of an old tree, tightly entrenched in his heart. At the same time, a powerful life force surged into his heart and spread throughout his body. Chapter 2981. However, even after Duan Ling Tian had retracted his aura, he could still clearly feel the boundless vitality in his body. However, it was no longer as ostentatious as before. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though his entire body was filled with vitality. It was as though he had been reborn. What's the divine tree of life? I feel like every single part of my body has been infused with an extremely powerful life force. Under such circumstances, I wonder if my recovery ability will be as good as the tree of life's main branch. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he recalled what had happened during the auction in the solitary nation. At that time, the old man on the auction stage had almost severed the main branch of the divine tree of life. However, in just a few breaths, the branch had returned to its original state. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and looked at his left arm. In the next moment, he raised his right arm, and a faint beam of light swept past his left arm, leaving a wound that was 1 inch deep. Normally, with his physique as an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he would be able to heal such a wound in just a day even if he did not use his celestial origin energy or take any pills. However, as soon as the wound appeared, Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover that the wound on his arm had disappeared. Although he did not use his celestial origin energy or take any pills to heal the wound, it only took him 2 breaths to heal it completely. In the time of 2 breaths, Duan Ling Tian witnessed his wound wriggling and healing at an extremely exaggerated speed. This, Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect he would have the same recovery ability as the divine tree of life. As soon as the divine tree of life acknowledged you as its master, it shared its recovery ability with you. Duan Ling Tian was still in a daze when the chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in his ears again. This is just one of the main branches from the divine tree of life. One of the main branches of the divine tree of life. How many main branches does the divine tree of life have? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Apart from the main trunk, the divine tree of life has a total of 80 main branches. Including the main trunk, it has 81 main branches, the same number as the main branches in the Devata realms. However, what you've obtained is only one of the 80 main branches of the divine tree of life that's inferior to the main trunk. Just this main branch alone possesses such amazing self-healing and recovery abilities. You can imagine how terrifying the self-healing and recovery abilities of a complete tree of life are. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice, when it reached the end of its sentence, its voice trembled slightly. It was clear it knew how terrifying a complete divine tree of life was. I've only obtained one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Apart from the main trunk, it's one of the other main branches of the main trunk. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had thought that the main branch of the tree of life he had obtained must be very important to the tree of life, since it possessed such terrifying self-healing abilities. It did not cross his mind that it was only one of the main branches of the divine tree of life. Moreover, it was one of the main branches that was not that important. Although you've only obtained a small part of the divine tree of life, it's enough to show how lucky you are. This isn't something an ordinary person can possess. The Hongmeng divine tree continued, you've already seen the regenerative ability of this small branch of the divine tree of life. You can imagine how powerful the complete divine tree of life is. It's not something an ordinary person can destroy. Moreover, the divine tree of life can only be found in the realms of gods. There's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian interrupted the chaos divine earth. Realms of gods? Duan Ling Tian immediately thought of the divine offering land where Kerr and his family and friends were. Could the divine offering land be the realm of gods that the chaos divine earth had mentioned? Duan Ling Tian thought so because of the strength of the people from the divine offering land. Kerr's cousin in her past life, Yun Qing Yen, had easily defeated the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Although they were not master and disciple, Feng Qingyang was forced to flee to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, Feng Qingyang was already the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, the solitary destructive heaven. The divine offering land is separated from the Devata realms and the mundane realms. It's a realm created by a supreme powerhouse. Duan Lingtian remembered the words of Xia Jia, Kerr's third uncle in her past life. For this reason, when the chaos divine earth mentioned the realms of gods, the first thing that came to his mind was the divine offering land. What? Boy, you haven't heard of the realms of gods? The chaos divine earth asked, and it saw Duan Lingtian's reaction. It's not surprising that you haven't heard of it. After all, you're still far from knowing about the realms of gods. The realms of gods. Are they superior to the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian asked. Sort of. The chaos divine earth replied. Sort of? What do you mean by that? Duan Lingtian frowned. The realms of gods are much smaller than the Devata realms. However, the powerhouses in the realms of gods are much stronger than those in the Devata realms, the chaos divine earth said. The chaos divine earth said, since ancient times, there have only been 18 realms of gods. It said that the 18 realms of gods were created by 18 supreme powerhouses. They're different from Devata realms and mundane realms. The former is created by humans, while the latter is created by humans. Supreme powerhouses. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the divine offering land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Moreover, there were only 18 realms of gods like the divine offering land since ancient times. In the beginning, only the family and friends of the 18 supreme powerhouses and their descendants lived in the realms of gods. Later on, their descendants would enter the Devata realms to look for their partners and bring them back to the realms of gods. As time passed, more and more people came to the realms of gods. Some of them even wanted to enter the realms of gods to break through the shackles of becoming a celestial emperor and become a god. This was because there were many people who were stronger than celestial emperors in the realms of gods. They were called gods. Their strength was far stronger than celestial emperors. Some of them could even easily defeat heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice grew louder as it spoke. A hint of warning could be heard in its voice as it continued to say, "For this reason, boy, you might think that heavenly emperors in the Devata realms are invincible." As Duan Ling Tian continued to communicate with the Chaos Divine Earth, he gained a deeper understanding of the realms of gods. The Divine Offering Land was indeed one of the realms of gods. Since ancient times, there were only 18 realms of gods. It was not because there were only 18 supreme powerhouses in the realms of gods. It was because there were only 18 realms of gods in the realms of gods. Once a new supreme powerhouse was born, as long as he could kill another supreme powerhouse, he would be able to destroy the other supreme powerhouse's realms of gods and create his own realms of gods. On the other hand, if one was killed instead, he would die, let alone create his own realms of gods. Apart from that, 6 of the realms of gods existed in the same space, parallel to each other. Every 10,000 years, 2 of the realms of gods would collide with each other, and this would last for 1,000 years. At that time, the realms of gods would tremble, and the spatial passages leading to the Devata realms would be closed. During this time, those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods, and those who were in the Devata realms would not be able to return to their realms of gods. It seems like the Divine Offering Land and another realm of gods gave me these 1,000 years of time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Moreover, the Divine Offering Land is going to enter an eventful period, so Kerr won't be forced to marry during this time. However, once peace is restored in the Divine Offering Land, Kerr will be forced to marry. Kerr's father Yunqing Yen will threaten Kerr with the lives of my family and friends. Duan Ling Tian clenched his fists when he thought about this. His eyes were bloodshot as he thought to himself, "I'm too weak. I'm too weak now. There are many gods in the realms of gods. Many of them are even stronger than heavenly emperors." After learning about the existence of the realms of gods, Duan Ling Tian felt even more insignificant. Although the realms of gods were not as big as the Devata realms, the heaven and earth spirit energy in them was much more abundant than in the Devata realms. It was difficult for a Devata realm to produce a god that was stronger than a celestial emperor. However, the realms of gods could easily produce a god. This was the biggest difference between the realms of gods and the Devata realms. "Boy, do you know how the supreme powerhouses who created the realms of gods were born?" The Chaos Divine Earth asked with a chuckle. "How?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Most supreme powerhouses have at least one of the 5 divine elements with them. Most of their strength comes from the 5 divine elements," the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "The final form of the divine elements?" Duan Ling Tian was confused. He had 3 divine elements by his side, so he naturally knew how difficult it was for the divine elements to transform and evolve into their final forms. "Yes." The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "The 5 divine elements can help any living being become a supreme powerhouse. Once the omnipotent expert is born, the final form of the 5 divine elements will also be born at the instant of the omnipotent expert's birth. By borrowing the power that appeared at the same time as the omnipotent expert's birth, they will be able to give birth to their own bodies." Chapter 2982. The profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame in our bodies are also from this. As long as the 5 divine elements evolves to the second form, they'll be able to gain sentience. Sentience is a new form, but because we have inherited memories, we know what we are and what we'll face in the future. We'll either be devoured by the same 5 divine elements, lose our sentience, and disappear from heaven and earth. Or, we'll continue to devour the same 5 divine elements until we reach our final forms. At that time, we'll be able to help our host become a supreme powerhouse and leave the 5 divine elements to form our own bodies. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice sounded a little dejected as it continued to say, "In the long river of history, there are very few 5 divine elements who manage to reach their final forms. I only hope that the 3 of us will be able to reach the end if we follow you." When the Chaos Divine Earth reached the end of its sentence, it did not seem to be very confident. Duan Lingtian remained silent. After a while, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, why can there only be 18 realms of gods? Why can't there be a 19th realm of gods? No. That's because of the law of heaven and earth. The law of heaven and earth states that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. The chaos divine earth said, even the strongest powerhouses can't change that. The law of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What's that? The law of heaven and earth is vague. No one can say for sure what it is, but it exists. For example, the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms is one of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, it's also one of the laws of heaven and earth in the Devata realms. Very few people can cultivate to godhood. It's also one of the laws of heaven and earth that only 18 realms of gods can exist in heaven and earth. In this world, the strongest known experts are those supreme experts who have the ability to establish outstanding divine planes. But even those supreme experts are like ants in front of the laws of heaven and earth. There was once a supreme powerhouse who tried to create a 19th realm of gods. Do you know what happened to him in the end? The chaos divine earth asked Duan Lingtian. What happened? Duan Lingtian was curious. Since this realm could only hold 18 realms of gods at most, it would be a violation of the laws of heaven and earth if someone tried to create a 19th realm of gods by force. The laws of heaven and earth sent down heavenly punishment and instantly obliterated him. Moreover, it was the type that turned him into ashes. Said the chaos divine earth. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A supreme expert. The existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world was reduced to ashes in front of the heavenly punishment of the heavens and earth? At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply realized just how terrifying the laws of heaven and earth were. That was definitely an existence that could not be defied. After a long while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and changed the topic. You said earlier that most people who become ultimate powerhouses have the divine elements in their final form by their side. Based on what you're saying, there's actually someone who managed to become a paragon without the 5 divine elements by his side? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes, the chaos divine earth replied. The chaos divine earth nodded before it continued to say, those people's comprehension abilities surpass heaven and earth. They've comprehended one of the 4 top laws to its peak and mastered it. That's how they're rewarded by the law of heaven and earth, allowing them to be reborn and become supreme powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Don't tell me you're referring to the first-tier supreme laws that are impossible to comprehend in celestial methods and divine abilities? That's right. The chaos divine earth replied, the strongest law in celestial methods and divine abilities can only be considered as the second-tier supreme laws. As for the laws, they are generally divided into 2 great echelons. The first echelon only has 4 laws, while the second echelon has many. The chaos divine earth's tone changed slightly when it mentioned the first-tier supreme laws. Apart from the law of life, what are the other 3 types of laws in the first-tier supreme laws? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The other 3 types of laws are the law of time, the law of space, and the law of death. The chaos divine earth replied to Duan Lingtian solemnly, the law of time and the law of space are collectively known as the law of spacetime. The law of life and the law of death are collectively known as the law of life and death. The supreme laws in heaven and earth are the law of spacetime, the law of life, and the law of life and death. Nothing can escape from the 4 supreme laws. The chaos divine earth said in one breath. The law of time, the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death correspond to time, space, life, and death respectively. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. Indeed. Nothing could escape from time, space, life, and death. Time was constantly flowing, and nothing in the world could go against it. Space was the foundation upon which all things stood. Life was the foundation of everything. Death was the calamity of everything. With the same cultivation base, the profundities comprehended from the laws are similar as well. However, if one has only comprehended the second-tier supreme laws, and the other has comprehended the first-tier supreme laws, the latter will be able to suppress the former. It's because he has comprehended one of the four supreme laws. The Chaos Divine Earth said, of course, the four supreme laws are powerful, but it's extremely difficult to comprehend them. First of all, one needs a fortuitous encounter. Secondly, one needs a high level of comprehension. The four supreme laws have a high requirement for one's comprehension. The Chaos Divine Earth paused for a moment before it continued to say, for this reason, we can only say that you'll have a chance to comprehend the law of life after obtaining the divine tree of life, but we can't guarantee that you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. Since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you'll be able to sense its powerful vitality. This is also your fortuitous encounter with the law of life. If you're lucky and have a high level of comprehension, you'll be able to comprehend the law of life. However, if you're unlucky and have a low level of comprehension, you won't be able to comprehend the law of life even if the divine tree of life acknowledges you as its master. Moreover, not just anyone can make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master. The most important condition to make the divine tree of life acknowledge you as its master is to possess 99 heavenly veins. Apart from that, you must be a celestial duke. However, it's not difficult to deceive the heavens with some tricks. The most important condition is that even a supreme powerhouse can't deceive the heavens. This is also a restriction set by the law of heaven and earth. Everyone has to abide by it. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian realized that the reason the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master was because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. Are there many people with 99 heavenly veins? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. According to my inherited memories, in this world, under the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, the number of people with 99 heavenly veins that exist at the same time in each era will not exceed 100. Apart from that, not everyone with 99 heavenly veins can become a supreme powerhouse. Only a small number of supreme powerhouses possess 99 heavenly veins. However, those people, without exception, are the best of the best among the strongest. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to explain. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian came to a realization. Having 99 heavenly veins was only a small part of his advantage. It would not affect his future achievements. Apart from myself, Huan is the only other person with 99 heavenly veins I've met in my life. I didn't expect there to be so many people with 99 heavenly veins like me and Huan in this world. As for those with 99 heavenly veins, in this world where experts are as common as the clouds, there should be many who have fallen. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Apart from that, don't think you're amazing just because you possess 99 heavenly veins. In fact, if news of you possessing 99 heavenly veins spreads, even supreme powerhouses without 99 heavenly veins might try to kill you. That's because once an existence with 99 heavenly veins becomes an omnipotent expert, their strength will surpass the majority of omnipotent experts without 99 heavenly veins. Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses with 99 heavenly veins who died in the hands of supreme powerhouses when they were on the verge of becoming a supreme powerhouse. Of course, before you've truly matured and become a supreme expert, those who don't possess 99 heavenly veins won't target you. After all, at that time, you're not even worth mentioning in their eyes. Because of that, with the warning of history, as long as one knew about this period of history, one would not easily expose the fact that one possessed 99 heavenly veins. Having 99 heavenly veins is both a blessing and a curse. Therefore, boy, although you possess 99 heavenly veins, it's best if you don't reveal it so easily. Otherwise, you'll be killed when you reach that level. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was heavy when it reached the end of its sentence. Understood. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. It was fine if he did not know about it in the past. However, now that he knew about it, he would not easily reveal that he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No matter what happens in the future, the Chaos Divine Flame, the profound divine metal, and I will do our best to help you. However, you'll have to depend on yourself to see how far you can go. Chapter 2983. Unless you're really unlucky and die halfway, we won't change hosts so easily. After all, we won't be able to find a better host than you, the Chaos Divine God said. Huang Xiaolong nodded. It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian realized the reason the 5 divine elements were willing to stay in his body was because he had 99 heavenly veins. He was the most suitable host for any of the 5 divine elements. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian began to process the information that the Chaos Divine Earth had just told him. Although it was not a lot of information, it was still shocking. The realms of gods. Supreme powerhouses. The 4 supreme laws. After a long time, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He asked the Chaos Divine Earth again. Previously, the profound divine metal said that the main branch of the divine tree of life is beneficial to all of you as well, right? Yes. Since you've obtained the main branch of the divine tree of life, your body will undergo a complete transformation. You'll possess powerful healing abilities. The Chaos Divine Earth replied. In that case, we'll be affected as well. If we encounter another 5 divine element in the future, we won't have to fear them even if we have to fight them one-on-one. After all, the main branch of the divine tree of life will provide us with an endless supply of vitality. To put it simply, now that the profound divine metal and primal chaos divine flame are in a deep slumber, even if the third form chaos divine earth tries to devour and assimilate me, I won't be afraid of it since I have the divine tree of life's main branch to provide me with strong life energy. Even if I'm injured, I'll be able to recover quickly. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian realized how terrifying the main branch of the divine tree of life was. Even if the Chaos Divine Earth, Chaos Divine Flame, and profound divine metal were injured, the main branch could help them heal quickly. Lad, the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its host. It's not just a change in your physique. The Chaos Divine Earth chuckled before it said, now, try cultivating it. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the Tai mystic skill, a king-grade divine art. This was also Duan Lingtian's first time cultivating after the main branch of the divine tree of life had recognized him as its master. When Duan Lingtian absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy, he discovered his current speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster than when he had the help of the divine crystal. He actually broke through the limit. Duan Lingtian originally thought that with the help of the divine crystals, the speed at which he could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already the limit. But now, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was much faster than when he had the help of the divine crystals. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked to discover that, after the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, it didn't immediately flow into his heavenly veins. Instead, it flowed into the main branch of the divine tree of life around his heart. After circling around the main branch, it flowed into his heavenly veins through his heart. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that after the world energy of heaven and earth circulated around the main branch of the divine tree of life, it became extremely pure. There were no impurities at all. The efficiency of circulating the world energy of heaven and earth in one's body was several times higher than the usual amount of world energy of heaven and earth. It feels like, my cultivation speed is at least 10 times faster than when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the world energy of heaven and earth. He did not expect the divine tree of life to bring him such benefits after it had recognized him as its master. The divine crystals paled in comparison to the divine tree of life. How is it? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, the Chaos Divine Earth asked, do you feel the benefits of the divine tree of life now? How can it be so great? Previously, when I cultivated with the help of the divine crystals, my cultivation speed wasn't even 1/10 of what it is now. Duan Ling Tian's tone was filled with astonishment. It's not that great. The Chaos Divine Earth said indifferently, the divine crystals you mentioned are rare in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, they're not rare at all. As for the divine trees of life, they can only be found in the realms of gods. Moreover, there's only one divine tree of life in each realm of gods. This is the law of heaven and earth. In other words, there are only 18 divine trees of life in this world, and you've obtained one of the main branches of one of the divine trees of life. The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, let alone those from the Devata realms, even those from the realms of gods might not have such fortuitous encounters. After all, not just anyone can destroy the divine tree of life. Even a supreme powerhouse wouldn't be able to do so. The divine tree of life would only be damaged when the realms of gods collide. The damaged divine tree of life would lose some of its branches and fall into the spatial turbulence before it's lost in a Devata realm. Generally speaking, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck. Naturally, there are also those who don't know what's good for them and give them away. Just like the main branch of the divine tree of life you obtained. That bullshit immortal king didn't know what was good for him, so you took advantage of him. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the origin of the main branch from the divine tree of life. When the realms of gods collide, will the divine tree of life lose many of its main branches? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Not necessarily. Some divine trees of life might lose more than a dozen main branches when they're heavily damaged. Some divine trees of life might only lose a few main branches when they're not damaged. Some divine trees of life might be damaged, but they'll heal themselves in time and won't lose a single main branch. In this world, those who can obtain a main branch from the divine tree of life are those with great luck, the Chaos Divine Earth said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. If the main branch from the divine tree of life in my body is exposed, will it be taken away by others? Duan Ling Tian asked. After experiencing the benefits of the main branch from the divine tree of life, he wished the main branch would stay rooted in his body forever. First of all, the main branch from the divine tree of life will only acknowledge those who possess 99 heavenly veins as their master. Even if you drip a drop of blood on the main branch of the divine tree of life, it won't acknowledge you as its master. In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to explain, secondly, although ordinary people can't make the main branch of the divine tree of life acknowledge them as their master, they can still carry it with them and use it to comprehend the law of life. Of course, it'll be more difficult for them to comprehend the law of life under such circumstances. This is because if the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, the person who owns it won't be able to get close to it and sense its powerful vitality. If the main branch of the divine tree of life doesn't acknowledge its master, it can be taken away. However, if the main branch of the divine tree of life recognizes its master as its master, even if its master is killed, it'll tear a hole in space and escape into the chaotic current of space when its master's heart stops beating. Therefore, since the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master, you don't have to worry about it being taken away by others. Those who are capable of discovering the main branch of the divine tree of life will also discover that the main branch of the divine tree of life has acknowledged you as its master. Unless they have a grudge against you, they won't kill you and harm you without benefiting themselves. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian was certain the divine tree of life in his body would not be taken away by others. He heaved a sigh of relief. He was really worried that some powerful beings would steal the divine tree of life from him after discovering it. Divine Crystal. When Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, a necklace pendant appeared in his hand. When he opened it, the divine crystal was inside. It was the divine crystal that Huan had left for him. Now that I have the main branch of the divine tree of life, the divine crystal is useless to me. Huan, where are you? Every time Duan Ling Tian saw the divine crystal, he would be reminded of Huan, who had left it for him. Usually, he could suppress his emotions. However, now that the main branch of the divine tree of life had replaced the divine crystal, he could no longer suppress his emotions. The Southern Heaven ancient realm was akin to a saint land in the Southern Heaven territory. There were many entrances to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the Southern Heaven territory that were located in grade 6 celestial mansions. The authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm was usually in the hands of the grade 6 celestial mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. Generally, grade 6 celestial mansions would delegate the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm to grade 7 forces. Naturally, grade 7 forces that were granted the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm were all subordinate forces of grade 6 celestial mansions. Even if they were not direct subordinates of grade 6 celestial mansions, they would be indirect subordinates of grade 6 celestial mansions. As a grade 6 celestial mansion, the profound Nether Mansion had a total of 5 grade 7 forces in its territory. They were known as the 3 sects and 2 clans. As the name implied, the 3 sects and 2 clans consisted of 3 sects and 2 clans. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the profound Nether Mansion was located above a lake called the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake was a vast lake with clear water. The surface of the lake was shrouded in a layer of mist that resembled white clouds. This was where the name, Scaling Cloud Lake, came from. Over the past few days, the Scaling Cloud Lake that was rarely visited by people from all over the place was now filled with people from all directions. These people were gathered here for the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm that would open in 3 days. This is the Scaling Cloud Lake. A group of people flew over from the Scaling Cloud Lake. The Scaling Cloud Lake? This is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the profound Nether Mansion? Chapter 2984. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and the others from the supporting Fall Nation. After traveling from the supporting Fall Nation, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm 3 days in advance. It was the Scaling Cloud Lake. Your Majesty, is the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm at the bottom of this lake? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he stood next to Duan Ling Tian and looked at the leader of the group of people. The leader of the group was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. He was none other than Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. However, Hu Lin Yi did not wear the dragon robe that he usually wore in the supporting Fall Nation. Instead, he wore a long dark golden robe that made him look very low-key. Apart from the emperors of the thousands of grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations territory, even the 3 sects and 2 clans would send their powerhouses to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Naturally, Hu Lin Yi did not dare to wear the dragon robe that symbolized the emperor. Previously, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm opened, an emperor from a grade 8 celestial kingdom had come to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm wearing a dragon robe. In the end, he was killed by a powerhouse from the 3 sects and 2 clans for not showing any respect to the 3 sects and 2 clans and the profound Nether Mansion. Since then, no other emperor from a grade 8 celestial kingdom dared to wear a dragon robe in such a place. It's not at the bottom of the lake. It's above the center of the lake. Hu Lin Yi smiled in response to Huang Jialong's question. Huang Jialong was the most outstanding son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City. Even in the past, Huang Yuanfei had taken great care of this capable son of his, let alone now that Huang Yuanfei's status in Passage City had changed. Ever since Bai Gang, a powerhouse from the city governor's estate in Passage City, obtained a royal grade celestial weapon from the Flying Tiger clan, a grade 6 force in the profound Nether Mansion, Hu Lin Yi knew Bai Gang was no longer the same person he used to be. After Huang Yuanfei returned, Hu Lin Yi learned Bai Gang would return as a silver-striped Flying Tiger in 10 years. At that time, he knew that even he couldn't treat Passage City as the Passage City of the past. Therefore, whether it was Huang Yuanfei or Huang Yuanfei's son, he did not dare to slight them in the slightest. This time, the leader of the supporting Fall Nation was none other than the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, Hu Lin Yi. An old man stood next to Hu Lin Yi. He was a one basic celestial king from the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family. The remaining 9 people, including Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong, were the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm during the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. Among them were Hu Ji-yong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall Nation's imperial family, and Huang Jia-chao, the son of the city governor of Passage City. Huang Jialong was Huang Jialong's younger brother. There were also 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. Both women had outstanding appearances, especially one of them. Very few women could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was also a rogue cultivator. Beside her was an old lady. She was also a one basic celestial king. The old lady was also a rogue cultivator. During their journey, Duan Ling Tian had heard about the old lady from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. For this reason, not only was he aware the old lady was a one basic celestial king, but he was also aware she was the grandmother of the woman next to her. The woman's name was Meng Qiuyu. Meng Qiuyu's grandmother was called Meng Pa. Meng Qiuyu is stronger than He Qian. Duan Lingtian's gaze lingered on Meng Qiuyu for a moment before he shifted his gaze to the other woman among the 9 people who had obtained a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was He Qian, the daughter of a powerful clan in the supporting Fall Nation. Let's go. Let's go. Hu Lin Yi said before he took the lead and flew into the sky above the scaling cloud lake. Duan Ling Tian and the others followed closely behind him. So many people. Before entering the scaling cloud lake, Duan Ling Tian saw many people. However, as he neared the center of the scaling cloud lake, he saw a huge crowd of people. They were so dense that they looked like dark clouds. It was as though a dark cloud was pressing down on the city. Brother Duan, I've told you before that there will be more than 15,000 people entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Now that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is about to open, I'm sure there will be more people coming. Take the supporting Fall Nation as an example. There are 3 people from each of the sects who came. Even if each of the sects only sent 2 or 3 people, it's still a huge number. When Huang Jialong saw the shock in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he said with a smile, when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens in 3 days, I'm sure there will be at least 20,000 people gathered above the scaling cloud lake. Duan Ling Tian lifted his eyes to look at his surroundings. After a rough calculation, he found that there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people in his field of vision. This place was only close to the center of the scaling cloud lake. It was not the center of the scaling cloud lake. The entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is opened by powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans. They'll usually arrive a day before the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to distribute accumulative point jades to those who are preparing to enter the lower realm. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, explained to Duan Ling Tian and the others as he led them to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Accumulative point jades? Duan Ling Tian and the others were confused when they heard this. After all, none of them knew about the rules of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The accumulative point jade is a type of celestial artifact that the 3 sects and 2 clans specially prepared for all of you. Naturally, it can only be considered as a low-grade celestial artifact. Moreover, unlike other celestial artifacts, not only does it not possess any offensive or defensive abilities, but it also cannot assist all of you. They don't have any offensive or defensive abilities, Hu Lin Yi explained. Moreover, every accumulative point jade is unique to its owner. In the beginning, each accumulative point jade only contains 1 point. If you want to accumulate more points, you'll have to kill other people to obtain more points. Hu Lin Yi glanced at Duan Ling Tian and the others who were preparing to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, those who were unaware of the rules to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including Duan Ling Tian, gasped when they heard the rules. The lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is a place where overarching heavenly supreme celestials can kill each other? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At the same time, he glanced at Huang Jialong. It was no wonder Huang Jialong had told him the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was a cruel place. If he was unlucky, he might not be able to escape alive. Huang Jialong did not tell him the reason. Huang Jialong knew the emperor of the supporting Fall nation would tell him later. He did not want Duan Lingtian to think too much about it. There are many fortuitous encounters in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, such as cultivation methods, celestial methods, divine abilities, medicinal pills, precious materials, king-grade celestial weapons, and so on. However, it's up to your luck and strength to obtain them. You can hide in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm until the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even if you don't obtain anything, you'll still be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, those who were weaker sighed in relief. They had regretted winning a place in the southern heaven combat after learning about the dangers in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. As long as they could hide in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it would not be difficult for them to leave the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm alive. For a time, they calmed down and decided to hide in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Perhaps, they would be able to obtain some treasures while keeping a low profile in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It did not cross their minds at all. Your Majesty, when will the powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans reopen the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian asked. Previously, they would only reopen the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm after 60% of the people who entered the lower realm have died. However, once the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is reopened, you won't be able to obtain any points even if you kill the person who entered the lower realm. Correspondingly, after you enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, you'll only be able to kill each other and obtain points once the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is reopened. Does this mean it's the same this time? Duan Lingtian asked again. 60%. Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, the few overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were not confident in their strength began to feel anxious again. This ratio, in other words, based on the ratio, only 4 of the 9 people from the supporting Fall nation would be able to survive after entering the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it will be the same. Hu Lin Yi glanced at Duan Lingtian and the others before he said indifferently, in other words, the 9 of you only have a 40% chance of surviving. Naturally, the stronger you are, the more likely you'll be able to survive. Even if you're not strong, you'll still be able to survive by relying on luck and keeping a low profile. Naturally, I hope you'll try your best to obtain as many points as possible. After all, you'll only be valued by the 3 sects and 2 clans if you manage to rank high on the scoreboard. Hu Lin Yi continued to speak. However, Duan Lingtian and the others did not agree with Hu Lin Yi's words. Naturally, they knew why Hu Lin Yi said that. If they managed to survive and rank high on the scoreboard, Hu Lin Yi would naturally be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans since he was the one who had recommended them. The higher one's ranking was, the better the reward would be. On the other hand, the lower one's ranking was, the worse the reward would be. Huh? Isn't that Emperor Hu from the supporting Fall nation? Chapter 2985. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard the voice, they noticed Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, had stopped in his tracks. They followed Hu Lin Yi's gaze and looked in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 12 people flying toward them in the distance. Moreover, they were flying toward them. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed in a green robe. He had a dignified aura about him. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Behind him, 2 old men followed him like shadows. One of the old men carried a sheathed sword on his back, while the other carried a sheathed saber on his waist. Their expressions were solemn, and their gazes were cold. They gave off a murderous aura. Behind the 3 of them were another 9 people. Most of the 9 people were young. There were only 2 middle-aged men and 1 old man. only one of them was a woman. Emperor Shui. Hu Lin-yi raised an eyebrow when he saw the person in the lead. He quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others forward. Brother Duan, they must be from the southern Qi nation. I've seen the leader with my father before. He's Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Just like his majesty, he's a two-form celestial king. Huang Jialong's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, his majesty doesn't have a good relationship with Shui Mingkai. I'm afraid a battle of words is inevitable. Duan Lingtian nodded in realization. At the same time, as Hu Lini and Shui Mingkai approached each other, everyone could clearly feel the tension between them. Emperor Shui. Hu Lin-yi stopped when he was near Shui Mingkai. He looked at Shui Mingkai coldly. Emperor Hu, I heard the supporting Fall Nation recruited a genius sectless cultivator during the Southern Heaven combat half a year ago. He's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he defeated a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial with just one move. Moreover, that peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial was the most outstanding son of the city governor of Passage City. Shui Mingkai looked at Hu Lini and asked with a faint smile, "May I know who that genius is?" As soon as Shui Ming finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the group of people standing behind Hu Lin-yi. His gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had done his research on Duan Lingtian, the genius sectless cultivator who had won the Southern Heaven combat in the supporting Fall Nation. I've also heard that your second prince is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder. He's so strong that he's the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the Nanqi nation. Don't tell me you want your second prince to spar with Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation? A sneer appeared on Hu Lin-yi's face when he heard Hu Lin-yi's words. If the supporting Fall Nation did not have Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin-yi would not have the confidence to face Emperor Shui today. However, with Duan Lingtian, Hu Lin-yi was confident he could face Emperor Shui today. In Hu Lin-yi's opinion, Hu Lin-yi was confident. Even if Duan Lingtian could not defeat Emperor Shui's second prince, it would not be difficult for Hu Lin-yi to come to a draw with Hu Lin-yi. As expected, no one knows me better than Emperor Hu. What do you think? Emperor Hu, are you interested in making a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of the battle between my second prince and that genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation called Duan Lingtian. Shui Mingkai narrowed his eyes as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hu Lin-yi frowned when he heard Shui Mingkai's words. In the next moment, Hu Lin-yi's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian, Shui Mingkai, and I are sworn enemies. He wants to make a bet with me because he wants to embarrass me if I lose. If you're willing to help me, I'll pay for the bet if you lose. If you win, you'll have to pay for his loss. Apart from that, I'll also give you something as a reward for helping me. If it's a draw, I'll pay you as well. In Shui Mingkai's opinion, it was only natural that he had the right to represent his son. However, in Hu Lin-yi's opinion, Duan Lingtian was only a sectless cultivator. He only had a beneficial relationship with Duan Lingtian. If he wanted Duan Lingtian to help him, he would have to obtain Duan Lingtian's permission first. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll agree to your request, Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. At the same time, his eyes were filled with battle intent. Hu Lini said, the second prince of the southern Qi nation was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended the law of thunder. Ever since I comprehended the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, I've never fought anyone before. An opponent like this is perfect for me to test my strength. It'll allow me to have a better understanding of my current strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Duan Lingtian's permission, Hu Lini's heart settled. At the same time, he looked at Shui Mingkai and narrowed his eyes. Since Emperor Shui wants to bet, I'll play along. But what do you want to bet? Let's bet a king-grade celestial weapon. Shui Mingkai said calmly. To him, the bet was secondary. What he wanted to do the most was to humiliate his old rival, Hu Lini, in public. Sure. Hu Lin Yi was not surprised that Xue Mingkai only wanted to bet a king-grade celestial weapon. After all, he knew why Xue Mingkai proposed this bet. However, how could his thoughts not be the same? Since Xue Mingkai wanted to humiliate him, how could he not want to humiliate Xue Mingkai as well? The second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder? I've heard of the second prince of the southern Qi nation. It's said that he's a genius in cultivation. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak great overarching golden celestial. The most shocking thing is that he has comprehended the law of thunder. A person has to comprehend at least one profundity from a law before they can claim to have comprehended the law of thunder. In other words, the second prince of the southern Qi nation has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. At this moment, 3 young men from the supporting Fall nation who were standing near Duan Ling Tian and Huang Jialong whispered among themselves. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended the law of thunder's fundamental profundity is so strong. I'm afraid he'll be defeated with just one move. One of the young men didn't continue. His gaze fell on Huang Jialong, and it wasn't difficult to tell that he wanted to say Huang Jialong's name. Humph. Huang Jialong snorted and glanced at the young man indifferently. The young man's face turned pale, and his body trembled in fear. Huang Jialong's background was far superior to his. Moreover, Huang Jialong's strength was not something he could compare to. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian stepped into the air and stood next to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation. Huang Jialong's action drew Huang Jialong's attention back to Duan Ling Tian. The young man heaved a sigh of relief when he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. He knew very well that Huang Jialong could kill him without any hesitation if he wanted to. Even if Huang Jialong killed him in front of the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, it would not be a crime. The other 2 young men shut their mouths tightly at this time. They didn't dare to say anything more for fear of provoking Huang Jialong. Brother Duan, are you confident? The second prince of the southern Qi nation isn't a simple person. Huang Jialong asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. I haven't met him yet. How can I be confident? I'll just do my best. Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. He's here. As soon as Duan Ling Tian replied to Huang Jialong's voice transmission, the people from the supporting Fall nation saw a figure standing in front of them. Among the 9 people behind Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi state, a young man with a medium stature stepped forward and stood beside him. The young man's build was similar to Xue Mingkai's, and his face resembled Xue Mingkai's as well. If it were not for the fact that he was so young, people might have mistaken him for Xue Mingkai's brother. The second prince has comprehended the law of thunder. Back then, he defeated the 8 of us with just one move. Apart from the young man who had just stepped forward, the other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had come to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm looked at the young man's back with a burning gaze. The young man who had stood in the southern heaven combat of the southern Qi nation was like an invincible god of war. The law of thunder is too terrifying. The second prince's celestial origin energy contained the thunder elemental profundity. If he didn't stop in time, at least half of us would have died. I heard that the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation didn't use the power of a law during the southern heaven combat. I don't think he has comprehended the law yet. Not everyone can comprehend the law. First, one needs to have high comprehension ability. Secondly, one needs an opportunity. After all, not everyone can obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the power of a law. The other 8 people from the southern Qi nation who had obtained a spot to enter the southern heaven ancient realm whispered among themselves. They were certain the sectless genius from the supporting Fall nation, Duan Ling Tian, would be defeated by the second prince of the southern Qi nation. Xue Jingyu from the southern Qi nation. The second prince of the southern Qi nation stood next to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. Duan Ling Tian from the supporting Fall nation. Duan Ling Tian replied calmly. At the same time, the emperor of the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation began to retreat. The people from the southern Qi nation and the supporting Fall nation followed suit, creating space for Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu to fight. Huh? Someone's fighting over there? It seems like they're from two different forces. Huh? Isn't that Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation? That's Xue Ming Kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. They're sworn enemies. It seems like the overarching heavenly supreme celestials they brought are going to fight? Chapter 2986. Huh? Isn't that Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation? It's him. Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, is no ordinary person. He's only slightly over 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of thunder. His innate talent is one of the best among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It seems like Xue Jingyu is going to fight someone. The emperor of the southern Qi nation and the emperor of the supporting Fall nation have always been at odds with each other. It seems like the second prince of the southern Qi nation is going to fight someone from the supporting Fall nation. The purple-clad young man must be one of the people from the supporting Fall nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I heard that half a year ago, a genius sectless cultivator appeared in the supporting Fall nation's southern heaven combat. He didn't comprehend any laws, and he defeated the second strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall nation with just one move. Is it possible that the purple-clad young man is the sectless prodigy from the supporting Fall nation? Among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall nation, only that sectless prodigy is strong enough to fight the second prince of the southern Qi nation. A heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial who hasn't comprehended any laws is definitely not a match for the second prince of the southern Qi nation. As Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu stared at each other, more and more people began to gather. Some of them even recognized Xue Jingyu. At the same time, many of them guessed that Duan Lingtian was the person who had shocked the supporting Fall nation during the Southern Heaven combat 6 months ago. Make your move. If I make the first move, I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make your move. Xue Jingyu said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently. Although his tone was calm, it was filled with confidence. It was as though he would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian in just a second if he made a move. How arrogant! Many people exclaimed. They thought Xue Jingyu was arrogant. Humph. He's arrogant because he has the right to be arrogant. Many of them felt that Xue Jingyu's arrogant. Duan Lingtian's arrogant. Duan Lingtian, he has the right to be arrogant. I just don't know if Brother Duan can defeat him. Huang Jialong stood aside and looked calmly at Duan Lingtian and Xue Jingyu. Although he already had a rough understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength, he also knew that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity of the laws of earth. However, considering that Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the profundity of the lightning element, he did not dare to say that Duan Lingtian would definitely win. Of course, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would definitely lose. He felt that this battle was very likely to end in a draw. Since the second prince is so courteous, I won't refuse. Facing the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian was not angry. Instead, he smiled and stepped into the air. With just a single step, he traversed an extremely long distance. At the same time, the celestial origin energy in his body gushed out of his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, he also executed various immortal arts and divine abilities that he had mastered. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple Qi from the east. Immovable King Ming. A golden Buddha statue with purple lightning swirling around its body appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. A whirlpool seemed to have appeared in the Buddha statue and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Swoosh. 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 A long rod appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. As soon as he channeled his celestial origin energy into the rod, it began to vibrate violently. The slightly dim light on the rod suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, Duan Lingtian charged toward Xue Jingyu and waved the long rod in his hand. A long rod with purple lightning swirling around it appeared in the hand of the golden Buddha silhouette that was shrouded in purple lightning. As soon as the rod moved, clouds began to gather. Boom! 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 As Duan Lingtian's body moved, the void trembled violently as terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Who said Duan Lingtian is a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial? He's clearly a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian has broken through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? If that's the case, doesn't this mean his strength has increased by another level compared to 6 months ago? Duan Lingtian did not bother to conceal his celestial origin energy that surged out of his body. Some of the more powerful ones could easily tell his celestial origin energy was that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? A sneer appeared on Xue Jingyu's face as his celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. If that's all you've got, I'll be able to defeat you with just one move. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was considered rare among overarching heavenly supreme celestials, Xue Jingyu did not think much of him. In fact, Xue Jingyu felt that Duan Lingtian was too weak. Based on Duan Lingtian's current strength, he did not think he could defeat Huang Jialong, the young master of Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, with just one move. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Huang Jialong was widely acknowledged as the second overarching heavenly supreme celestial in the supporting Fall Nation. The first overarching heavenly supreme celestial was Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. Let's wait and see. In the face of the arrogant Xue Jingyu, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm as usual. His tone was light, and there was no fluctuation in his emotions at all. Swoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian drew closer to Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and turned purple as soon as it came into contact with the air. After his celestial origin energy turned purple, it turned into bolts of lightning that intertwined with one another. It was dazzling. In the next moment, Xue Jingyu stepped into the air, and the bolts of purple lightning twined around his body, following him like a shadow. At this moment, it was as though he had transformed into the god of thunder. This is the law of thunder's fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. He's using the law of thunder's thunder elemental profundity as soon as he makes his move. It seems like Xue Jingyu intends to defeat Duan Lingtian once and for all. Based on how easily he can control the thunder elemental profundity, it's obvious he has completely mastered the law of thunder's fundamental profundity. With his strength, he should be ranked in the top 100 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the southern heaven ancient realm this time, right? A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Xue Jingyu making his move. Many of them looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Buzz! 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 When Xue Jingyu made his move, the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity roared. A portion of the celestial origin energy that had been fused with the thunder elemental profundity transformed into lightning blades. Hundreds and thousands of thunder sabers roared out. Between each thunder saber, there was a purple thunderbolt, which complemented each other. Condense! Xue Jingyu cried out as a 4-foot-long saber appeared in his hand. The hundreds and thousands of lightning sabers were suddenly shrouded by a gray energy before they merged into the long saber in Xue Jingyu's hand. The long saber shone brightly with a dark light. Its aura was even more terrifying than Duan Lingtian's long rod. Clearly, the long saber was also a king-grade celestial weapon. Buzz! Purple lightning bolts wreaked havoc on the celestial saber as Xue Jingyu charged out with a gray energy shrouding it. It was clear Xue Jingyu had also cast a celestial method and 2 divine abilities when he used the thunder elemental profundity. I'll defeat you with a single saber strike. Without warning, Xue Jingyu shouted again. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, and in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged towards Duanling Tian. As for the long blade in his hand, it was as if it had transformed into a thick bolt of lightning at this moment. It was held in his hand and whistled as it shot out. On the long saber, thunderbolt swallowed and spat out like the wind, cutting the air into pieces. One could vaguely see faint traces of the air cracking in the void. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Xue Jingyu's body was surrounded by lightning as he held a terrifying bolt of lightning in his hand. The bolt of lightning was like a poisonous snake as it stared at Duanling Tian. As he charged toward Duanling Tian, lightning bolts intertwined on his body and formed a lightning net in front of him. A saber wall that was shrouded in gray energy could be vaguely seen on the lightning net. The saber wall was intertwined with the lightning net to form a powerful defense. I'd like to see if your defense is stronger than mine. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian smiled mockingly. Then, he raised his left hand and an umbrella appeared in his hand. Chaos Divine Earth. Duanling Tian called out to the Chaos Divine Earth before he tossed the umbrella out with his left hand. The golden Buddha silhouette caught the umbrella in its hand. Golden light shone on the umbrella as purple energy shrouded it like a shadow. At the same time, the celestial origin energy shrouding the umbrella turned khaki as a heavy aura rose from it. The Earth Elemental Profundity. At this moment, Duanling Tian had used the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. As soon as he used the Earth Elemental Profundity, a khaki energy surged out of his body and merged with the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand. This khaki energy was the Chaos Divine Earth's energy. Due to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity had attracted the attention of the onlookers, the appearance of the Chaos Divine Earth's energy was not conspicuous at all. Is that the Earth Elemental Profundity? Heavens! Who said that the genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation hasn't comprehended a law? This is the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth Elemental Profundity. This genius sectless cultivator from the supporting Fall Nation. He's not even 100 years old. His innate talent is terrifying. A commotion broke out among the onlookers when they saw Duanling Tian using the Earth Elemental Profundity. Since most of the onlookers' attention was on the Earth Elemental Profundity and the Chaos Divine Earth's energy were similar to the celestial origin energy that had merged with the Earth Elemental Profundity, nobody noticed the khaki energy that had entered the umbrella. Boom! Rumble! Chapter 2987. Duanling Tian used the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity to block Xue Jingyu's lightning net. Apart from that, the Golden Buddha raised his umbrella to block Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast celestial saber. The Earth Elemental Profundity? Although Xue Jingyu was taken aback by Duanling Tian's sudden use of the Earth Elemental Profundity, he was like an arrow that had been knocked. It was too late for him to change his attack. If he changed his attack, it would not be as powerful as it was now. For this reason, he could only grit his teeth and endure. You've comprehended the law of Earth's Earth Elemental Profundity, and I've also comprehended the law of Thunder's Thunder Elemental Profundity. My Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are definitely not inferior to yours. I'd like to see how you're going to face me head-on. Xue Jingyu sneered disdainfully as he thought to himself, if Duanling Tian dares to face me head-on, I'm sure he'll be at a disadvantage. Chaos Divine Earth, are you sure you're capable of blocking his attack? You should know that I won't be able to block his attack. At most, I'll be able to block a portion of his attack. Duanling Tian asked the Chaos Divine Earth when he saw Xue Jingyu charging toward him like a bolt of lightning. Brat, how dare you doubt me? Just watch and see. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with anger and embarrassment. Clearly, it was angered by Duanling Tian's words. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duanling Tian calmed down and unleashed his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the Earth Elemental Profundity. This was the first time he had unleashed his celestial origin energy without holding back since he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, his celestial origin energy had been boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. Its strength was comparable to a one basic celestial duke's celestial origin energy. Boom! Rumble. The long staff in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a dragon. When the celestial core power, which was infused with the earth element, surged out, the long staff in the hands of the golden Buddha shadow that rose from the surface of his body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. The staff rose and fell as if it contained an earth-shattering power. A moment later, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian's staff and Xue Jingyu's immortal saber crossed each other, as if intentionally avoiding Xue Jingyu's immortal saber. The next moment, the long staff in his hand, with the power of thunder, smashed fiercely into the thunder net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body. This Duan Lingtian actually dodged Xue Jingyu's direct attack. Is he planning to perish together with Xue Jingyu? It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that they'll perish together. But, it's certain that both sides will suffer. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. I wonder if Xue Jingyu will choose to perish together with Duan Lingtian or retreat with only minor injuries. However, if that's the case, Xue Jingyu will only suffer minor injuries, and Duan Lingtian won't be injured. It won't be difficult for Xue Jingyu to defeat him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a daredevil. He dodged Xue Jingyu's attack and attacked Xue Jingyu's body, allowing Xue Jingyu's attack to land on his body. This scene shocked the onlookers. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong was dumbfounded. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, and the others who were standing next to him were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so ruthless. At this moment, many onlookers felt their scalps go numb when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. This purple-clad young man was a madman. Moreover, he was a madman who did not care about his own life. You want to perish together? All right. I'll fulfill your wish. I'd like to see who's more injured, you or me. Xue Jingyu was frightened by Duan Lingtian's daredevil attack. He was furious as well. He swung his celestial saber with all his might as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Bang! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's long rod landed on the lightning net that rose from Xue Jingyu's body with a loud bang. At the same time, it slowed down a little. It was clear the rod had suffered a lot of resistance. Chi! At the same time, the celestial saber in Xue Jingyu's hand shot out lightning bolts in all directions and landed on the umbrella held by the golden Buddha silhouette. The khaki-colored light on the umbrella rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. After about a breath, the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian's attack. Although Duan Lingtian's long rod's energy was slightly depleted by the lightning net, it still managed to shatter the lightning net. On the other hand, no matter how hard Xue Jingyu tried to wield the celestial saber in his hand, and no matter how hard the khaki-colored light on the umbrella in the golden Buddha silhouette's hand shook, he still could not break the umbrella's defense. Boom! After the lightning net was shattered, Duan Lingtian brought his long rod down on Xue Jingyu's body. Whoosh! At this moment, the silhouette of a suit of armor suddenly appeared on Xue Jingyu's body. The golden light on the armor was so dense that it seemed as though nothing could penetrate it. Upon closer inspection, one could see purple lightning bolts intersecting in the golden light. It was clear the golden light had been infused with Xue Jingyu's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the thunder elemental profundity. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? I've long heard that the imperial family of the southern Qi nation has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon called the Golden Light Celestial Armor. I didn't expect the second prince of the southern Qi nation to have it. The emperor of the southern Qi nation is really generous. It's only natural that the emperor of the southern Qi nation gave the second prince of the southern Qi nation to protect himself since he's about to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy is much stronger than Duan Lingtian's second king-grade celestial weapon. It's an offensive-defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been boosted with celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. The crowd was still in shock when they saw the golden armor on Xue Jingyu's body. I was just about to stop, but I didn't expect Xue Jingyu to be wearing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was about to withdraw his hand, stopped. The rod that contained a tyrannical force smashed onto the golden armor. This time, the golden light celestial armor lasted for 3 breaths. However, after 3 breaths, the golden light celestial armor was destroyed. Xue Jingyu's robe was torn to shreds, revealing a dimly glowing armor. It was none other than the golden light celestial armor, the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the southern Qi nation's imperial family. Since most of Xue Jingyu's strength was focused on offense, there was a limit to the amount of energy he could use on his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, it was still shocking that the golden light celestial armor could last for 3 breaths. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's staff had only expended a little of its energy after Xue Jingyu's first layer of defense, the golden light celestial armor. This time, Duan Lingtian's staff was mostly depleted by the golden light celestial armor. The remaining energy landed on Xue Jingyu's body and sent him flying. However, he was only slightly injured. Bang! After the onlookers saw Xue Jingyu's body fly out like an arrow from a bow, they heard a loud sound. It was a very solid sound. Barf! As his body was sent flying, the pale-faced Xue Jingyu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of dazzling blood. However, the crowd's attention only lingered on the injured Xue Jingyu for a moment before they shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. Because Duan Lingtian currently stood there with an umbrella in one hand and a rod in the other, and his expression remained unchanged as he was carefree as before. Most importantly, he was completely unscathed. How's this possible? He's unscathed. What a terrifying defense. Don't tell me he has mastered another defensive profundity from the law of earth? That's impossible. If he had used another profundity, the celestial kings here would have noticed it, right? The crowd was shocked and they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed while Xue Jingyu was injured. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, even Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was looking at Duan Lingtian in a daze. In truth, he did not have full confidence in Duan Lingtian. In fact, he was prepared to fight to a draw or Duan Lingtian would be defeated. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Not only did Duan Lingtian defeat Xue Jingyu, the second prince of the southern Qi nation, but he was also unharmed. Duan Lingtian had completely withstood Xue Jingyu's lightning-fast attack. Based on Xue Jingyu's earlier attack, even a one basic celestial duke who hasn't comprehended any profundities wouldn't be able to withstand it so easily, right? After a while, Hu Lin Yi finally regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian might be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Hu Lin Yi was certain Xue Jingyu would be able to rank in the top 100 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on Duan Lingtian's performance, Hu Lin Yi was even more confident that Duan Lingtian would be able to rank in the top 10 in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Hu Lin Yi did not dare to think about Duan Lingtian ranking in the top 3 or even first place. The Thousand Nations territory was vast. Apart from the people from the Thousand Nations territory, there were also people from other Grade 8 forces and Grade 7 forces among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials. In the profound Nether Mansion, Grade 7 forces were led by the 3 sects and 2 clans. The strength of the other Grade 7 forces was inferior to the 3 sects and 2 clans. If the other Grade 7 forces wanted to join the profound Nether Mansion, they would have to show their talents to the high-ranking officials of the profound Nether Mansion. Otherwise, they would have to go through the 3 sects and 2 clans. For this reason, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, many genius overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces would enter and join the 3 sects and 2 clans. Occasionally, there would be some genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had comprehended two profundities from the same law. Although Duan Lingtian is very strong, it seems like he hasn't comprehended a second profundity from the law of earth. He's still not strong enough to face the genius overarching heavenly supreme celestials from grade 7 forces. Chapter 2988. Brother Duan, Huang Jialong stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. It was as though he had just met Duan Lingtian for the first time. He had originally thought that he already understood this brother Duan well enough. However, it seemed like his knowledge of Duan Lingtian was only a drop in the ocean. No wonder he's able to defeat me with just one move, even though he's a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial without comprehending any profundities from the law. I can't believe I thought he's no match for Xue Jingyu. Huang Jialong was shocked and sighed repeatedly. At this moment, the other people from the supporting Fall Nation regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with disbelief when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. How's this possible? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has comprehended the second profundity from the law of earth? I think so as well. Otherwise, how did he defeat the second prince so easily? Moreover, he defeated the second prince unscathed. The people from the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief when they regained their senses. The emperor of the southern Qi nation looked at Duan Lingtian after he was certain his son was fine. His expression changed drastically. He did not expect such an outcome. If he had known that this would be the outcome, he would never have initiated the bet, because the outcome of this bet was purely him lifting a rock and smashing it on his own feet. He wanted to humiliate the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, but he did not expect he would be the one humiliated in the end. It was not a big deal for him to lose a king-grade celestial weapon. What was more important to him was his pride. Thank you, Emperor Xue. Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, laughed when he shifted his gaze from Duan Lingtian to Xue Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. At this moment, he felt extremely proud of himself. Emperor Hu, I have to admit that you're quite lucky to have such a talented sectless cultivator come to the supporting Fall Nation to compete for a spot in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Xue Mingkai remained calm when he saw Hu Lin-yi's smug expression. No matter what, you and the Southern Qi nation have lost. Hearing Xue Mingkai's words, Hu Lini knew that Xue Mingkai was deliberately saying that. I've lost this bet. However, in terms of how outstanding your son is, you, Emperor Hu, have to admit that you're inferior to me, right? Xue Mingkai smiled. Humph. Stop trying to change the topic. Hu Lini's face darkened when Xue Mingkai hit his sore spot. You'd better take out the money you lost. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. Xue Mingkai smiled faintly as he took out a sword and handed it over to Hu Lini. The sword was a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian. After tossing a king-grade celestial sword to Hu Lin-yi, Xue Ming turned to Duan Lingtian and said with a grin on his face, if you're interested in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on behalf of the Southern Qi nation, I'm willing to give you my son's golden celestial armor. Xue Mingkai's words caused an uproar. Emperor Xue is really generous. The golden celestial armor is the only purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in the Southern Qi nation's imperial family. It's worth at least 1 million prominent celestial crystals in the black market. It's 10 times more valuable than an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. It seems like Emperor Xue has high hopes for Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian's strength, it'll be a piece of cake for him to leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If he manages to rank in the top 30 after he leaves the lower realm, Emperor Xue will be able to obtain more benefits than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. In my opinion, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it's not impossible for him to rank in the top 10. If Duan Lingtian manages to rank in the top 10, Emperor Xue will definitely benefit more than a purely defensive celestial weapon. When the onlookers saw Xue Mingkai was trying to use a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to poach Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation, they turned to look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, even Xue Jingyu, who had returned to Xue Mingcai's side in his golden celestial armor, did not show any displeasure. In fact, as though he was complimenting Xue Mingcai's words, he put on a new robe and removed the golden celestial armor from his body. Hu Linyi's expression was unsightly. He did not expect Xue Mingcai would be so shameless as to openly poach him from the supporting Fall Nation. Hu Linyi took a deep breath before he handed the king-grade celestial sword to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he took out a green celestial talisman and handed it to Duan Lingtian. This is a Gale talisman inscribed by a 7-star celestial king. It can only be used once. Once you crush it, you'll gain speed comparable to a celestial king for 15 minutes. Hu Linyi added, in fact, he's even faster than most celestial kings. Clearly, this was the Gale talisman that Hu Linyi had promised to give to Duan Lingtian as a reward for helping him win the bet. Faster than most celestial kings? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he received the Gale talisman. He asked instinctively, faster than you, Your Majesty? My speed isn't even half as fast as this talisman. Hu Linyi smiled wryly. The Gale talisman that he had given to Duan Lingtian was something that could save his life at a critical moment. Upon hearing Hu Linyi's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up even more. Based on his understanding of celestial talismans, the value of such a talisman was not inferior to an ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Pfft! At this moment, Xue Mingcai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, scoffed and said, Emperor Hu, you're really stingy. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, if you're willing to represent the southern Qi nation to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not only will I give you the golden radiant celestial armor, but I'll also give you 2 celestial talismans. One of them is a Gale talisman that's even more powerful than the one Hu Linyi gave you. Apart from that, I'll also give you an offensive celestial talisman that's comparable to the full-strength attack of a 1 basic celestial king. If you find the right opportunity, even an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke won't be able to escape death from this offensive celestial talisman. Xue Mingcai said, this offensive celestial talisman is worth more than the 3 Gale talismans I gave you. In the Devata realms, the more powerful an offensive celestial talisman was, the harder it was to inscribe it. Therefore, the value of an offensive celestial talisman that was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 1 basic celestial king was much higher than a speed celestial talisman that was comparable to the 5 elements godly king's speed for a period of time. Gasp! 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 Hearing Xue Mingcai's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if Duan Lingtian managed to rank in the top 30 after he left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Xue Mingcai's reward would only be comparable to Duan Lingtian's. Hu Linyi was infuriated. Xue Mingcai's words made Hu Linyi speechless again. If Duan Lingtian did not make it into the top 30 in the end, the things Xue Mingcai took out from the 3 sects and 2 clans would, at most, be equivalent to what he had to give. Hu Linyi knew Xue Mingcai was betting on Duan Lingtian being able to rank in the top 10. Moreover, even if Hu Linyi lost the bet, with Duan Lingtian's strength, it would be as easy as eating or drinking for him to rank in the top 30. Even if Xue Mingcai did not suffer any losses or gain, as long as Duan Lingtian changed sides, he would be able to disgust Xue Mingcai. In the end, Hu Linyi took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian again before he spread his hands. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a crimson vest appeared in Hu Linyi's left hand. The vest was completely made up of crimson scales. These scales were connected together, and there were no signs of stitching at all. There was a faint crimson light wrapped around them, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that this was no ordinary item. At the same time, a round object that looked like an iron bead with a bumpy surface appeared in Hu Linyi's right hand. It was dull and inconspicuous. That's a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. The imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation has such an item as well. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation has kept it a secret. I've never heard of the imperial family of the supporting Fall Nation possessing a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Is he planning to give the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian? It seems like Emperor Hu has no choice but to pay a hefty price for Emperor Shui's attempt to poach him. At this moment, many people recognized the crimson vest in Hu Lin Yi's left hand as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Father has a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Even Hu Ji Yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was shocked when he saw the crimson vest in Hu Lin Yi's hand. It was obvious that even Hu Ji Yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation, was unaware that Hu Lin Yi possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he saw the vest in Hu Lin Yi's left hand. The defensive strength of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was incomparable to other king-grade celestial weapons that were both offensive and defensive. Although the umbrella in his hand was also a king-grade celestial weapon with defensive capabilities, it was not as good as a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. If I can obtain this purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, my strength will rise to a whole new level. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the crimson vest in Hu Lin Yi's hand. Duan Lingtian, you can choose one of these two items. This bead looks ordinary, but it's not ordinary at all. Even with all my techniques, I can't leave a mark on it. Its value should be comparable to a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Hu Lin Yi allowed Duan Lingtian to choose one of the two items in his hand. A first form profound divine metal. Chapter 2989. A first form profound divine metal. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's childish voice, Duan Lingtian immediately shut his mouth. He was about to choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon when he heard it. This is a first form profound divine metal? Duan Lingtian asked the chaos divine earth. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Lin Yi's hand. There's no mistake. The chaos divine earth replied, as one of the 5 divine elements, I can recognize a first form profound divine metal. The profound divine metal is quite lucky. It managed to find a first form profound divine metal while it was sleeping. Lad, as long as you obtain this first form profound divine metal, you can devour and assimilate the profound divine metal in your body when it wakes up. At that time, the profound divine metal in your body will evolve to the third form, and it'll be of great help to you. The chaos divine earth reminded Duan Lingtian when it sensed Duan Lingtian's desire for the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As for defensive king-grade celestial weapons, with your innate talent, it won't be difficult for you to obtain one once you join the 3 sects and 2 clans. The chaos divine earth was worried Duan Lingtian would choose the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon instead of the first form profound divine metal. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already decided to choose the inconspicuous pearl in Hu Lin Yi's hand after he confirmed it was a first form profound divine metal. Although the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon was good, it was not as valuable as the first form profound divine metal. Duan Lingtian looked at the scarlet vest in Hu Lin Yi's hand reluctantly. He was about to choose the first form profound divine metal when a burst of laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha. Hu Lin Yi had no choice but to pause and look at the person who was laughing. The person who was laughing was none other than Shui Mingkai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation. What are you laughing at? Hu Lin Yi's expression darkened. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. After a long while, Shui Mingkai stopped laughing. He looked deeply at Hu Lin Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, Emperor Hu, if I'm not wrong, the bead in your hand should be the one you bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction 200 years ago, right? If I remember correctly, you only spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to get this pearl, right? Shui Mingkai looked at Duan Lingtian and said mockingly, Duan Lingtian, it seems like Emperor Hu is reluctant to give you his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a lousy pearl. It seems like he's taking a gamble. If you choose this broken pearl, he won't have to give you the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Why don't you come to our southern Qi nation? At the very least, I won't be as petty as Emperor Hu. Xue Mingkai glanced at Hu Lini mockingly. Hu Linyi's expression changed drastically when Xue Mingkai mentioned the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would know about it. He did not expect Xue Mingkai would reveal his true intentions in front of so many people. Indeed, he was trying to mislead Duan Lingtian into choosing the pearl when he said it was worth more than a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Just as Xue Mingkai had said, he was reluctant to part with the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon in his left hand. It seems like Emperor Xue is telling the truth. Emperor Hu is really trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. Emperor Hu is so insincere. He's not even giving away a king-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he's trying to mislead Duan Lingtian. I thought Emperor Hu's pearl is something good. I didn't expect it to be something he bought at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction for 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals. How stingy. That's right. Even an ordinary complete king-grade celestial weapon is worth at least 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. 20,000 prominent celestial crystals is really stingy. Upon hearing Xue Mingkai's words and seeing Hu Linyi's expression, it was not difficult for the people present on the scene to see that Xue Mingkai was telling the truth. Xue Mingkai, don't slander me. Hu Linyi called Xue Mingkai by his name instead of calling him Emperor Xue. Clearly, he was really angry. Slander? Xue Mingkai smiled. You said I'm slandering you? Why don't we wait for the people from the Black Mountain Kingdom to come so we can talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom? Naturally, Hu Linyi would not talk to the Emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom since he had indeed spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals to buy the pearl. Moreover, he had indeed bought it at the Black Mountain Kingdom's royal auction in the past. Xue Mingkai, are you sure this pearl is worthless? Hu Linyi stared at Xue Mingkai and said in a deep voice, why don't you try and see if you can destroy it? Why don't you try and see if you can leave a mark on it? Even if it's just a tiny bit. As Hu Linyi spoke, he passed the pearl in his hand to Xue Mingkai. Emperor Hu, I didn't say I could leave a mark on the pearl. Our strength is about the same. If you can't leave a mark on it, it's only natural that I can't as well. Xue Mingkai said indifferently. Then, what makes you think it's useless? Hu Linyi asked in a deep voice. Am I wrong? Xue Mingkai smiled. You spent 20,000 prominent celestial crystals on this pearl. Moreover, you couldn't figure out anything even after studying it for so long. How can it be anything good? Why don't you tell me what's so good about it? Or, what's the use of it? The smile on Xue Mingkai's face grew wider and wider as he spoke. It was as though he was certain he had Hu Linyi in his grasp. Hu Linyi's expression turned even more unsightly upon hearing this. Emperor Hu, if I were you, I'd give these 2 items to Duan Lingtian to prove that I'm willing to part with my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Xue Mingkai said as though he was trying to stir up trouble. Hu Linyi was even more enraged by Xue Mingkai's words. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm going to do it anyway, Hu Linyi said as he glanced at Xue Mingkai coldly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian did not decline and accepted the 2 items without hesitation. He did not expect the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation would not only allow him to obtain the first form profound divine metal, but he would also obtain a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Boy, the Emperor of the Southern Qi nation is not bad, the Chaos Divine Earth said in a childish voice. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in the air. Clearly, it did not expect Duan Lingtian to receive such a pleasant surprise. With this purely defensive king-grade celestial artifact, your defense will be even stronger than before when I infuse my power into it. Previously, Duan Lingtian had taken out the king-grade celestial weapon umbrella to defend against Xue Jingyu's attack. It was all thanks to the Chaos Divine Earth's help that he was able to block Xue Jingyu's attack. If it were not for the Chaos Divine Earth's help, Hu Lin Yi would have been severely injured by Xue Jingyu's attack. Emperor Hu, you're really generous. Xue Mingkai laughed when he saw Hu Lin Yi giving the 2 items to Duan Lingtian. Then, he called out to the people from the southern Qi nation and led them away. Although he had lost the bet with Hu Lin Yi, he was still confident in his victory. At this moment, he felt more like the victor. Even the onlookers felt that the emperor of the southern Qi nation had won the battle between the emperor of the supporting Fall nation and the emperor of the southern Qi nation. Upon seeing Xue Mingkai leaving with the people from the southern Qi nation, Hu Lin Yi turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Hu Lin Yi's expression. He could not help but feel slightly worried. Is Emperor Hu going to ask me to return the items to him? If Hu Lin Yi was shameless enough to ask him to return the items to him, he would have no choice but to do so. It'll be fine if he asks me to return the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. However, if he asks me to return the first form profound divine metal, I'll return it to the emperor of the southern Qi nation and enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm on behalf of the southern Qi nation. Duan Lingtian made up his mind and waited for Hu Lin Yi to ask him to return the items to him. However, the truth proved that Duan Lingtian had thought too much. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, would not ask Duan Lingtian to return the items to him in front of the people from the supporting Fall nation even if there were no onlookers around. If he did that, he would seem petty. Not only would it incur Duan Lingtian's wrath, but he might even push Duan Lingtian to the southern Qi nation's side. Are you confident you'll make it to the top 10? Hu Lin Yi asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. I'll do my best. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard Hu Lin Yi's question. He knew Hu Lin Yi would not ask him to return the items to him. Hu Lin Yi beckoned to Duan Lingtian and the others before they continued to make their way to the center of the scaling cloud lake. Brother Duan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from the southern Qi nation's emperor's antics. Huang Jialong sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to congratulate Duan Lingtian. He was genuinely happy for Duan Lingtian. As for the others, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Hu Jiyong, the 4th prince of the supporting Fall nation, was especially envious of Duan Lingtian. Before today, he was unaware that the imperial family of the supporting Fall nation possessed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Now that he had found out about it, his father had given it to him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the center of the scaling cloud lake, Duan Lingtian saw more than 10,000 people had gathered there. Chapter 2990. 2 days later. Apart from the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, everyone else who's planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm should be here, right? Duan Lingtian stood at the center of the scaling cloud lake and surveyed his surroundings. He was certain there were at least 20,000 people present. Just as Huang Jialong had said, apart from the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were planning to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were many people who had brought them along. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans are here. All of a sudden, a commotion broke out in the distance. The commotion reached Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall nation. The people from the 3 sects and 2 clans? Duan Lingtian, the people from the supporting Fall nation, and the people from the supporting Fall nation turned to look in the direction of the commotion. They saw a group of people flying toward them in the distance. This group of people was divided into 5 groups. Each group consisted of about a dozen people, and each group was led by a person. One of the groups was dressed in different attire, and their movements were casual. The person in the lead was a slightly fat middle-aged man. He stroked his round belly as he walked in the air. His small eyes were narrowed, and they seemed to be hidden by the fat on his face. The other group of people were dressed in similar robes. However, when they got closer, one could see that although their robes were similar, there were some differences. For example, the old man in the lead had golden veins embroidered on the sleeves and hem of his robe. The robes of the 2 people behind him had silver veins embroidered on them. As for the other 10 people, their robes were embroidered with bronze veins. There were gold veins, silver veins, and bronze veins. They're from the Simplicity Celestial sect? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw their robes. He knew they were from the Simplicity Celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. The Simplicity Celestial sect was definitely ranked in the top 3 grade 7 sects in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, only the Cloud Platform Celestial sect and the Coupling Celestial sect were comparable to the profound Nether Mansion Celestial sect. Are they, from the Cloud Platform Immortal sect? Soon, Duan Lingtian's attention was attracted by the 3rd group of people. This group of people were all monks wearing kasayas. Furthermore, the kasayas they wore were divided into golden kasayas, silver kasayas and red kasayas. There was only one old monk wearing a golden kasaya. He looked kind and benevolent, like a holy monk. However, there was an invisible evil aura exuding from his body, giving people a very contradictory feeling. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had heard that the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a sect of monks, similar to the Blissful sect in the Borderlands. If a non-monk wanted to enter this sect, they had to be prepared to become a monk. They must be from the Coupling Celestial sect. In the end, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the 4th group of people. This group of people was the most eye-catching among the 5 groups of people. A handsome young man in luxurious robes sat on a luxurious sedan chair. There were 8 people carrying the sedan chair, 4 in the front and 4 at the back. Behind the palanquin he sat in, there were 10 people following him like shadows. 5 of them were women and 5 of them were men, and all of them were young people with good looks. Apart from the 8 people carrying the sedan chair who were dressed in tight-fitting servant robes, the other 10 people behind the sedan chair were dressed in luxurious robes as well. The Coupling Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian was still paying attention to this group of people when a low exclamation rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with this voice. He did not even need to turn around to know it was Huang Jialong's voice. Jialong, what are you? Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jialong. He could not figure out why Huang Jialong would exclaim in such a low voice. Brother Duan, I've lost my composure. Huang Jialong smiled awkwardly when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him. Then, his eyes lit up as he looked at the people from the Coupling Celestial sect. I lost my composure because the Coupling Celestial sect is the sect I want to join the most among the 3 sects and 2 clans. Huang Jialong said, if I'm not mistaken, the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial sect is Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. There are 3 sect leaders in the Coupling Celestial sect. Although the 3rd sect leader isn't the strongest among the 3 sect leaders, he's definitely the most talented one. It's said that apart from being the 3rd sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, he also holds an important position in the profound Nether Mansion. When Huang Jialong reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up as he looked at the person leading the group of people from the Coupling Celestial sect. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're so eager to join the Coupling Celestial sect is because of their dual cultivation method, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at Huang Jialong with a strange expression on his face as he said, based on what I know, the Coupling Celestial sect's dual cultivation method allows a man and a woman to rapidly improve their cultivation base through dual cultivation. If you join the Coupling Celestial sect, who knows how many women will be defiled by you? Ordinary women won't be able to resist the temptation of the dual cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Brother Duan, your words don't sound nice. What do you mean by defiling? I didn't want them to be cheated by other men, so I tied them to my side in advance. I'm not an irresponsible man. Huang Jialong frowned and said unhappily. All right, you'll be responsible then. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and rolled his eyes at Huang Jialong. He did not continue the topic. Instead, he shifted his attention to the 5th group of people. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he knew when to stop. He would never use his status or his cultivation base to coerce women. This was one of the reasons Duan Lingtian admired Huang Jialong. Although Huang Jialong was a playboy, he was not a shameless lecher. The fifth group of people were dressed differently. It was obvious they were from another clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. "They're from the Gongyang clan?" Duan Lingtian asked. It did not take long before he realized this group of people was from the Gongyang clan, one of the grade 7 clans in the 3 sects and 2 clans. "So, the group of people I've been paying attention to are from the Zhangsun clan?" After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the group of people led by a fat middle-aged man. These people were from the Zhangsun clan, another grade 7 clan in the 3 sects and 2 clans. Whoosh! 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 It did not take long before the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans arrived in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and stared at them indifferently. Some of the people who were originally standing close to Duan Lingtian and the others began to move toward Duan Lingtian and the others, opening up a large space for the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Sect Leader Bihai, Vice Sect Leader Hang, Vice Sect Leader Zhang, and Elder Gongyang Yu. How about we send a representative to preside over the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? The fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan asked with a smile as he looked at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, saw the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan's attitude when he spoke to the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Among the 4 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the most respectful. Or perhaps it would be better to say that he would only show respect and facing Bihai Mingfeng. Moreover, among the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 1 clan, the first person he greeted was Bihai Mingfeng. The leader of the Zhangsun clan seems to be a little cowardly in front of the leader of the coupling celestial sect. As far as I know, the Zhangsun clan is not much weaker than the coupling celestial sect, right? Not far from Duan Lingtian, a middle-aged man whispered to his companion, "They're all leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. There's no need for him to flatter the leader of the coupling celestial sect, right? Don't tell me you don't know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect is?" In response to the middle-aged man's question, his companion looked at him in astonishment. It was as if he was surprised that he would ask such a question. "Who is he?" The middle-aged man frowned. He really did not know who the leader of the coupling celestial sect was. "He's Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect," the middle-aged man's companion said as he looked at the leader of the coupling celestial sect respectfully. "What?" The middle-aged man gasped when he heard his companion's words. "He's Bihai Mingfeng? The 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion?" "That's him." The middle-aged man's companion nodded. "Are you surprised now?" "I didn't expect him to personally come." The middle-aged man smiled wryly. "He's even more terrifying than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Rumor has it that he's even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. It's not just possible, it's definitely stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Otherwise, do you think anyone can become an inspector of the profound nether mansion? After all, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion." The middle-aged man's companion said. "Both of you. Based on what you're saying, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect?" Huang Jialong heard the conversation between the middle-aged man and his companion. He quickly approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously, "Although he's very talented, he's not necessarily stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect due to his young age, right? What you're saying is already old news." Chapter 2991. The moment the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect became the inspector of the profound nether mansion, it means he's stronger than the first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. The middle-aged man's companion said. The inspector of the profound nether mansion? The first sect leader of the coupling celestial sect wanted to run for the position, but he was rejected. Huang Jialong was confused when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. Although he was the young city governor of the Passage City in the supporting Fall Nation, he knew a lot of things that ordinary people in the supporting Fall Nation didn't know about, including some things about the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, this was his first time hearing about the inspector of the profound nether mansion. Brother, what's the inspector of the profound nether mansion? Earlier, you said there are 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong asked curiously as he looked at the middle-aged man's companion. The inspectors of the profound nether mansion are second only to the mansion master and the vice mansion masters in the profound nether mansion. The middle-aged man's companion replied with a burning gaze, there are only 10 inspectors in the profound nether mansion. Apart from sectless cultivators, powerhouses from the 3 sects and 2 clans can also run for the position. Currently, there are 2 inspectors from the coupling celestial sect, one from the cloud platform celestial sect, and one from the Simplicity Celestial sect. There's no one from the Zhangsun clan or the Gongyang clan. The other inspector from the Coupling Celestial sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, and the Simplicity Celestial sect are all senior powerhouses who have left the 3 major celestial sects. They usually stay in the profound nether mansion and don't interfere with the affairs of the 3 major celestial sects. Naturally, if the 3 major celestial sects are in danger, they'll definitely step forward. However, at that time, the profound nether mansion won't just stand by and watch. The middle-aged man's companion introduced the profound nether mansion to Huang Jialong as though he was very familiar with the profound nether mansion. Brother, how do you know so much about the profound nether mansion? Huang Jialong was slightly surprised when he heard the middle-aged man's companion's words. This fellow likes to ask around when he's free. It's only natural that he learned a lot about the profound nether mansion. Huang Jialong was enlightened. Huang Jialong nodded. On the other side. When the fat middle-aged man from the Zhangsun clan spoke, the people from the Simplicity Celestial sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, and the Gongyang clan turned to look at the leader of the Coupling Celestial sect. Sect Master Biyao, this matter is up to you to decide. Exactly. Sect Master Biyao, you can make the decision. I, Gongyang Yu, will listen to Sect Master Biyao. The 3 of them spoke in unison. It was clear from their words that Biyao Mingfeng was the leader. Even they did not expect the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect would personally lead the group. Even if they were led by the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, there was no need for them to act so humbly. Not only was this person stronger than them, but he was also the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect and one of the 10 inspectors of the profound nether mansion. An inspector of the profound nether mansion represented the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. There was a rule in the profound nether mansion that stated that inspectors of the 3 sects and 2 clans who were over 3,000 years old were not allowed to return to their sects or clans. On the other hand, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was not even 1,000 years old, let alone 3,000 years old. Since he was not even 1,000 years old, he could be considered as a genius among geniuses in the profound nether mansion. At this moment, the 20,000 people present on the scene, even those who were unaware of the situation, realized how terrifying the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect was. Just based on the way the leaders of the other 2 sects and 2 clans treated the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, one could tell the 3rd sect leader was not a simple person. Who's this person? There's such a person in the coupling celestial sect? Even if the 1st sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is here, they shouldn't be acting like this, right? What's going on? At this moment, many people were still unaware of the significance of Biyao Mingfeng's name. Even if someone told them Biyao Mingfeng was an inspector of the profound nether mansion, they still did not know what it meant. Since I've decided, Zhangsun Xiongqi, you'll be in charge of presiding over the opening of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Bihai Mingfeng sat on the palanquin with his legs crossed leisurely as he glanced at the fat middle-aged man who was the leader of the Zhangsun clan. Zhangsun Xiongqi. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Bihai Mingfeng's words. I didn't expect this fat middle-aged man to be the second elder of the Zhangsun clan. Although there were many elders in the Zhangsun clan, only 2 of them were famous. They were the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Zhangsun clan. The Second Elder was Zhangsun Xiongqi. His strength was second only to the clan leader and the Grand Elder of the Zhangsun clan. The 10 of you will follow Elder Zhangsun's orders, Bihai Mingfeng said to the people behind him. After saying those words, Bihai Mingfeng spoke again. Evidently, he was speaking to the 10 people behind him. Yes, third sect leader. As for the 10 people behind him, after hearing his words, they immediately responded in unison, and their voices were filled with incomparable respect. Judging from their tone, the respect in their tone was clearly from the bottom of their hearts. If one took a closer look, they would discover that when they looked at Bihai Mingfeng's back, there was a crazed look in the depths of their eyes. Not only was Bihai Mingfeng the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, but he was also the most talented person in the sect in the past 100,000 years. Most of the people in the coupling celestial sect felt the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect had the ability to lead the sect to a higher level and become a 6th grade celestial sect. Yes. Zhangsun Xiongqi replied to Bihai Mingfeng. Then, he looked at the crowd in front of him and said indifferently, now, leaders of the major forces who have a spot to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please step forward. Although Zhangsun Xiongqi's voice was indifferent, it was laced with celestial origin energy that clearly entered the ears of the 20,000 people, including Duan Lingtian. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of people rose into the air and stood in front of Zhangsun Xiongqi. All of them looked at Zhangsun Xiongqi reverently. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, was among these people. Xue Ming Kai, the emperor of the southern Qi nation, was also present. Emperors of the Thousand Nations territory, please step forward, Zhangsun Xiongqi said. After the 1,000 people appeared, Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to speak. Immediately, 1,000 people stood out from the 1,000 people. Hu Lin Yi and Xue Ming Kai stepped forward as well. Every nation in the Thousand Nations territory has 9 spots to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will give you the accumulative point jade. Zhangsun Xiongqi looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said, as for what the accumulative point jade represents and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it's up to you to explain them to your people. I won't repeat myself. After Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, he turned to look at the 10 people he had brought with him. The 10 people immediately flew toward 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. At the same time, 10 people from the Coupling Celestial Sect, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Gongyang clan stepped forward as well. Every 10 people would give out accumulative point jade to 200 of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory. It did not take long before the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory each received 9 accumulative point jade. Once you've received your accumulative point jade, distribute them to your people. At the same time, you can explain the use of the accumulative point jade and the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to them. After the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans returned from distributing the accumulative point jade, Zhangsun Xiongqi looked at the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory and said indifferently, "Yes, Elder Zhangsun." The 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory responded in unison and left. Each of the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory ruled a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Usually, they were superior to others in their respective celestial kingdoms. However, at this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the second elder of the Zhangsun clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After the 1,000 emperors from the Thousand Nations territory left, Zhangsun Xiong Qi asked the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans to step forward and distribute the accumulative point jade to them. The 3 sects and 2 clans distributed different accumulative point jades. Naturally, this did not mean that those who obtained the accumulative point jade from the 3 sects and 2 clans would have to join their respective accumulative point jades if they survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The reason for this was a tradition passed down from the 3 sects and 2 clans. The 3 sects and 2 clans would agree to a bet when the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened. And this bet was based on which force had the most accumulative point jade tokens left in the end, and that force would be the final winner. The 4 losing sects would have to pay the winning sect some money. Although the bet was not specified, it had to be something that would make the 3 sects and 2 clans feel the pinch if they lost. For this reason, the 3 sects and 2 clans hoped that those who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have the most accumulative point jades. There's one more thing. After the leaders of the remaining sects received their accumulative point jades, Zhangsun Xiong Qi continued to announce. This time, the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will only reopen after 70% of those who have entered have perished. At that time, the entrance to the lower realm will open again. Chapter 2992. 70%? 70% of the people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will die before the remaining people can come out? This. Doesn't this mean only 3 out of 10 people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will come out alive? Didn't they say that the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will reopen after 60% of the people who enter die? Did the second elder of the Zhangsun clan make a mistake? Above the central area of the scaling cloud lake, a group of people heard Zhangsun Xiongqi's words. After a moment of silence, there was another commotion. Most of them were talking about the 70% that Zhangsun Xiongqi had mentioned. 70%? The rules have been changed? Although many people thought Zhangsun Xiongqi had made a mistake, Duan Lingtian did not think Zhangsun Xiongqi had made a mistake. At the very least, Zhangsun Xiongqi did not seem to have any intention of retracting his words. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when Zhangsun Xiongqi said, "I didn't make a mistake, and all of you didn't mishear me." In the past, the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would only reopen after 60% of the people who enter have died. However, this time, it's a little more difficult. Only when 70% of the people in the lower realm have died will the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm reopen. A bright smile appeared on Zhangsun Xiongqi's face when he finished speaking. Zhangsun Xiongqi's words had undoubtedly dispelled the thoughts of many people, and it caused their expressions to turn grim. Of course, it's not too late to change your mind. Those who wish to withdraw can return their accumulative point jades to the leaders of the forces who recommended you to the lower realm. Zhangsun Xiongqi continued to speak. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, a commotion broke out among the crowd. Some people chose to withdraw from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the other hand, some people from the supporting Fall Nation, where Duan Lingtian was from, did not withdraw from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, 70%. This means only 30% of the people who enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will come out alive. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. There were 9 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation, including him. In other words, based on the ratio, only 3 of them would survive in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to be so dangerous. Only 30% will come out alive. Huang Jia Huang. Although he sighed, Huang Lin Yi's eyes did not seem to be afraid of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No one wants to back out? Since the Emperor Huang Lin was Huang, he did not seem surprised Duan Lingtian's Heavenly Supreme Celestial Ancient Heaven sect. However, what surprised him was that he had never seen such a scene before. Surprisingly, not a single person from the supporting Fall Nation proposed to withdraw. Fortune comes with risk. When I was in the supporting Fall Nation, I decided to participate in the Southern Heaven combat because I wanted to enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm and seek my own fortuitous encounter. If I run away now, my celestial Tao heart will be affected, and I won't be able to improve my cultivation base in the future. A middle-aged overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation said in a deep voice, moreover, the death rate is only 10% higher than before. Who's to say I won't survive until the end? That's right. Since we're already here, there's no reason for us to back out. How many chances are there in life? If I don't take the risk now, I'm afraid I won't have another chance in the future. Humph. Who knows, maybe I'll be able to come out alive. As long as we come out alive, we'll be able to join the 3 sects and 2 clans. At that time, our future will be bright. The overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation were filled with enthusiasm. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was, naturally, very pleased with their decision. After all, one more person would be able to come out alive if they entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. In that case, it would only be beneficial to him and not detrimental to him. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Southern Qi nation seems different from ours. Duan Lingtian glanced at the people from the Southern Qi nation and saw the accumulative point jade in the hands of one of the Southern Qi nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestials. The accumulative point jade in his hands was green and seemed to be filled with vitality. On the other hand, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the Southern Qi nation's overarching heavenly supreme celestial was blue and as clear as the sea. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, some of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation turned to look at the people from the Southern Qi nation. They're indeed different. The accumulative point jade in the hands of the Southern Qi nation's people is blue, but our accumulative point jade is green. Why are they different? Is there something special about the different colors of the accumulative point jade? The overarching heavenly supreme celestials quickly shifted their attention to Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Hu Lin Yi explained, every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm opens, the accumulative point jade in the hands of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who enter the Southern Heaven ancient realm are given 5 different colors. The colors are the gold jade, wood jade, water jade, fire jade, and earth jade. Each of the 5 colors represents one of the 3 sects and 2 clans. For example, the wooden jade in your hands was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment before he continued to say, this wooden jade was given to me by the Simplicity Celestial sect. The gold jade was given to me by the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. The water jade was given to me by the Coupling Celestial sect. The fire jade was given to me by the Gong Yang clan. The earth jade was given to me by the Zhang Sun clan. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he continued to say, rumor has it that every time the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm opens, the 3 sects and 2 clans would set up a bet with each other. Let's see which sect has the most accumulative point jades in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. It's said that the other 4 forces will have to give something to the force that has the most accumulative points jade tokens. Hu Lin Yi explained. Naturally, although the accumulative point jades correspond to forces, those who come out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm can choose any force they want. At that time, those who perform outstandingly and are ranked at the top will generally be invited by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Hu Lin Yi continued to explain. A bet? Upon hearing Hu Lin Yi's words, Duan Lingtian and the others finally understood what Hu Lin Yi meant. The 3 sects and 2 clans are really arrogant to use this as a bet. At the very least, they can set their own rules when it comes to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Duan Lingtian looked at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans and realized how cruel it was to survive in the Devata realms. The bigger the fist, the better. In the Devata realms, the stronger ones were revered. Your Majesty, the accumulative point jades in our hands are made of wood jade. If we kill someone who has an accumulative point jade and absorb the points in it, our accumulative point jades won't change color, right? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting Fall Nation asked Hu Lin Yi. Of course not, Hu Lin Yi replied. Hu Lin Yi said, the 3 sects and 2 clans have already thought about this. Before entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, all of you have to perform blood ownership claim on your accumulative point jades. Once the owners of these accumulative points jade plates die, their accumulative points jade plates will become ownerless. After one breath, they will shatter, and the points inside will be transferred to the nearest accumulative points jade plate. Therefore, when you kill someone in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you must make sure there are no other accumulative point jades near the person you kill. Otherwise, the points from the person you kill will be transferred to the accumulative point jade that has an owner. Hu Lin Yi reminded Duan Ling Tian and the others when he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Ling Tian and the others would not have known about this if Hu Lin Yi did not mention it. Apart from that, although all of you will enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm together, you'll be sent to different corners of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the transporting formation. In the beginning, all of you will have to rely on yourselves. However, if you encounter each other and trust each other, you can work together. Of course, if you can't trust each other, I suggest you don't work together. After all, no one will know even if you kill each other in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm as long as no one else is present. Hu Lin Yi paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others meaningfully. Many overarching heavenly supreme celestials began to look at the people around them warily. Some of them were even determined not to work together with Hu Lin Yi. It was fine if someone sincerely wanted to work together with them. However, if someone harbored evil intentions, they might even be killed. About half an hour later. It's almost time. The voice of the Zhangsun clan's second elder, Zhangsun Xiongqi, resounded once more, and it suppressed the vast clamor of the scene in one go, causing the scene to instantly become silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. Now, the 3 sects and 2 clans will join forces to open the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. All overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have decided to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, please bring your accumulative point jades with you. Zhangsun Xiongqi said. As soon as Zhangsun Xiongqi finished speaking, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, turned to look at the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Zhangsun Xiongqi nodded at the 4 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Chapter 2993. Are those formation plates? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans taking out similar plates with complicated inscriptions on them. As it turned out, Duan Ling Tian was right. The plates in Zhangsun Xiongqi and the others' hands were the tokens to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The profound Nether Mansion had entrusted them to the 3 sects and 2 clans for safekeeping. Let's begin. Bihai Ming Feng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, said indifferently. He was the first to throw the formation plate in his hand. It rose into the air in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh. 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 After Bihai Ming Feng threw the formation plates in his hand, Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans also threw the formation plates in their hands. In the next moment, under everyone's gaze, the 5 formation discs were suspended in the void, forming a circle. There seemed to be a mysterious force that connected them together tightly. Swoosh. 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 With a burst of light sound, the 5 formation discs were connected in a mysterious way. Above the 5 formation discs, bursts of white light rose at the same time. Finally, they connected together, forming a beam of light that was like a pillar that supported the sky. The beam of light seemed to have descended from the heavens and struck the empty space under the feet of the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air, causing the void to tremble. In the next moment, rip! A spatial tear appeared. In the next moment, a majestic door flew out of the spatial tear and appeared before everyone's eyes. There were 2 huge pillars on both sides of the door. The pillars were engraved with complicated inscriptions that exuded an ancient aura. In addition, there was a plaque hanging on the crossbeam directly above the door. On it, there were 4 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Southern Heaven, Ancient Realm. Most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials present on the scene only stared at the plaque for a few breaths before they averted their eyes. This was because as soon as they saw the words Southern Heaven, Ancient Realm on the plaque, they could feel a powerful aura surging out of the plaque, exerting a terrifying pressure on them. They could not withstand this pressure at all. They could only hold on for 1 or 2 breaths of time. Even some of the stronger overarching heavenly supreme celestials could only last a few breaths longer than most of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials could last more than 10 breaths. The reason Duan Ling Tian could hold on for so long was because of the profound divine metal protecting his soul. The words Southern Heaven, Ancient Realm on the plaque exerted a pressure on everyone's soul. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian discovered none of the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials were staring at the plaque. He could tell there was something strange about the plaque. He withdrew his gaze before the others withdrew their gazes. Even so, his action was noticed by the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. This young man is not simple. They knew very well just how oppressive the 4 words on the signboard were. However, the purple-clad young man had held on for more than twice as long as the other overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, it seemed like he had intentionally looked away. Interesting. Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. After the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials, including Duan Ling Tian, averted their gazes, the powerhouses from the other sects also averted their gazes after a while. They no longer dared to look at the words. Don't tell me those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? An overarching heavenly supreme celestial asked in a trembling voice. You're right. Those words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. However, we're not sure which generation the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Some of the people present on the scene knew the words were left behind by the Southern Heaven Territory's Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Just the words left behind are already so terrifying. If the real person were to descend, how terrifying would his strength be? Huang Jialong said in a trembling voice. The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, however, unlike Huang Jialong, who was shocked by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's technique, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware of it. He had seen people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. How could he be afraid of a titled celestial lord? After all heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were titled celestial emperors. Although there was only 1 word difference between a titled celestial emperor and a titled celestial lord, their strength was on a completely different level. If a titled celestial emperor wanted to, he could easily kill a titled celestial emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's soul was protected by the profound divine metal at this moment. Therefore, he did not feel what Huang Jialong felt earlier. Boom! Rumble! A series of loud noises rang in the air, attracting the attention of Duan Lingtian and the others. However, none of them paid any attention to the plaque on the crossbeam above the door. As for those experts who were still looking at the plaque and vaguely felt a trace of pressure, their gazes were attracted by the sound of the door, and they no longer continued to look at the plaque. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the door opened inwards. After the door opened, what appeared in front of everyone was an endless darkness. It was so dark that they could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Swoosh! 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 Almost at the same time, 10 people from the 3 sects and 2 clans stepped into the air and appeared in front of the door. When they saw the words Southern Heaven Ancient Realm on the plaque above the door, they knew the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was behind the door. For this reason, they were not surprised by the actions of the 3 sects and 2 clans. Everyone who's not in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, move back 1,000 meters. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi's voice rang in the air again. Everyone from the various sects, including Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, retreated 1,000 meters immediately. Apart from that, there were also those who changed their minds and did not want to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In just a blink of an eye, the crowd was reduced by about 8,000 people. Only 12,000 people remained. The 9 people from the supporting Fall Nation, including Duan Lingtian, were in the crowd. Very good. There are still 10,000 people. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi was pleased to see that there were still 12,000 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. 12,000 people. In other words, only 3,600 of you will survive. As for the 3,600 survivors, they can choose to join any of the 3 sects and 2 clans. In addition, the 3,600 people who come out in the end will be ranked according to the points on your accumulative points Jade token. Those who rank in the top 100 will be rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Those who rank in the top 30 will be rewarded even more. Those who rank in the top 10, top 3, and top 1 will be rewarded handsomely. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi continued to say, naturally, the rewards you will receive will be separate from the rewards your referees will receive. In other words, your rewards will belong to you and won't be given to your referees. The referees Zhang Sun Xiong Qi mentioned were, naturally, the leaders of the various sects who had brought the overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For example, Duan Lingtian's referees were Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, all of you will be divided into 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Apart from performing the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point Jade, you'll also have to perform the blood ownership claim on your accumulative point Jade. The accumulative point Jade will be left behind so that we can observe the changes in your points. If your accumulative point Jade shatters, your accumulative point Jade will shatter as well. In addition, we will show projections in the void according to the subcards and list the rankings of those who are still alive. Naturally, those who only have 1 point are not eligible to be ranked. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi continued to say. The accumulative point Jade is divided into accumulative point Jade and accumulative point Jade. I have the accumulative point Jade while the accumulative point Jade is left behind? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted. The emperor of the supporting Fall Nation did not mention this to them. However, it seemed like the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation knew the 3 sects and 2 clans would reveal this to them. Zhang Sun Xiong Qi continued to say, I'm sure your referees have already explained the rest to you. Now, all of you will form 50 groups and enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm one by one. Everything you obtain in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will belong to you even after you come out of it. Good luck. The higher your ranking, the better your treatment in the 3 sects and 2 clans will be. When Duan Lingtian and the others had formed 50 groups, Zhang Sun Xiong Qi's voice rang in the air again. He did not say anything else after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 12,000 participants had formed 50 groups and were making their way to the entrance of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The 50 participants from the 3 sects and 2 clans were each in charge of a group. After dripping blood on the accumulative point Jade's accumulative point Jade and the accumulative point Jade's accumulative point Jade, each participant would be able to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Swoosh. 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 After 2 rounds of dripping blood on the accumulative point Jade, the 50 participants were the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, when they entered the darkness behind the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they did not move at all. It was as though they had been devoured by the darkness until nothing was left of them. 50 participants formed a group and entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Chapter 2994. The people from the supporting Fall Nation were all in the same line. The person in front was none other than Hu Ji-yong, the fourth prince of the supporting Fall Nation. I'll make a move first. Be careful. Hu Ji-yong nodded at Duan Ling Tian and the others before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. Initially, Hu Ji-yong wanted Duan Ling Tian to be the first to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Duan Ling Tian was not particular about this and stood behind Huang Jialong. The second person to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was Huang Jialong's fifth brother, Huang Jiachao. Fifth brother, be careful. Don't overexert yourself. Although Huang Jialong had a few brothers, he was the closest to his fifth brother. Therefore, he had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Huang Jialong preparing to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Don't worry, fourth brother. I'll make it out alive. Huang Jiachao said with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Ling Tian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm with the other 49 people. After Huang Jiachao, it was Huang Jialong's turn. Brother Duan, I'll make a move first. Although you're strong, the profound Nether Mansion is huge. There's bound to be some powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Don't underestimate them, Huang Jialong reminded Duan Ling Tian before he entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was worried Duan Ling Tian would underestimate the group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Don't worry. Duan Ling Tian nodded and watched as Huang Jialong entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew there was always someone better than him out there. Although Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm while he was only a transcender, Huang Jialong was a native of a Devata realm. Although Duan Ling Tian was a transcender, he had met people who were stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's horizons were much higher than Huang Jialong's imagination. After Huang Jialong, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn to enter. Duan Ling Tian took out his accumulative point jade and dripped his blood on it in front of the people from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect who were in charge of their group. Then, the person from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect took out a small jade token and asked Duan Ling Tian to bind it with his blood. Duan Ling Tian knew this was the sub-token of the accumulative point jade in his hand. It could reflect the changes in the main token of the accumulative point jade. After you bind the master token with your blood, you can infuse your divine sense into it and check the points inside. Currently, there's only one point. The person in charge of Duan Ling Tian's group was a young man from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect. He wore a Daoist robe, and his expression was indifferent. Upon hearing the other party's words, Duan Ling Tian immediately infused his divine sense into the Jade Points token and immediately received a point. If there's nothing else, you can go in now. The disciple from the Cloud Platform Celestial sect said after he registered Duan Ling Tian's name. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he stepped into the void and entered the void before he walked into the darkness behind the void. As soon as Duan Ling Tian came into contact with the darkness, he felt a powerful suction force pulling him into the darkness. During this process, although he tried to resist, it was to no avail. After being swallowed, Duan Ling Tian only felt darkness before his eyes. Then, he felt as though the world was spinning. This feeling lasted for a few dozen breaths before it finally stopped. After the feeling stopped, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. The dazzling light made him squint his eyes instinctively. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked around. He was certain he was in a forest. All he could see were trees that he could not name. Apart from that, there were also yellowish-green leaves under his feet. The ground was soft. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have sensed something. He turned to look at a shrub that he could not name. The shrub was lush and dense. It was dark yellow in color as though it had merged with the earth. Awu. As Duan Ling Tian looked at the shrub, he saw two dark green rays of light among the shrub. As soon as the two dark green rays of light appeared, a dark yellow figure leaped out of the shrub and pounced toward Duan Ling Tian. Is this a celestial beast? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw a celestial beast that resembled a wolf charging at him. Based on its eyes, he could tell it was a celestial beast without intelligence. It's a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, its instincts are not inferior to heaven-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness and roughly learned about the celestial beast without intelligence. Swoosh! As soon as the celestial beast closed in on him, Duan Lingtian's right hand shot out at lightning speed. An earthy yellow light flashed in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Awu! A shrill cry rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had extended his hand and grabbed the neck of the celestial beast that was pouncing toward him. At the same time, the light in his hand transformed into a huge palm. The celestial beast was about 1.5 meters tall when it stood on all fours. Its neck was extremely thick. If it were not for the hand, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grab hold of the celestial beast's neck. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill the celestial beast. Otherwise, he would have killed the celestial beast with just a flick of his finger. It's a normal celestial beast. It's not a formation. There's life in the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he extended his divine consciousness and confirmed that the celestial beast in his hand was not an illusory celestial beast. This is a little world created by a celestial lord? A little world created by a celestial lord allows living beings to live in it for a long time? Duan Lingtian did not know much about little worlds created by celestial lords. However, he knew a thing or two about little worlds created by celestial dukes and celestial kings. Even for little worlds created by celestial kings, those who entered them would not be able to stay in them for long. Otherwise, they would be forcefully sent out. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought to himself, perhaps, this celestial beast was recently sent into the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Duan Lingtian looked at the celestial beast in front of him again. Although the celestial beast was not sentient, there was a hint of fear in its eyes when it looked at Duan Lingtian. I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, I'll take your life. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he released the celestial beast, freeing it. After the celestial beast regained its freedom, it looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully before it left without looking back. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared from Duan Lingtian's sight. What's this place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose into the air. His celestial origin energy caused the leaves on the ground to flutter in the air. There's a limit? When Duan Lingtian was about 100 meters above the forest, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried to circulate his celestial origin energy, he could not ascend any higher. High up in the sky, there seemed to be an invisible pressure that was binding him at all times, not allowing him to continue ascending. I can't see anything useful at this height. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air and looked at his surroundings. With his eyesight, although he could see very far, all he could see was a boundless forest. Swoosh! Swoosh! All of a sudden, a loud noise rang in the air. Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to it at first. However, when the noise got closer, he felt as though a dam had burst. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a group of densely packed black dots moving toward him at an extremely fast speed. After a while, the black dots grew larger and larger until they transformed into black crows the size of goshawks. On the heads of these black crows, there were golden horns that were faintly flickering with golden light, emitting waves of demonic aura. These are golden-horned black crows? Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the black crows moving toward him. Although the golden-horned black crows were celestial beasts without intelligence, they were extremely talented. Even if they did not encounter any fortuitous encounters, they would still be able to break through and become peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. These golden horned black crows seemed to be peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the speed of the black crows. It was not difficult for him to discern their cultivation bases. He was not worried if there were only a few dozen black crows. However, there were only a few hundred of them. They were enough to pose a threat to him. It was even to the extent that once over 100 black crows successfully formed a formation, he would undoubtedly die with his current strength. The terrifying thing about the golden-horned black crows was not their innate talent, but their innate ability to form a formation with their companions. One golden-horned black crow was not scary. However, if there were a few dozen, a few hundred, or even a few thousand of them gathered together, it would be extremely terrifying. It was said that if a few thousand golden-horned black crows formed a formation, they could easily kill a celestial duke. Wait a minute. These thousands of black crows seem to have formed a formation to look for prey. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as the flock of golden-horned black crows drew closer. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's body flashed, and his entire body shone with an earthen yellow light. In the next moment, he shot into the forest like a sharp arrow. This was the only choice he had at this moment. Once he entered the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows would no longer be able to form a formation. If that was the case, he would still have a chance to survive. Why am I so unlucky? I encountered such a terrifying flock of golden-horned black crows as soon as I entered the forest. Chapter 2995. Thousands of golden-horned black crows could only allow Duan Lingtian to escape a certain distance even if the formation they formed was broken after they charged into the forest. This was because the speed of the 1,000 golden-horned black crows was slower than Duan Lingtian when they were not in the formation. Once they were in the formation, the speed of the 1,000 golden-horned black crows was comparable to a celestial duke. It would not be difficult for them to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Even if the 1,000 golden-horned black crows broke the formation after they entered the forest, it would not take long for them to reform the formation and catch up to Duan Lingtian and kill him. They weren't that fast earlier. However, their speed only increased after they got close to me. It's obvious they only completed the formation after they got close to me. After entering the forest, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged and merged with the earth elemental profundity and turned into a khaki color. At the same time, golden and purple lights shone from his body. A whirlpool appeared on his body and began to devour the heaven and earth elemental energy before it disappeared. It was obvious Duan Lingtian had used all the techniques he had at his disposal. Elementary devouring tactic. Purple chi from the east. Akala King Ming. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body at an extremely fast speed. The 99 heavenly veins in his body did not stop circulating at all. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure shot out. It was as if he'd transformed into a bolt of lightning that was a mixture of khaki, gold, and violet as he shuttled swiftly through the forest. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that there was no movement behind him. He could not help but stop moving. What's going on? Duan Lingtian mustered up his courage and turned around. However, he did not see any golden-horned black crows. In fact, there were no traces of the golden-horned black crows chasing him from the place where he had re-entered the forest. What's going on? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian once again stepped into the air. When he was close to the sky above the forest, he extended his divine consciousness and clearly sensed the dense auras above the forest. Could it be that these golden-horned black crows can't enter the forest? Duan Lingtian stood in the air above the forest. His gaze pierced through the forest and found that the thousands of golden-horned black crows were still there, staring at the spot where he was at. Furthermore, these thousands of golden-horned black crows were still in formation. Give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian intended to verify the idea in his heart. His figure flashed and appeared outside the forest. Of course, it appeared not far from the forest. At this moment, ear-piercing screams swept over from all directions, piercing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to the point that it felt as if they would burst at any moment. Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes and saw that the originally motionless golden-horned black crows suddenly had their golden horns glowing brightly. Then, they flapped their wings and swooped down towards him. Whoosh! Crash! Duan Lingtian's scalp went numb when he saw the thousands of golden-horned black crows swooping down. He quickly returned to the forest. When Duan Lingtian returned to the forest, the thousands of golden-horned black crows came to a halt and returned to their original spots. They stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. As expected. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally confirmed his speculation. For some reason, these golden-horned black crows were not allowed to enter the forest. However, he was not surprised by this. If these thousands of golden-horned black crows are allowed to roam freely in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm afraid none of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be able to survive their attacks. This was why Duan Lingtian was not surprised. However, due to these golden-horned black crows, none of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including me, are allowed to enter the forest. Once we enter the forest, we'll be attacked by the golden-horned black crows. Only in the forest can we avoid their attacks. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out that this was a rule in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to prevent them from entering the forest. Without entering the forest, it would be difficult for them to know their surroundings. They would have to explore the forest step by step. Forget it. I guess I can only choose a direction and walk to the end of the forest. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided on a direction and made his way there. Along the way, due to Duan Lingtian's speed, many celestial beasts in the forest were alerted. However, none of them could catch up to him. My current speed is comparable to a celestial duke. The strongest celestial beast I've encountered along the way is only a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Those celestial beasts are only a threat to ordinary overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, but they're no threat to me. If Duan Lingtian had not comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, his journey would not have been so smooth. Moreover, it was precisely because he'd comprehended the Earth elemental Tao that he was able to move freely through the forest as if he was entering unobstructed territory. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. In the sky above the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. After the 12,000 overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials, including Duan Lingtian, entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the door to the void closed. After the void gate closed, a screen of light appeared in the space where the void gate had been opened. This light screen was white and very flat. It looked like a very large piece of white paper that was floating in the void. In the beginning, many people's attention was focused on the screen that was like a piece of white paper. However, after 10 days, the number of people who were paying attention to the light screen had decreased significantly. Until, someone's name has appeared. Someone's voice rang in the air, drawing the attention of those who had shifted their attention away from the light screen. A name appeared on the screen of light. It was as if a name had been written on a piece of white paper. Wu Xiaoyu. 2 points. Wu Xiaoyu. Who's Wu Xiaoyu? He's the first to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This means he's the first to kill someone who has also entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I wonder who died at his hands. As long as the person who recommended him has his soul pearl, the person who recommended him should know he's killed, right? You're wrong. Rumor has it that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the upper, middle, and lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was a Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who had comprehended the law of time. When he created the upper, middle, and lower realms of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he set up a formation that contains the law of time. Due to the restriction of the formation that contains the law of time, the soul pearls of those who die in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm will only shatter after a certain period of time. Moreover, the period of time is not fixed. If a second person is killed during this period of time, even if someone else's soul pearl shatters at the same time, they won't be able to say it was the person who killed the second person. Does this mean even if someone with no background kills an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from a grade 7 force, the powerhouses from the grade 7 forces won't be able to seek revenge? That's right. The southern heaven celestial lord must have thought of this as well. That's why he set up a formation in the southern heaven ancient realm. When the first person with 2 points appeared on the scoreboard, a commotion broke out in the sky above the center of the scaling cloud lake. Ha! Xiaoyu, well done. An old man laughed heartily as he looked at the name on the scoreboard. Old brother Wu, congratulations on your grandson's achievement. A middle-aged man and another old man who were standing near the old man congratulated him with a smile on their faces. A hint of jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The old man was from a grade 8 clan. Now, the name that appeared on the scoreboard was his grandson's name. The 2 people who congratulated him were from 2 other grade 8 clans who had brought their overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the lower realm. Perhaps, it's just the same name, the old man said humbly. Inwardly, he did not think it was a coincidence. After all, there were only slightly more than 10,000 people who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm this time. Moreover, his grandson's name was not common at all. Another name has appeared. About 2 hours after the first name appeared on the scoreboard, another name appeared on the scoreboard. Ling Jueyan. 2 points. Ling Jueyan? Could he be the sectless genius from the East Ming nation? Hu Lin-yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, narrowed his eyes when he saw the second name on the scoreboard. He scanned the crowd before his eyes finally landed on a middle-aged man with a medium build. The middle-aged man had a dignified appearance, and he exuded a majestic aura. It was clear he had been in a high position for a long time. Hu Lin-yi could clearly see the middle-aged man's smile when he saw Ling Jueyan's name on the scoreboard. It seems like it's him. The middle-aged man was none other than the emperor of the East Ming nation. He was also the leader of the East Ming nation's team. Since the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had opened, most of the people from grade 8 clans were the leaders of their clans. Those from grade 8 clans were all emperors. Heavens! He has 1 more point. Before Hu Lin-yi could regain his senses, another exclamation rang in his ears. He instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard and saw Ling Jueyan, who was originally in second place, had risen to first place. Behind his name, 3 points were written. Ling Jueyan has killed 2 people in such a short time. Chapter 2996. How could he obtain 2 points in such a short time? There was only one possibility. Ling Jueyan must have killed 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. That was how he obtained 2 points in such a short time. Killing 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like Ling Jueyan is quite strong. That's right. Those who are allowed to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm are the cream of the crop among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It doesn't matter if he's strong enough to kill 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in such a short time. I wonder which force Ling Jueyan belongs to. I know Ling Jueyan. He's a sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. Moreover, Ling Jueyan defeated 8 overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the East Ming nation during the southern heaven combat in the East Ming nation. He's so strong even though he's only a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Could it be that he has comprehended some profundities from a law? That's right. Moreover, it's said that he has comprehended the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. The law of death? Ling Jueyan's rise to the top of the scoreboard had caused a commotion among the crowd. When news of Ling Jueyan's origin and the law of death that Ling Jueyan had comprehended were revealed, it caused another uproar. At this moment, many people walked up to the emperor of the East Ming nation to congratulate him. A sectless cultivator with the cultivation base of a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial defeated 8 of the most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials from a grade 8 celestial nation. The law of death? When the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans heard about Ling Juoyan, they were intrigued by Ling Juoyan's achievements. I didn't expect such an outstanding young man to be the second person to reach the top of the scoreboard, Zhangsun Xiongqi from the Zhangsun clan side. Before he could finish sighing, another voice sounded beside his ear. It is said that Ling Juoyan is not even 100 years old this year. Less than 100 years old? Upon hearing this, even Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was shocked. Such a genius actually appeared in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? He had comprehended the law of death. As a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he had defeated the 8 most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. Although it was extraordinary, there were many people in the profound nether mansion who were capable of such a feat. However, if one were to add the fact that he was not even 100 years old before such achievements, the significance would be completely different. I want this person. I won't fight with you for the others. Bihai Mingfeng glanced at Zhangsun Xiongqi and the other leaders of the 2 sects and 2 clans and said. Hearing Bihai Mingfeng's words, Zhangsun Xiongqi and the others shook their heads without any hesitation. Sect Master Bihai, forgive me for not being able to agree to this. Not to mention, even if I agree to this, it will be difficult to explain to our sect master. Even the profound nether mansion's rules don't allow this, right? Zhang Guangzheng, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said without beating around the bush. Sect Master Bihai, I can't agree to this either. Hang Chan, the leader of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Arhat Palace Master of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, said. The Cloud Platform Immortal Sect was led by the Sect Master. Below the Sect Master, other than 1 or 2 guardians, were the Hall Masters of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Out of all the Palace Masters in the Cloud Platform Immortal Sect, Hang Chan, the Palace Master of the Arhat Palace, was the strongest. For this reason, Hang Chan's position in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect was second only to the sect leader and the 2 guardians. Sect Master Bihai, please don't make things difficult for me. Gong Yang Yu, the leader of the Gong Yang family, said with a bitter smile. Compared to Hang Chan and Zhang Guangzheng, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Sect Master Bihai, I think it's better to wait for him to come out and let him decide for himself. Zhangsun Xiongqi, the leader of the Zhangsun clan, was the last to respond. Although his tone was calm and tactful, it was clear he was indirectly rejecting Bihai Mingfeng. Bihai Mingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard the 4 people's responses. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. If it was just the 4 people in front of him, he could easily kill them all by himself. However, the 4 people were backed by grade 7 forces that had a close relationship with the profound nether mansion, just like the coupling celestial sect. It would be easy to kill the 4 people, but it would not be easy to clean up the mess after killing them. Moreover, the forces behind the 4 people were closely related to the profound nether mansion. Even the mansion master of the profound nether mansion would not allow him to easily make enemies with the 4 forces. Another name has appeared. The 4th name has appeared as well. That's the 5th name. After Ling Juoyan obtained 2 points and rose to the top of the scoreboard, a few more people rose to the top of the scoreboard. However, according to those who knew them, these people could only be considered as elites among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Their strength was far from Ling Juoyan's level. In just a blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were now more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. However, the person at the top of the scoreboard was no longer Ling Juoyan. Ling Juoyan had been pushed down to 2nd place. The person at the top of the scoreboard was Yao Wei, a member of a grade 7 force. He had entered the Southern Heaven ancient realm not to join the 3 sects and 2 clans, but to use the 3 sects and 2 clans as a springboard to enter the profound nether mansion. This Yao Wei has already obtained 8 points. Who the hell is he? Why do I feel like he's even crazier than Ling Jueyan? You don't know Yao Wei? He's from the Yao clan, a grade 7 clan. Not only that, but he's also known as the strongest genius in the Yao clan in the past 10,000 years. He's not even 200 years old, but he's already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended profundities from a law. Does this mean he's not any weaker than Ling Jueyan? I'm afraid he's still slightly weaker than Ling Jueyan. After all, Ling Jueyan has comprehended the law of death while Yao Wei has only comprehended the law of water. Every time the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens, people from Grade 7 forces try to join the profound Nether Mansion through the 3 sects and 2 clans, but how many of them succeed? That's right. There are many people from Grade 7 forces who joined the 3 sects and 2 clans after they entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, none of them managed to pass the test and join the profound Nether Mansion. In the end, they had no choice but to return to their original forces in dejection. I wonder why the 3 sects and 2 clans are willing to accept these people. These people are clearly ingrates. In fact, the 3 sects and 2 clans don't want to recruit people from Grade 7 forces. However, the profound Nether Mansion forbade them from doing so. 20 days later, there were more than 1,000 names on the scoreboard. Most of them only had 2 points, and the person ranked first had 8 points. As for Ling Jueyan, he was ranked second with 7 points. A sorrowful cry suddenly rang in the air, attracting many people's attention. It was an old man. He looked at the shattered soul bead in his hand. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as tears streamed down his face. That's Yang Ji, a one basic celestial king from the imperial family of the Taiyuan celestial kingdom. Did his grandson, who entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, die? I think so. Yang Ji's grandson's name is Yang Qi. Yang Qi is considered to be quite strong among peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like he was unlucky to have encountered someone stronger than him so soon after entering the void of life. Moreover, it's obvious that the person is so strong that he couldn't escape. If the person's strength is only slightly stronger than him, his speed might not be inferior to the person's. That way, he still has a chance to escape. Now that the identity of the first person to die has been exposed, are the identities of the others still far from being exposed? Everyone's attention was on the old man as they discussed among themselves. The old man looked at the names on the scoreboard as though he was trying to find his grandson's murderer. However, even if only 1/10 of the people on the scoreboard were capable of killing his grandson, there were still more than 100 people on the scoreboard. Unless that person came out and admitted to killing his grandson or a witness came out alive and told the old man the truth, it was impossible. Otherwise, how was he going to find the person who killed his grandson? Yuan, Little Kai. Mo Cho. After the first person's soul pearl shattered, many other people's soul pearls shattered as well. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Those who had soul orbs in their hands were basically people who represented the forces behind them. Some of them were even their closest relatives. Some were happy while others were sad. Many people were looking at the scoreboard with anticipation on their faces. It was as though they were waiting for a name to appear on it. Huang and Jiao Long are on the scoreboard, but Duan Lingtian isn't on the scoreboard? With his strength, it shouldn't be possible. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, glanced at the scoreboard again, but he did not see Duan Lingtian's name. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that Duan Lingtian hasn't made a move yet, and the other is that Duan Lingtian has been killed by someone else. With that thought in mind, Hu Lin Yi sent his divine consciousness into his spatial ring and looked inside. Duan Lingtian's soul pearl was lying silently in his spatial ring, and it was completely intact. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, when his eyes landed on the other soul beads, his expression changed slightly. This was because he saw that one of the soul beads had shattered right in front of him. This soul pearl belonged to a relatively strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial that the supporting Fall Nation had brought this time. Naturally, that overarching heavenly supreme celestial was considered the weakest among the 9 people the supporting fall nation had brought. Chapter 2997. No matter which force brought in an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial meant the death of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial. For this reason, Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting fall nation, did not feel good even though he knew only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial had died so far. Your Majesty, what's wrong? The old man who accompanied Hu Lin Yi saw the change in Hu Lin Yi's expression. Tan Shen is dead. Hu Lin Yi replied. Tan Shen was the name of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose soul pearl had shattered. He's the only one who died? The old man asked. Yes. Hu Lin Yi nodded. Your Majesty, this is a good result. Look, there are more than 1,000 people on the scoreboard. This means more than 1,000 people have died. In addition to the points of those at the top of the list, basically all of them have more than 3 or 4 points. Roughly speaking, the number of people who have died so far should be around 2,000. A total of 12,000 people went in, and only 2,000 of them died. The supporting fall nation only lost 1 person. This is a very good result. This is a good result, the old man said to Hu Lin Yi as he looked at the scoreboard. That's not right. Hu Lin Yi shook his head when he heard the old man's words. Although there are more than 2,000 people who have died in the lower realm, I'm certain there are less than 2,000 people whose soul pearls have shattered. In fact, there are less than 1,000 people who have died. Under such circumstances, who can be certain that only one overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the supporting fall nation has died? Hu Lin Yi asked in return. The old man fell silent. Due to the formation that contained the law of time set up by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the one who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the soul pearls of those who had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could not be immediately notified. Under such circumstances, although there was only one soul orb on the outside, who could be sure that there was only one person who had died inside? At this moment, the old man's eyes fell on the scoreboard as he looked at the names that had just been added. For the same amount of points, the more points one obtained, the lower one's ranking would be. Huang Jiachao. The old man exclaimed when he saw a familiar name. It was none other than Huang Jiachao, the 5th son of Huang Yuanfei, the city governor of Passage City in the supporting fall nation. Jiachao is also on the list? Hearing the old man's exclamation, Hu Lin Yi immediately looked up and saw Huang Jiachao's name at the very end. Following that, a few more names appeared. Meng Qiuyu? Hu Lin Yi saw a familiar name appear behind him. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the old woman not far behind him. Meng Qiuyu was the granddaughter of this old woman. The old woman was a one basic celestial king. Previously, Meng Qiuyu had participated in the Southern Heaven combat and obtained a place to stay in the supporting Fall Nation's imperial palace. And this old woman also moved in with him. At that time, he had paid the old man a visit to invite him to join the supporting Fall Nation. However, the old man had turned him down. Although he felt that it was a pity, he was not angry. No matter what, he was still a one basic celestial king. If there was no reason for him to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom, he would not lower himself to stay in a grade 8 celestial kingdom. As for the old man next to him, although he was also a one basic celestial king, he had been following him for many years. He had been following him since before he became a celestial king. She seems to be expressionless. Is she not surprised by Meng Qiuyu's name on the scoreboard, or is she pretending to be calm? Hu Lin Yi soon discovered that the old woman's expression was as calm as ever even though she had seen Meng Qiuyu's name at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hu Lin Yi felt that the old woman was just pretending to be calm. Time continued to pass by. More and more names appeared on the scoreboard. Another 10 days had passed, and there were now about 2,000 people on the scoreboard. During this time, many people witnessed the disappearance of names from the scoreboard. After a while, many people who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would gain a lot of points. Usually, those who were ranked at the top of the scoreboard would kill the people on the scoreboard and obtain their points. Naturally, there was no rule on the scoreboard. Therefore, no one could be certain who had killed whom. A month has passed. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian's name appeared on the scoreboard yet? Hu Lini muttered to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in his spatial ring. Then, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the scoreboard. Ever since the number of names on the scoreboard reached 2,000, the number of names on the scoreboard had stopped increasing. In fact, it seemed to be decreasing. This was because there were only 12,000 people who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since some of them had died, it was only natural that not many of them were still alive. His name appeared earlier. As soon as Hu Lini finished speaking, an old voice rang in his ears. "You're right. You're right." Hu Lini turned around and saw the old woman was none other than Meng Qiuyu, the grandmother of one of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the supporting Fall Nation. The old woman called herself Granny Meng. Duan Lingtian's name appeared? Hu Lini frowned. He had been looking at the scoreboard earlier. If Duan Lingtian's name had appeared, it would have been impossible for him not to know about it. "Your Majesty, Duan Lingtian's name did appear. However, it's not at the bottom of the scoreboard, it's in the middle." Just as Hu Lini was about to voice his doubts, the old man beside him spoke up. Upon hearing the old woman's words, the old woman's eyes shifted from the bottom of the scoreboard to the top. In the end, she saw Duan Lingtian's name at the 930th place. Duan Lingtian's name. He had accumulated 3 points. 3 points? Don't tell me the first person he killed had accumulated 2 points. Hu Lini followed the old woman's gaze and saw Duan Lingtian's name on the scoreboard. Although Hu Lini had been paying attention to the scoreboard earlier, he had only focused on the bottom of the scoreboard. He instinctively thought Duan Lingtian's name would appear at the bottom of the scoreboard. After all, the names of the 4 people from the supporting Fall Nation had always appeared at the bottom of the scoreboard. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian would enter the top 1,000 as soon as he appeared. Now, Jia Chao's name is at the bottom of the scoreboard. Hu Lini glanced at the scoreboard again. Among the 5 people from the supporting Fall Nation, 4 of them had accumulated 3 points. Only Huang Jia Chao had accumulated 2 points. The 4 people with 3 points were Huang Jialong, who was ranked 322nd, Hu Jiyong, who was ranked 353rd, Meng Qiuyu, who was ranked 398th, and Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 930th. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was also ranked last on the scoreboard with 3 points. After all, he was the last person to accumulate 3 points. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, 2 figures stood facing each other in the forest. The thick smell of gunpowder spread out, causing the surrounding atmosphere to become a little tense. One of the 2 young men was dressed in purple while the other was dressed in green. Apart from that, both of them were handsome and had outstanding auras. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice the purple-clad young man was more pleasant to look at than the green-clad young man. The green-clad young man had a cold expression on his face, giving off an unapproachable aura. At this moment, a corpse lay on the ground not far away from the purple-clad young man. There were no wounds on the corpse. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice a large dent on the corpse's chest. "I have 2 points." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he extended his divine consciousness into the accumulative points jade hanging from his waist and discovered there were 3 points in his accumulative points jade. He was overjoyed. "I'm afraid this person has more points than me." Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the green-clad young man in front of him. The green-clad young man and the blue-clad young man who was lying on the ground were the first group of people Duan Lingtian had encountered after wandering in the forest for a month. Furthermore, the 2 of them were walking together. It was obvious that they were from the same faction and had a very close relationship. "Third brother, I'll capture this brat and bring him to you for you to kill." These were the last words of the blue-robed young man before he died, and they were said to the green-robed young man. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards the green-robed young man in a menacing manner. The green-clad young man's strength was, at best, on par with Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat. The reason he mentioned Huang Jialong during the Southern Heaven combat was because of his strength. Now that Huang Jialong had obtained the Wind-type King-grade divine ability, his strength had improved tremendously. Although Huang Jialong had not fully comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, he had managed to grasp the basics of the wind elemental profundity. Apart from that, based on the blue-clad young man's words, Huang Jialong could tell the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man. Whether it was in terms of status or strength, the green-clad young man was superior to the blue-clad young man. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm, strength was the only thing that mattered. If the blue-clad young man was stronger than the green-clad young man, no one would know he was the one who killed the green-clad young man. Based on the blue-clad young man's respectful attitude toward the green-clad young man, it was clear the green-clad young man was stronger than the blue-clad young man. Before the blue-clad young man encountered Duan Lingtian, he had already captured a person for the green-clad young man to kill. However, the blue-clad young man did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. This time, he had bitten off more than he could chew. He did not expect a brat who was not even 100 years old would be able to kill him with just one strike. The corpse of the blue-clothed young man lay there with a look of disbelief remaining on his face. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Chapter 2998. From the beginning until the end, the green-clad young man turned a blind eye to his companion's death. Even when the blue-clad young man fell, his expression did not change at all. It was as though the blue-clad young man was not his companion but an insignificant person. The earth elemental profundity. Interesting. Based on the green-clad young man's words, it was clear he had figured out Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. Moreover, he was not flustered at all when he realized Duan Lingtian had comprehended the earth elemental profundity. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn. There were only two possibilities why the green-clad young man was so calm. The first possibility was that he was deliberately mystifying the situation. The second possibility was that he had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Duan Lingtian felt the second possibility was more likely. All of a sudden, the green-clad young man's gaze turned sharp as he stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as well. As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, it transformed into a gust of wind that swirled around his body and lifted him up into the air. At this moment, the green-clad young man rose into the air. However, he was not flying normally. Instead, he was being lifted up by the gust of wind. The wind elemental profundity. Duan Lingtian was enlightened when he saw the gust of wind around the green-clad young man. As expected, this young man had also comprehended a law of Earth's profundity. Moreover, he had comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. Moreover, the wind elemental profundity that the green-clad young man had comprehended was completely different from Huang Jialong's wind elemental profundity. At most, Huang Jialong had only comprehended the surface of the wind elemental profundity. However, the green-clad young man had completely comprehended the wind elemental profundity. Based on the speed of his celestial origin energy merging with the wind elemental profundity, it was clear he had comprehended the wind elemental profundity for a long time. I'm Sima Chun from the Sima clan. The green-clothed young man who was completely swept up by the green gale stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently and introduced himself. Sima family? The grade 7 Sima clan that's said to be second only to the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound nether mansion? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the green-clothed young man introduce himself. He had heard about the Sima clan from the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation when he was on his way to the Scaling Cloud Lake. However, What he did not expect was that the green-clothed youth in front of him was actually from the Sima clan. He still remembered Huang Jialong's words. Brother Duan, apart from those from Grade 8 Celestial Kingdoms and Grade 8 forces, some Grade 7 forces will also be participating in the expedition to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Due to their backgrounds, some of the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from Grade 7 forces have come into contact with King Grade Celestial methods and divine abilities at a young age. The most outstanding overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials have comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. This was what Huang Jialong had told him. No wonder he's so confident. As it turns out, he's from a Grade 7 force. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes before he calmly introduced himself. I'm Duan Lingtian from the supporting Fall Nation. You're not even 100 years old, but you're already a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who has comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. Your innate talent and comprehension ability are heaven-defying. Sima Chun looked at Duan Lingtian and was not stingy with his compliments. This is the first time I've met someone with your innate talent and comprehension ability. You're not bad yourself. Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, you're destined to die here today. I, Sima Chun, should be proud of myself for being able to kill someone with such innate talent and comprehension ability. Sima Chun's eyes were brimming with killing intent. It was clear he was prepared to kill Duan Lingtian. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, most people would not hold back unless they encountered someone they were close to. However, the fact that Sima Chun was so confident about killing Duan Lingtian despite knowing how strong Duan Lingtian was. It seems like Sima Chun has comprehended 2 profundities from the same law. Am I really that lucky? Faced with Sima Chun's confidence, Duan Lingtian fell into deep thought. An overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the same law was definitely one of the strongest overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials who had entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Such a person could do whatever he wanted in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, any Tao talisman that contained the celestial origin energy of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial could not be used. Even if it was used, it would be destroyed by the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If that was the case, the Tao talisman would be wasted. Tao talismans that contained powerful attacks and techniques were usually imbued with the celestial origin energy of the powerhouse who inscribed them. The celestial origin energy was superior to the celestial origin energy of an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. For this reason, Tao talismans that could threaten overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials could not be used in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Under such circumstances, one had to rely on one's own strength. Many people have said such words, but in the end, without exception, they all died. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he sensed Sima Chun's killing intent. His voice turned cold as well. That's because they're useless. I'll be an exception. Sima Chun said as he raised his hand. A sword that glowed faintly appeared in his hand. It was a king-grade celestial sword. You're welcome to try. The king-grade celestial weapon, a long rod, appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Currently, he could use any weapon he wanted with his celestial methods and divine abilities. Among the few king-grade celestial weapons in his possession, only the long rod was an offensive king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, he usually used it to fight. Humph. Sima Chun's expression turned cold when he saw Duan Lingtian was not afraid of him at all. Green energy swirled around him as he charged toward Duan Lingtian like a gust of wind. At the same time, faint blue afterimages appeared under Sima Chun's feet, further increasing his speed. As a cheetah-like figure appeared on the surface of Sima Chun's body, his speed reached an extremely exaggerated level. His speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's fastest speed. Just as Duan Lingtian thought Sima Chun was moving at his fastest speed, Sima Chun's figure blurred and turned into a blur before Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not even see Sima Chun's figure clearly. Is this the second profundity from the law of wind that he has comprehended? In the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed dramatically. Apart from that, he could not think of any other way Sima Chun could move at such a terrifying speed. His speed has increased so much in just a blink of an eye. His second profundity from the law of wind is most likely a profundity that focuses on speed, right? Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly. Brat, if you don't want to die, use all your celestial origin energy and merge it with the earth elemental energy into your vest. At this moment, the chaos divine earth's anxious voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Ling Tian hastily circulated his celestial origin energy and merged it with the earth elemental energy into his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon vest. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a vest made of crimson scales appeared on Duan Ling Tian's body. As soon as the silhouette of the vest appeared, a mysterious yellow energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body and merged with the silhouette of the vest. The silhouette of the vest seemed to become more corporeal. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian knew the chaos divine earth had made its move again. It had used its energy to strengthen his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. As soon as the chaos divine earth's energy merged with the silhouette of the vest, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The ear-piercing sound of swords whistling in the air rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian did not even have the time to react before the sword rays that were filled with green energy whistled down like a storm and slammed onto the silhouette that appeared on the surface of his body. Chi! 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 The silhouette of the vest trembled violently. It looked as though it would collapse at any moment, but it stubbornly held on. What a fast speed! What a fast sword! Duan Ling Tian was shocked. If it were not for the chaos divine earth's energy that had merged with his defensive celestial weapon, he would not have been able to withstand Sima Chun's attack. It's too fast. What profundity did Sima Chun comprehend from the law of wind? Duan Ling Tian instinctively asked the chaos divine earth, what's going on? The second profundity from the law of wind he comprehended is the gale profundity. It's one of the most practical profundities from the law of wind. Not only can it increase one's movement speed, but it can also increase one's attack speed as well. Boy, if it weren't for me, you would have been killed by his sword by now, the chaos divine earth said. Sima Chun is one of the strongest overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The chaos divine earth's tone turned solemn as it spoke. However, now that you have my help, he won't be able to break through your defenses no matter how fast he is. A hint of pride could be seen on the chaos divine earth's face as it continued to say, in the end, he had no choice but to give up on attacking you. It was as though the chaos divine earth's words were a foil to Sima Chun. After a while, Sima Chun finally stopped attacking Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the silhouette of Sima Chun's figure that Duan Ling Tian could not see clearly appeared again. I didn't expect you to comprehend a second profundity from the law of earth as well. The second profundity from the law of earth you've comprehended is a defensive profundity, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to block my attack so easily. Chapter 2999. After Sima Chun stopped attacking, he had no intention of continuing to attack. After all, he had used all his strength earlier, but he still could not break through Duan Ling Tian's defense. If he continued to attack, the result would still be the same. It was better for him to save his energy. It seems like I've underestimated you. Sima Chun looked at Duan Ling Tian before he turned around and prepared to leave. Did I say you could leave? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity surged and emitted a majestic aura. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Sima Chun paused for a moment before he turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian indifferently. I admit your defense is very strong. I can't kill you. However, how can you compare to my speed? Even if I don't take the initiative to attack, I can still dodge your attacks. Sima Chun said arrogantly, I can't break through your defense, and you can't keep up with my speed. I can't kill you, but you can't kill me. Sima Chun was very confident in his speed. After all, he had comprehended the law of wind that specialized in speed. Moreover, he had comprehended two profundities from the law of wind. Apart from the fundamental profundity, the other profundity was the gale profundity, which specialized in speed. After Sima Chun finished speaking, he turned around and left. As soon as Sima Chun turned around, Duan Lingtian's cold voice rang in the air. What if I use my royal grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian's voice pierced Sima Chun's ears. Sima Chun instinctively came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw Duan Lingtian's royal grade celestial weapon, the long rod, was no longer in his hand. It was replaced by a ring. The ring was different from ordinary rings. There were 9 sharp points around the ring, and they were of different shapes. It looked strange. In addition, the ring was fiery red, but it was not a color that was dyed. Instead, it was the color of the material that made the ring. The ring's aura was not as dazzling as a king-grade celestial weapon. However, as Duan Ling Tian continued to infuse his energy into the ring, it began to emit an aura that was even more terrifying than a king-grade celestial weapon. Furthermore, as soon as the aura appeared, even Sima Chun, who was standing quite a distance away, could smell the stench of death. Royal grade celestial weapon. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned the royal grade celestial weapon, he thought Duan Ling Tian was bluffing. When Sima Chun sensed the aura of the ring in Duan Ling Tian's hand, he was certain it was a royal grade celestial weapon. How is this possible? He's just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. How could he possess a royal grade celestial weapon? At this moment, Sima Chun's mind was filled with disbelief. He could not believe Duan Ling Tian possessed a royal grade celestial weapon. After all, even the Sima clan, a grade 7 clan, did not possess a royal grade celestial weapon. In fact, even if the Sima clan possessed a royal grade celestial weapon, they would not dare to reveal it. After all, it would be impossible for them to keep their royal grade celestial weapon. In the profound Nether Mansion's territory, the only grade 7 forces that could keep their royal grade celestial weapons were the 3 sects and 2 clans that were subordinate to the profound Nether Mansion. Naturally, if the 3 sects and 2 clans wanted to keep their royal grade celestial weapons, they would need the approval of the profound Nether Mansion. Based on this, one could see how precious a royal grade celestial weapon was. Sima Chun found it hard to believe that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed a royal grade celestial weapon. Run! Sima Chun regained his senses. He only had one thought in his mind. Run! Indeed, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as his. However, things were different now that Duan Lingtian had a royal grade celestial weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's speed was comparable to his. The only thing he could do now was to escape from Duan Lingtian's attack range. As long as Duan Lingtian could not catch up to him, he would be able to escape. However, if he could think of this, how could Duan Lingtian not think of it? If he was not confident, why would Duan Lingtian remind him that he possessed a royal grade celestial weapon? Trying to escape. Do you think you can escape? A sneer appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw the green energy raging around Sima Chun. His speed was so fast that it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. Gravitational space profundity. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a pressure that had been accumulating for a long time suddenly shrouded Sima Chun, causing him to slow down. The suction force from Duan Lingtian's direction forcefully pulled at Sima Chun's body. Although it did not slow Sima Chun down, it did slow him down. Wang! As soon as Sima Chun slowed down, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand and tossed the royal grade celestial weapon, out of his hand. Wang! 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 The ring whizzed out, and the 9 horns on it shone with a sharp luster. They were like 9 indestructible swords, capable of tearing through everything. The royal-grade celestial weapon in Duan Lingtian's hand was the royal-grade celestial weapon, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring. It was the royal-grade celestial weapon that Brother Pei had given to him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon to others. However, he dared to reveal the royal-grade celestial weapon today because he was confident no one would know about it. After all, a dead person would not spread the news. Moreover, communication celestial talismans were prohibited in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The formation in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm prohibited the use of communication celestial talismans. This was also done to prevent some people from uniting too early and killing those who were left alone with their numbers. Wang. 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 Although Sima Chun was fleeing as fast as he could still clearly hear the buzzing sound behind him that was getting closer and closer. When this voice entered his ears, it was like the god of death was calling him, causing his heart to burn with anxiety and his courage to be torn apart. He has comprehended the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity to such an extent. Sima Chun could tell Duan Lingtian was still a ways away from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage based on the suction force that enveloped him. However, in Sima Chun's opinion, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but he had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity to the rudimentary stage. Not only that, but he had also comprehended 3 profundities from the law of Earth. What kind of a monster had he encountered? If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed there was such a monster in the profound nether mansion. If it were not for the weak suction force that enveloped him, he was confident he would be able to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon that was flying toward him. However, due to the weak suction force, Sima Chun's speed was slightly reduced, making it impossible for him to shake off the royal-grade celestial weapon. No. When the mysterious Yang 9 water chestnut ring was still more than 10 meters away from Sima Chun, the sharp rays of light raging on its surface were about to fall on Sima Chun's body. Sima Chun roared and quickly recovered. At the same time, he forcefully stopped his body. In the next moment, green energy began to gather around him. At the same time, the shadow of a dark green armor appeared on the surface of his body. The moment the shadow of the armor appeared, the azure wind completely merged into it. In addition, Sima Chun's other methods were also used to support the emerald armor phantom, forming a sturdy layer of defense around his body. Even then, Sima Chun's face was still as pale as a sheet of paper. He was not confident his defense would be able to withstand the attack of the royal-grade celestial weapon. If you dare to kill me, the Sima clan won't let you go. Sima Chun said as he glared at Duan Lingtian who was rushing toward him. He brought up the Sima clan to threaten Duan Lingtian to stop. That depends on whether the Sima clan knows I killed you or not. Duan Lingtian, who was much slower than the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring, smirked when he heard Sima Chun's threat. Buzz. 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 At the same time, the 9 horns of the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring shot out 9 rays of light and landed on Sima Chun's defense. The 9 rays of light cut through Sima Chun's defense one after another. The first ray was blocked, the second ray continued to fall, and the third ray tore through his defense. A royal-grade celestial weapon is so powerful? At this moment, Sima Chun could clearly sense how terrifying a royal-grade celestial weapon was. He no longer dared to continue defending himself. He tried to flee again. However, the suction force that enveloped him made it impossible for him to unleash his full speed. Buzz. 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 Due to Sima Chun's hasty escape, his defense had weakened slightly. For this reason, the mystical Yang 9 water chestnut ring only spun 3 times before it tore through Sima Chun's defense. No. Sima Chun let out a furious roar when his defenses were completely torn apart and he was on the brink of death. This time, his roar was filled with an extreme unwillingness to admit defeat. Just because of the difference of a royal-grade celestial weapon, he was going to die at the hands of an opponent who was on par with him. How could he accept this? Spurt. Regardless of how indignant Sima Chun was, he still died under the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. He was killed by Duan Ling Tian. Sima Chun's body was torn apart by the mystical Yang 9-water chestnut ring. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was agape. It was clear how indignant he was. Crack. After Sima Chun died, his accumulative points jade shattered. His points were taken by Duan Lingtian's accumulative points jade. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took Sima Chun's spatial ring. Sima Chun, the most talented genius in the Sima clan, had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian in the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3000. In the Devata realms, celestial weapons were divided into various grades. The higher the grade of a celestial weapon was, the greater the difference in strength between the grades. For example, a king-grade celestial weapon could not compare to a royal-grade celestial weapon. The difference between the two was much greater than the difference between a duke-grade celestial weapon and a king-grade celestial weapon. However, Sima Chun's speed is indeed fast. If I didn't comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity with your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill him even if I used my royal-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian said to the chaos divine Earth in his body. The moment he took out his royal-grade celestial weapon, Sima Chun's death was certain. There was no way he would let Sima Chun leave alive since news of him possessing a royal-grade celestial weapon would leak out. At that time, unless he was willing to hand over his royal-grade celestial weapon, he would not be able to escape. Apart from that, the Chaos Divine Earth had also predicted that he would be able to kill Sima Chun with his royal-grade celestial weapon. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Chaos Divine Earth scoffed. Brat, if you've comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to kill him even without using your royal-grade celestial weapon. The law of Earth's gravitational space profundity is the bane of speed. If you've comprehended it to the rudimentary stage, you'd be able to cast the king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, to trap Sima Chun inside. Sima Chun relies on speed to survive. He'd definitely die if he's trapped in the Black Rock Prison. At that time, you wouldn't even need to use your royal-grade celestial weapon to kill him. The Chaos Divine Earth said. The rudimentary stage, upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with a hint of yearning. The Earth-type king-grade celestial method, the Black Rock Prison, contained two profundities from the law of Earth. He had already comprehended one of the profundities, the Earth elemental profundity, but he had yet to fully comprehend the gravitational space profundity. Naturally, he had only comprehended the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage. This was the best he could do with a king-grade celestial method. Even so, Duan Lingtian was able to unleash the full power of the Blackrock Prison. Under the condition that they were at the same cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to trap Sima Chun. Once Sima Chun was trapped, Sima Chun would be like a turtle in a jar, at his mercy. After all, as long as he could not escape from the Black Rock Prison, it would be useless no matter how fast he was. How many points did that brat give you? The Chaos Divine Earth asked curiously. That brat's strength is not bad. He should have a lot of points. Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian immediately sent his consciousness into his accumulative points jade token, saw the number of points he had accumulated. 11 points. That means that the Sima clan member just now has 8 points in his jade token. Duan Lingtian said to the Chaos Divine Earth. 8 points. The Chaos Divine Earth fell silent for a moment. After a moment of silence, it continued to say, now that the brat is dead, his name will be removed from the scoreboard. If your points increase by that much, I'm afraid everyone will know you're the one who killed him. Although you'll be able to join one of the 3 sects and 2 clans after you leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, that force won't be able to protect you forever. The Sima clan will eventually find an opportunity to kill you. For this reason, if the Sima clan finds out you're the one who killed him, you'll definitely become the Sima clan's enemy. The Chaos Divine Earth expressed its concern. Don't worry. I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would have thought of this as well, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. I'm sure the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm has thought of this as well. Based on what I know, there's a formation that contains the law of time in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The deaths of those who die in the formation will be transmitted to their soul pearls outside. This is to prevent the people outside from knowing who killed who. Based on this, it's clear the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm is intentionally protecting those who kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, there's no need to worry about the matter you mentioned. You're right, Duan Lingtian said. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's speculation. However, even if it was just a guess, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. This was because he was confident in his guess. He felt his guess was most likely correct. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to withdraw his divine consciousness from the accumulative point jade, he sensed a peculiar aura surging out of it. The moment this aura appeared, it fused with his divine sense and led his divine sense in a direction to the right. That aura seems to be guiding me, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's accumulative point jade suddenly lit up as though it was resonating with something. At the same time, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Once you obtain 10 points in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple that I left behind in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As soon as the voice rang in the air, it disappeared as though it was never there. This voice. Could it be the voice of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who created the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I obtain 10 points. I've never heard of this before. Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. Could this be a new rule in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? However, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. However, if this was not the rule, why had he not heard of the Celestial Lord Temple before he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Moreover, he had never heard of the Celestial Lord Temple being led to the Celestial Lord Temple if he obtained 10 points. After pondering for a while, Duan Lingtian still could not figure it out. Then, he thought of the Chaos Divine Earth and asked it about it. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. To his surprise, the Chaos Divine Earth did not seem surprised at all. Perhaps, the formation in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm can erase one's memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. Under such circumstances, even if one leaves the Celestial Lord Temple, they won't be able to recall their experiences in the Celestial Lord Temple. Some powerful Celestial Lords are capable of setting up such a formation. Of course, they'll only forget about the experience. The things they obtained during this period of time will still be stored in their spatial rings. It's just that they'll forget how they obtained those things after they leave this place. Duan Lingtian nodded. After leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, you'll forget how you obtained those things? Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he inhaled sharply. He still remembered that Huang Jialong had once said something similar to him. In the past, some of the powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm did not have any recollection of their gains. It was as though their gains had appeared out of thin air in their spatial rings. In fact, some of them even discovered that they had accumulated points after leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they could not remember how they obtained those points. It seems like I can't bring the information about the Celestial Lord Temple and the 10 points out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. You can't bring it out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but I can. After you leave the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll tell you everything. The Chaos Divine Earth said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked to the right. The aura from the accumulative point jade had fused with his divine consciousness and guided him to the right direction. The Celestial Lord Temple. I'll be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple if I collect 10 points. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I wonder if anyone has already arrived at the Celestial Lord Temple. I'm sure there are others on their way as well. After witnessing Sima Chun's strength, Duan Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the southern heaven ancient realm. Sima Chun was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial from one of the Grade 7 forces. Many Grade 7 forces had also sent people to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Needless to say, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were sent by Grade 7 forces to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were not to be underestimated. Duan Lingtian was certain there were some who were on par with Sima Chun. In fact, there might even be some who were stronger than him. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Celestial Lord Temple. Since the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had left the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it had to be a good place. Moreover, based on the conditions set by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, not just anyone could enter the Celestial Lord Temple. Only those who had accumulated 10 points would be able to learn the location of the Celestial Lord Temple and be guided to the Celestial Lord Temple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to entering the Celestial Lord Temple. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to follow the directions to the Celestial Lord Temple, above the center of the scaling cloud lake, a name that was originally ranked 6th on the scoreboard suddenly disappeared. As soon as the name disappeared, the names behind it moved forward. An uproar broke out immediately. The name that disappeared seems to belong to Sima Chun. That's right. It's Sima Chun. Sima Chun already had 8 points. But now, his name has disappeared. Heavens! Sima Chun is dead? The fact that Sima Chun managed to accumulate 8 points means he's not a simple person. How did he die? He's not a simple person. Not only is Sima Chun extraordinary, but he's also the most talented person in the Grade 7 Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Sima Chun. Didn't he comprehend the gale profundity from the law of wind? With such strength, he was actually killed by someone? Chapter 3001. How's this possible? In the sky above the central area of Scaling Cloud Lake, many people were looking at him. When they saw that Ma Chun's name had disappeared from the scoreboard, an old man in gray clothes was shocked. His pupils shrank and his face changed. At the same time, a powerful aura involuntarily swept out from his body, causing some of the surrounding people with weaker cultivations to feel their hearts palpitate. How powerful! Who's he? Just his aura alone is terrifying. You don't know him? He's the Grand Elder of the Grade 7 Sima clan. The Grand Elder of the Sima clan? Why did he come here? With his status, he shouldn't have come to such an event, right? It seems like the Grand Elder of the Sima clan is having a hard time accepting Sima Chun's death. It's normal. With Sima Chun's innate talent and comprehension ability, he must have been heavily nurtured by the Sima clan. It's hard for the high-ranking officials of the Sima clan to accept the loss of such a talent. Although many people recognized the old man, they were not aware of his relationship with Sima Chun. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Sima clan. He was Sima Ping Dong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. His strength was on par with the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, excluding the coupling Celestial Sect's Grand Elder from the Sima clan. This was his first time leading a team to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He had chosen to lead the team this time because his favorite grandson was among the overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestials from the Sima clan. Sima Chun was his grandson. Chun-er is dead? Sima Ping Dong's expression changed drastically as he muttered to himself. It was as though he could not believe this was true. My condolences, Grand Elder. A middle-aged man stood next to Sima Ping Dong. He was also an elder of the Sima clan. However, his status in the Sima clan was far inferior to Sima Ping Dong. Sima Chun is the Grand Elder's favorite grandson. Now that he's dead, the Grand Elder must be regretting allowing Sima Chun to enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The Sima clan elder sighed in his heart. He knew that Sima Chun was irreplaceable in the heart of the Sima clan's Grand Elder. Now that Sima Chun was dead, one could only imagine how the Grand Elder of the Sima clan was feeling right now. However, his heart was also filled with shock. Sima Chun actually died in there? After all, Sima Chun was the most outstanding genius in the Sima clan in the past 1,000 years. Not only was he a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he had also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. With such strength, he was definitely ranked in the top 10 among all the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. But now, he was dead. Boom! The space beneath Sima Ping Dong's feet trembled. In a flash, he arrived near the 5 leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. His eyes landed on Bihai Mingfeng, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect. Then, he cupped his hands and bowed. Sect leader Bihai. Elder Pingdong. The Sima clan was a grade 7 clan, so it was only natural for Bihai Mingfeng to recognize the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. I can roughly guess why you're here. However, even we don't know what's going on in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, we can't tell you who killed your grandson even if we wanted to, Bihai Mingfeng said. Sima Ping Dong nodded. I know that. Sima Ping Dong nodded. Then, he said in a deep voice, I'm here to ask you for a favor, sect leader Bihai. If I can confirm who killed my grandson, I hope you'll hand him over to me, sect leader Bihai. From the beginning until the end, Sima Ping Dong did not even look at the leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans. After all, these 4 people would not be able to stop him if he wanted to kill someone. Only Bihai Mingfeng was capable of stopping him. I'm afraid that won't do. Bihai Mingfeng shook his head. It's not that I don't want to give you face, Elder Pingdong, but the 3 sects and 2 clans don't have a say in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, the profound Nether Mansion is the one who gave us the authority to open the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sect leader Bihai, as one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion, if you're willing to do me a favor, I'm sure the profound Nether Mansion won't blame you for this matter. Sima Ping Dong was very persistent. However, Bihai Mingfeng still rejected him. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave. From the beginning until the end, many people's eyes followed Sima Ping Dong's every move. They could vaguely guess why Sima Ping Dong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. Sima Ping Dong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, is Sima Chun's grandfather. Now that Sima Chun is dead, he must be itching to kill the murderer. I'm sure he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, does he know who killed his grandson, Sima Chun? I'm sure he won't be able to confirm that. However, he has to be prepared. What if he's able to confirm his grandson's death? If sect leader Bihai makes a move, he won't be able to kill the murderer to avenge his grandson. That's why he's looking for sect leader Bihai to ask him not to stop him from seeking revenge. However, based on his unsightly expression, it's obvious sect leader Bihai has rejected him. It's normal. If sect leader Bihai doesn't reject him, who would dare to kill in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm in the future? Many people could guess why Sima Ping Dong was looking for Bihai Mingfeng. After Sima Chun's death, I don't think there's anyone with 8 points on the scoreboard, a middle-aged man muttered as he looked at the scoreboard. Nonsense. Of course, that's impossible. An old man standing near the middle-aged man said matter-of-factly, if there's someone with 8 points, wouldn't it be telling everyone that he's the one who killed Sima Chun? Under such circumstances, the 8 points obtained by the person who killed Sima Chun would slowly increase on the scoreboard. It's like a smokescreen to prevent people from finding out who killed whom. The old man said. I see. In that case, unless the person who killed Sima Chun admits to killing Sima Chun or someone saw him kill Sima Chun, no one will know he's the one who killed Sima Chun. That's right. If that's not the case, those who enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will have to hold back. If that's the case, what's the point of opening the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Many people who were unaware of the rules of the scoreboard finally learned about it. Duan Lingtian's points have increased by 2 points. Hu Lin Yi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, who had been staring at the scoreboard all this while, suddenly widened his eyes. Although at the same time, there were a few people whose points increased by 1 or 2 points, and the increase was not noticeable at all, he still saw it. After all, he was only paying attention to the names on the scoreboard. 5 points. As expected, Duan Lingtian didn't let me down, Hu Linyi said with a smile on his face. A smile appeared on Hu Linyi's face, but when he saw the top few people on the scoreboard, he could not help but frown. However, the person in the first place has already obtained 11 points. Even the person who's ranked 10th has 7 points. I hope he'll be able to enter the top 10 as soon as possible. A hint of hope could be seen in Hu Linyi's eyes. Although he had been paying attention to the death of Sima Chun, the prodigy of the Sima clan, he did not think Duan Lingtian was involved in Sima Chun's death. In his opinion, Sima Chun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind. Moreover, it was said that Sima Chun had comprehended the Gale profundity. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was capable of killing Sima Chun. In fact, Hu Linyi was certain Sima Chun was not a match for Sima Chun. He was certain Duan Lingtian was not a match for Sima Chun. Grand Elder, even if the person from the coupling celestial sect agrees to your request, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to find your grandson's murderer. Another elder from the Sima clan said with a wry smile on his face. I'll kill whoever's the biggest suspect. Sima Ping Dong said in a deep voice. Although he had many sons and even more grandchildren, the one he valued the most was still Sima Chun. Sima Chun's death had infuriated him. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to find the murderer and avenge Sima Chun. Upon hearing Sima Ping Dong's words, the elder from the Sima clan smiled bitterly. Among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had entered the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, only a few from grade 7 forces were a match for Sima Chun. However, those people were only as strong as Sima Chun. It would be difficult for them to kill Sima Chun. Naturally, there was another possibility. Sima Chun was killed by a group of people. If that was the case, it would be even more difficult to find out who killed Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of what was happening outside. Even though his points were still slowly increasing, and it didn't take long for his points to increase by 8 points, it was still not enough. Nevertheless, no one suspected him of killing Sima Chun. After all, he was not the only one who had gained 8 points during this period. Apart from that, there were also a few people who knew about his strength. Through these people, it was easy for Sima Ping Dong to remove Duan Lingtian from the list of suspects. Not long after Sima Chun's death, Sima Ping Dong purposely stared at the scoreboard and remembered the names of those who increased their points quickly. He included them in the list of suspects who killed his grandson. In the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I'm finally out. In just a blink of an eye, another month had passed. Duan Lingtian finally made it out of the seemingly endless forest. Moreover, he was traveling at an extremely fast speed. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.